My name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor, and today we're going to be working on building this e-commerce website called Audiophile. What this website will allow you to do is showcase headphones, speakers, and earphones. We're going to work on building out a cart that will allow you to add to cart and basically sell these products. And yeah, that's what we're going to learn how to do. We're going to build it full stack, so we're going to build out our own API, and we're also going to host it using Next.js and Versa. Awesome. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat below. If you can't hear me or anything like that, please let me know. I am keeping an eye on the chat. And if you're not subscribed, I believe you do need to be subscribed to type in the chat. So just go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I greatly appreciate it. It does help out the channel a whole lot. And if you do have any questions or you're interested in learning how to code, that is something that I do teach based on my experience as a professor. I will walk through sort of how to go from no coding experience to a fully fledged front-end engineer in give or take about 6 months. Some people do it in 3 months, but you can check out more details on that in the description below. My company is called Davidson Programming Academy. So let's go ahead and get started. So I want to show you what we're building today. So let me give you a full screen look at this. All right, cool. So let me know if you're not able to see this in full screen. It should be this whole website here. So it's as I said, an e-commerce website where you're going to be building out this homepage that showcases headphones, speakers, and earphones. You can see the different products that are available in each category. As I mentioned, you have this cart where you can add products to the cart. So for instance, these XX99 Mark II, you can go ahead and add one and add those to the cart. And when you open up your cart, you'll be able to see them. Then you can head to the checkout page and check them out. So that's really what we're looking to build today. We're going to be using Next.js for the entire project. So the project is going to basically allow us to use Next.js to create the API that's going to feed us a lot of this data. We're not going to build out the part where you actually do sell the products because these are fictitious products. But for that, you could use something like Stripe. You could use an easy integration with a site like Stripe, or you could go the long route and build the full stack backend. But for today, we're just going to use Next.js to do sort of the more pared down version of that. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. And as I mentioned, if you do have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I do keep an eye on it. If you want to follow along sort of step by step, there is a piece of starter code that's linked in the bottom here. It's basically a Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript starter. It's on my GitHub repository at Z Davidson. But as I said, it's linked in the description below if you want to follow along step by step. There are also links to the code that I'll be pushing up here. So if you sort of want to follow along literally the exact code I'm writing, you can follow along with that linked below called e-commerce site. And I've also built this once before. This is actually the live site that I built previously, but that was using SCSS and back in the day sort of create React apps. So you can also follow along using that if that's something you're more familiar with. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So this is our sort of starter Next.js page hosted at localhost 3000 right now. There's nothing really too fancy about it because this is sort of like the generic Next.js page. But if we go into our code here, you'll see that we have a couple of different folders. So we have pages, public, styles, utility. In the pages folder, you'll notice that we have one called API. Now, Next.js has this really awesome capability that allows you to basically host your own public APIs through the app itself. So we're going to utilize this feature in order to basically populate our data for the site. So we're going to go into the API folder right here and into this file. I've renamed it data.ts, but you can call it whatever you want. Now, in this file called data.ts, we're actually just going to return the data that we have stored in a JSON file. And where did I get this data from the JSON file? Well, if you hop back over to GitHub over here in this previous project I've done called Audiophile, again, linked in the description, there is a file called data.json. And what this has is just literally everything that is pre-populated, all the IDs, the slugs, the names, the images, everything you need to work with for this project. The literal images are located in the design file, the design and the assets folder, but this will just give us the paths to that, which will make our work a lot easier. So yeah, we have all of this here, and basically we can go ahead and use this, copy this over into our data.json file and utilize that to save us a whole bunch of typing time. So what I've already done is I've copied this raw file and I've gone over, created another folder in the top of my project here, and I've just created a data.json file and literally just copied and pasted that. So this is all of that data that is in this data.json file here on GitHub. Same file right here. Then what I've done is I've gone into the API here, the API folder, into our data file, and I've imported data from data.json, right? So this is the data folder, the data file, and I'm importing here and holding it in this variable called data. And then in the bottom here in this Next.js function handler, I've changed the response to be any. So the next API response will be any. And then I've basically taken this response and returned the JSON version of that response, of that data response. So we basically have our data at our API here. And if we go to API/data, we get all of the data that we have pre-populated in our program right here. So we're good to go in that sense. Our data is there. We can always query for it as need be and use it in our project as necessary. Cool. Yes, we are going to be using the pages router instead of the app router. If you do prefer to use the app router, totally valid. Just we're using the pages one for this. Good question, Perry Pilot. All right, let's go ahead and start on our actual UI. So as you can see here, we have our welcome to Next.js. You want to get started by, this is all like boilerplate stuff that Next gives you. We don't want to sort of start with that. Like we want to basically just clear this out and work with our own stuff, because I said we're going to be using Next.js, Material UI, etc., etc. So we don't really need any of these Next styling. So I'm going to take out everything that's in this div right here and clear that out. I'm going to remove these styles, and I'm just going to remove these extraneous imports here. All right, cool. So we have nothing on our page, and that's what we want to see. So we want to take a look at our sort of example site here, and we want to really break it down into pieces and sort of tackle it bit by bit. Like we don't want to rush through this. We want to make sure that we handle every part correctly and as well as we can. So you'll notice that what I personally like to do when I'm building a website, I like to start with the sort of the top here, the navigation, and work my way down. So we'll start with the nav, then we're going to build out the hero, and then we'll continue down throughout the page. The awesome thing about this is that although the sort of main page is going to take a little bit longer to build, once we get to the products, it's going to be really plug and play, because each of these products basically have a sort of set aesthetic, or it's like a set formula. So it's going to be really simple to build out the next ones after that. And you'll see how we'll be able to use these reusable components as we go through it. So let's go ahead and get started and build out this page right here. So I'm going to actually pull this into a separate page there just to make it a little bit easier to reference. So let's go ahead and build out this nav first. So with the nav, what I'm going to do to make my life a little bit easier, I'm going to create one more new folder, and I'm going to call it components. And then I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it nav.tsx. And I'm just going to store all of my components in this all of my components in this components folder, just to make my life a bit easier. I might even sort of segment them further as the app gets a little bit more complex, but for now we're going to start like this. So I'm going to use emit here and create an arrow function component called nav, and I'm just going to import it into my next page. Now I might end up hoisting this a little bit higher, but for now we're going to start by importing it here and go from there. Nav. All right, cool. And please import it. Awesome. Cool. So we have our nav. There it is. All right. So taking a look at the style of the nav, I do notice that this sort of larger image is our background image. So maybe what I want to do actually is start by giving the entire page this background image, and then we can go ahead and sort of see, what the actual, what the color is. Like we're going to use white text, right? So we want to actually sort of format it correctly the first time. So what we're going to go ahead and do right now is we're going to go ahead and look through our assets and see if we can find this. So I've already dropped all of the assets that you get if you do use the front-end mentor version of this site. As I mentioned, I do already have all of this stuff linked in a repository that I've worked on previously, and in this repository, which are both linked in the description below. So if you do want to just grab those assets, those are available there. So we can go to our assets folder right here, and we're going to take a look at what we have. So they've given us a whole bunch of folders here: cart, checkout, home, and then the individual products, and then something called shared. So if I go into shared, and as I mentioned, we're going to start with the desktop site. Today we're going to worry about the mobile site a little bit later. I do see something called logo, and I think that's probably what I'm going to want to use as this like audio file here. That seems to be a logo. But outside of that, I do also want the larger background. So the image hero, I think, yeah, this is what we want for that larger background image here. So what I'm going to do is I am going to actually bring this image into the project. So what I'm thinking I should do here is maybe use this div and use this as the, make it the background image of the div. So we'll see how that goes. So we're going to type in style, and then we are going to say background image, and I believe background image, you do need to do a source, background image, CSS. Yeah, oh, it's URL, see? It's always so important to like look up what you're doing, because even if you have been doing this for a long time, you could still really make simple, silly mistakes. Okay, it's giving me, I think this needs to actually just be in quotes. All right, so I'm gonna go URL, I believe it's /, might be able to just grab the relative path. I don't think I need to put public, I think it's /assets, and save that. And let's see. All right, awesome. So we've gotten it. So it's there. We can't see it, but it is there because we have this little black strip. So you can use, yeah, url.asset/home/desktop/image-hero.jpg. And what I did there, I just literally right-clicked that image and I copied the relative path, and that's how I got to where we're going. All right, cool. So the next thing that we're going to want to do here is probably set the size of this page here. So we're going to want to set the height to be 100 view height. So that's going to be the entire height of the view. All right, awesome. So we have the height. The image is a little bit too big though. So what we can do is set the background image size . We can set it to auto. We could set it to 300. You know, we can sort of define the number of pixels here. You can sort of choose what you want to do here. But what we're going to do is set the background size to, let's see what happens when we type 100%. Gonna test out some things, and honestly I think that looks pretty decent. It's off to the right, which I think is okay, because actually if we look at frontendmentor.io, is it off to the right or is it centered? It's actually off to the right. So I think I may have made some like modifications in this like version of it, but we can just do it as the design instructed us. So I think that's intended. So yeah, looks pretty good. So what we did, yeah, was height 100 view height, so that is the height of the container that we're working with, and then the background side is going to be 100%. So that worked pretty well for us. Next thing we're going to do now is actually work with the nav. So as I said, the nav is going to be sort of on every single page. It's going to be a bit of a shared element, so I am thinking about hoisting it a little bit higher, but let's go with it where it is for now, and maybe we'll reassess how we're doing things a little bit later down the road. All right, so in our nav component, right now it's just the nav. We don't have anything special going on. One thing I do want to take a look at now is, you see how everything in this design is sort of within this, it's like there are these invisible margins to the right and left of it. What you want to think about is like whether or not you want those margins to exist in every single component, or you want them to exist at the app level, or the larger app level. What I'm going to do right now, seeing as it seems to make a little bit of sense, is I'm going to add the container component around everything, and then worry about the sort of, I won't have to worry about adding the margin to the individual pages. All right, so what we're going to do now in our nav is we're going to actually use a different component as a container called container. And that's from Material UI. We're going to save that. And then if we go here, it has moved our nav. It's a little bit hard to see, so let me go ahead and change the colors here. And so if you haven't used Material UI before, just like how we use the style prop here, in our container here, we have the SX prop. The SX prop is pretty much exactly like the style prop. It does allow us to do a little bit more with inline styling, but it's a very similar similar prop that allows us to sort of iterate very quickly as developers. So we're going to use the SX prop, and we're going to change the font color, or sorry, not the font color, the color to white. We're going to just save that for now. Awesome. So now you should be able to see where we have our nav. Looking pretty good. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to use our images. So the first image we're going to use is our logo. So I believe I have to use image from Next.js to get that. And it's going to tell me what I need here. So it's telling me that, well, I'm missing the closing text. That's a pretty simple fix. But then I also need source and possibly some heights and things like that. So let's go with the source first. And the source is going to be, remember we found that hero image in shared? Let's see if we can, or sorry, that logo image in shared. Let's see if we can copy that relative path and drop it in there. All right, cool. And that looks pretty good. It also needs some alt text, so we're going to set that to be logo. We're going to save that. And then, oh, it's missing, I think it needs a width and a height. So I'm going to set the width to, I think I'm going to do like 20. And I'm going to set the height. Actually, I'm going to probably do the height as 20 and the width is like 80 or something like that. Height 20, width 80. Save that. I think it looks decent, but like let's fix it up a little bit. So let's do the width like 120. Height maybe 30. I want it big enough so it's sort of prominent on the page. Maybe 150. All right, that looks pretty decent. We're gonna go with that for the time being. All right, so the next thing we're gonna wanna do, you'll notice already that the nav actually has some it's missing padding essentially. So we should have some padding on the top and the bottom here. I'm actually gonna pull this out into a separate tab just so it's easier to refer to. And so yeah, we want some padding on the top and the bottom here. So let's go ahead and add in some padding to our container, our nav container here. All right, so, oh, and you know what? Actually, I'm gonna move this container. Let me leave it for now, and then we'll update it. All right, so let's do padding. We're gonna do top and bottom. Let's do 2rem. 2rem, and then left and right is gonna be 0. Cool. That looks pretty decent. And now it's time to drop out these other sort of menu items, right? So there's sort of like 3 sections when we're looking at our nav, right? We have this first section that is the logo. Then we have this middle piece, which is the different like pages that we're going to be linked to, the home, that's sort of a link back to home, headphones, speakers, and earphones. I don't know if I would actually have this home if I was designing it myself, but we're going to follow the spec for the time being. And then we're going to have this cart page where it's sort of like an add to cart. Or once you've added to cart, you see what you've added there. So let's go ahead and scope these out into 3 sections. Based on the way it's already laid out, what I'm thinking is that I'm going to probably have to use some sort of flex box. So we can do like sort of a space between or space evenly or space around and play with that and see what makes the most sense for our project. And if you're an expert at flex box, you probably already know which one makes the most sense. But let's go ahead and create a little unordered list here. And then for each list item, we're just going to link each of these. So headphones, speakers, and earphones. I believe there's a link component we can actually access. Is it link? And then you'll do href equals, and then the first one would be / actually it would just be / because we're going back home, and we're going to call that home. Let's see if that worked. Awesome. And then we're just going to change this one to, what is it? Headphones, speakers, and earphones. Headphones, speakers, and earphones. And save that. Awesome. One thing you will notice that's a little bit different here is, well, one, they're all jumbled together, but they're also all of, they're using Pascal case. And what we want is to use all caps. So we're going to actually use a text transform to transform it. So if I go into my UL here and I access the style prop, I can say text transform, and we're going to say uppercase. Save that. And hopefully, yes, it's targeted. So now we have it all as one really long string that doesn't really quite make sense. But let's go ahead and fix that. So you'll notice right now we have audio file on the top here, and then we have this, all of our links below here. What we're going to want to do is we're actually going to want to move this to the middle and then add our cart on the side here. So let me go ahead and add the, I'm going to actually remove some text decoration from this UL because you can't see it right now, but if you look, there's a little bit of a weird gap here. I believe that's due to an extra bullet point here. So we're going to go ahead and just set the text decoration to none. Didn't do anything, but we might have to retarget that in a little bit. And then at the bottom here, what I'm going to do is create a div, and it's just going to be where our cart is going to live. Actually, we don't even need to do a whole div. We can just use an image, and then we're going to have to wrap in a button a little bit later. But we're going to do an image. We're going to copy these for now. And then I want to replace this image with the icon cart. So I'm going to copy this relative path, and this is just going to be our cart icon. And I'm going to set the width to be 20, or width to be 30, height to be 30. So it's a nice square. Awesome, cool. So we have everything that we need there. If I inspect this, I can see what's actually creating that, that little gap on the side there. So there is, yeah, there's a list style type of disk. So if I were to reset this to none, list style type, would it get rid of it? No, it's still there. All right, we'll tackle that in a little bit. So what we want to do right now is we want to go ahead and actually move all of these into a sort of horizontal alignment. So let's go ahead and change this container to a proper flex box. So we're going to go display flex, save that. And now it's already gone ahead and put things in a line for us. Awesome. So then we're going to realign it now. So we're going to justify content, make that center. And actually, we're probably going to change, that, but let's align our items to the center first. Align items to the center and save that. All right, awesome. So now they're at least vertically aligned. Now, instead of justify content center, I probably want to do something a little bit different so they spread apart. Now, if you've never used this feature before, you can actually you can right click and inspect whatever you're working on, and then hover over the div that you want to sort of play around with the flex box. And you'll see it actually has a little flex icon right here that indicates that it's a flex box. And so what we can do with that is actually use it to sort of mess around with which part of the flex box we want to access. So if I go down here and I work with our Flexbox editor, I can actually take a look at all these different options that we have to play with. So right now, our content is justified to the center, so it's all clumped together in the center. But I could put it to flex start, the start of the Flexbox. I could put it at the end of the Flexbox. I could space it between, which actually seems pretty good, but let's look at the other two. I could space it around, which, as you notice, kind of pushes the things in together. Or I could space evenly, which sort of indicates spaces them evenly throughout the page. I think what we're going to want to do is space between, because that maximizes the width of the actual component itself. So we're going to use space evenly. But as you notice, space between. So we have to actually go ahead and fix this in our text, however, because if we refresh it, it'll go back to justify content center. So set it to space between, and we'll save that. And there we go. So we're pretty good now. Awesome. So if I refresh, we're still good. All right, the next thing I'm going to want to do now is create some spacing between each of these links so that you can actually sort of read them, not as one word. So what I could do here, I could do a couple of different things. What I think I'm going to do is just add some margin to the right of each of these. So within the style component, I'm going to actually highlight all of these. So I'm going to use Command D to I'm going to copy a similar piece because they're all using that quotation and then right arrow. I'm going to highlight one and then Command D to highlight all of the ones that follow. And then now I can sort of make a mass change. So I'm going to add the style attribute. And then I'm going to set the margin right to be 1 rem. And there are like a dozen different ways you can do this. You create a style component, whatever you want to do. But this is what we're going to do for now. So let's go ahead and, yeah, we set that to 1 rem. Looks pretty decent. I think it probably needs to be 2. So again, we're just going to back up, change that to 2, save that. That looks pretty good to me. We're not going to do pixel perfect just now. We're going to sort of iterate and upgrade. But for now, that looks pretty good. Last thing I want to do here is probably give it a little bit, give the font a bit more weight. So we're going to go font weight, and we're going to say, I don't know, let's say 700 maybe. And that looks pretty good. I would want to click on those. Awesome. So we're off to a good start. I'm not going to start with the cart just yet. That's a little bit more logic intensive. Let's go ahead and finish building out the main page here, the hero, I should say. So what we want to finally do here at the bottom of the nav here is add in a, or maybe between the nav and the hero image, we'll add in a horizontal rule. So if I go back to my index page, below the nav, I'll just put in an HR and save that. And it is taking up the entire page, so I don't necessarily want to do that. This is where I get back to my debate of like, should I actually just put a container in the nav, in the home, the page itself? And I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. I'm just going to put a container here, a movie container there, and then drop that below there, save that, and now everything is going to be within the container. And I think I prefer that a little bit better. It looks a little bit more clean. If I change this to be a div, save that, and change this to style, save that, looks pretty good. Awesome. So let's go forward with that. All right. So we're done with the nav for the time being. We'll come back and add in the cart as I mentioned. And then let's go ahead and build out the next piece here. So this like home page. And as I said, if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. I'm happy to answer as I go along through the project. All right, so let's work on the next piece here. Next piece now is the rest of the hero page, right? So we have new product, X99 Mark II, headphones, etc., etc., etc. All right, let's go ahead and build that out. So it's pretty simple. It's just a couple of headers and then a button because we already have our image there. So it shouldn't take us more than a few seconds. So what I'm going to do is create another component, new file. I'm going to call it hero.tsx. And I'm going to save that. Awesome. Then I'm just going to go ahead and import it in here. So we're seeing it. And save that. And cool. It's there, but we cannot see it. All right, so let's go ahead and I think what I actually might want to do is in our index, I might just set the color. I wonder if this will take across everything. Color to white. White, and save that. Awesome, cool. So we can actually, we'll probably end up just taking out the color white that we've put in here. Save that. Yeah, it's working pretty good. All right, cool. So yeah, in our hero, we want to have, let's add in a couple of, we'll leave that div as like our container, but let's add in a couple of typography elements. So typography, you might have seen me use it before, but it is a component that is provided by Material UI that allows you to specify the variant of text that you're working with, and then you can further go into their styles, and you can customize. You can customize the theme and sort of what options you're working with. You can then customize each individual aspect of the typography that you're working with. So for now, I'm just going to work with the H1 variant, and I'm going to say new product. I might change this in a second. And then we have new product. All right, so let's finish typing out the rest of this text, and then we can worry about who's in H1 and who's in H2 and who's in H3. All right, so new product, X99 Mark II headphones. So we'll say XX99 Mark II headphones. And then down here, experience natural, lifelike audio and exceptional build quality. I think I can actually just grab this from the old product just to save us a little bit of time. Hero.js. Yep, just grab that right there and drop that in here. All right, cool, and save that. Awesome. Cool. So we have everything. Everything's in H1. So right now what I want to do is probably change this first one to an H3. Leave the headphones as the H1 because it's a bit more descriptive of what we have on the page. And then have the P tag. And it's giving me an error here. Oh, you know what? I don't think I actually need to use, or it's not P, it's body. That's the correct variant name, body 1. Because there are 2 different types of body tags with typography. All right, cool. So let's save that. And that's looking a little bit closer. What I want to do is make some smaller adjustments here. So I'm going to adjust this so that it's text transform of uppercase. I'm going to make these a little bit more bold and just generally fix it up. And then we'll be almost done. All right, so let's go ahead and do that really quickly. Go ahead and add the font weight. So that's 800. That looks pretty close. And then we're going to change the font size to be maybe 1.5 rem. Save that. And then I'm going to change the letter spacing to be maybe 1.5. That might be too much. No, not even. Let's do 2. Set it to 0.5 RAM. Cool. And then I think I'm going to want to actually change the color of that. So using this color picker, Google extension there, I'm going to just grab the color of the text itself and change the color of new product so that it matches. Just change the color here to be that and save that. Awesome. What else do we need to do? I think this might actually be not 800, maybe 700. And then we want to basically create a wrap sort of around our product. So basically we don't want it to, we want to set it to the flex start cover over the image of the headphones itself. So what we can do for that is work with our div here. We can actually change this to a box so we can access SX. Box is basically just like a div for Material UI. And then we can display, set the display to flex. And flex direction to row. Or to column, sorry, not row. Save that. And then we want to decide how big this is going to be. So I think we're going to set the height of this to like 50 view height. And then we're going to set the content. We want to justify content to be space between. Save that. Awesome. So that's looking a little bit better. We also want to we want to fix the width. So the width, so that we don't overlap our image there, we want to maybe set it to 30 view width and save that. Awesome. That's looking pretty decent. Actually, I don't think I'm going to set it to flex between because looking at it now, it's actually pretty close together. So we're going to set it to center. Keep them in the center and just add some padding or some margin as necessary. Awesome. That's looking pretty decent. I want to add in the button and then work on the spacing a little bit more. So let's go ahead and drop in that button first of all. And after observing the design, it seems like this button is sort of like a universal thing. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a sort of universal button component, button.tsx. And then I'm going to style it once and then just reuse it and add and pass in different props. So for the button, we're going to make it a button from Material UI. Button. Let me just look up the delete button. Okay, yeah, they have different variants there. So let me take a look at the code. So we're going to import button from Material UI. And then, oh, I'm going to have to change this to MUI button to avoid the conflict. All right. Save that. And then, so we have the text button, the contain button, and the outline button. I think what I want to do for now is default to the contained, and then maybe there's a way we can swap to the outlined. So I'm going to start with the variant of contained and work from there. So we're going to set the variant to be contained, and then I think it's C product is the first one. And we're going to look at that, and I just need to import it into the hero so we can use it. All right, so let me import button from button, save that. Awesome, cool, so that's working pretty well. Next thing we want to do is grab that color. So I'm going to pick a color from the web page, grab that color, and yeah, that looks correct. We're going to grab that, and we're going to set the background color to be that color. So this is something that's probably going to change because as you've noticed, we have like different colors of buttons available to us. So I'm going to actually take in a couple of props here. I'm going to take in the color and take in the variant. And so in this SX here, I'm going to target the background color and set it to be whatever the color is. And it's giving me an error right now because I've not declared my props. So I'm going to create a props interface, and then I'm going to say the color can be of a string type, and then the variant can also be of a string type. I can get really specific with this, but for the sake of speed, we're just going to be a little less specific. But yeah, I could specify the variant needs to be this string, or that string, and the color needs to be of this color, that color, or that color. But for now, what we're going to do is just set the color to be whatever the color I pass in, and then set the variant to be whatever the variant that is passed in. So we're going to actually change this from contained to be variant. And we're going to save that. Variant. Oh yeah, so it's going to give me an error. So it needs to be of these three types. Text, outline, or contained. So we can just go ahead and set that to be one of those three types. Cool, and so variant should be of whatever variant. So let's go ahead and pass those props in. So variant will be, contained. And then the color will be that color that we got in there. Oops, what's that, orange? Grab that and we'll throw it in there. Awesome. So you can see already we do have our product or our button here, and it's working pretty well. We do need to fix this hover state because it probably shouldn't be blue when we hover, but that's a minor detail. What we do want to do is sort of set like a max width because, as I said, it seems like all the buttons are pretty much the same size and style. It's just the colors that change. So I'm going to go ahead and set a sort of max width and sort of fixed padding on this. So we're going to set the width to be, let's say, 20 rem. That's too much, 10 rem. And then we'll set some padding. Top and bottom 1 rem, maybe left and right, actually. Maybe 2 rem. That might even be too much. Save that. And then we'll set our border radius to be 0 because it kind of defaults as curved edge, but if you notice in our design, it's pretty hard line, it's pretty defined. All right, so let's go ahead and check out the next portion. So we want to basically just vertically center this, and then we should be good to go. So let me go to our hero.tsx. And we do have things, let's take a look. So we have things defined in column, flexbox, perfect. If I use this tool called, where is it? Oh, no, I don't have it on here. If I just inspect it, we can see sort of where everything's living. So this is our nav, and this is our hero right now. So our hero is centered within itself. But I think what we want to do probably is make it a little bit taller. So if I go, if I hover over the hero itself, there we go, we can see that we can change the height here. So maybe I want to change it to like 75 view height. That might be better. That looks a little bit more in line with the design. So let's go ahead and make that change. So I'm going to change the hero, the height, to 75 view height. And then I'm just going to add a little bit of padding or margin to these different elements. So I'm going to add some margin below new product. So let's add margin bottom 1 rem. I'm going to add some margin below the headphones, the H1 there. Oops. Rem. Let's do 2 rem. Good. And then I think actually this text color needs to change. Yeah. I'm going to grab that text color, change the color of that. Color. Good. Oh, and you know what? A silly mistake I made here. This actually needs to be totally capitalized as well. So I'm going to text transform the H1 to be uppercase. Save that. All right, so now it's actually a little bit too big. So let's, if I change the font weight, does that make a huge difference? No. All right, let's set the font size to be a bit more specific. Size, let's say 3.5 rem. Let's say 5 rem. That looks pretty accurate. And then I think this font at the bottom needs to be a bit larger. Font size. That's a little bit too big. 1.5 rem. Maybe even 1.25 rem. Not huge. Awesome. And then I'm just going to adjust the width of this whole piece right here because I think it's a little bit too wide. Cool. That looks pretty on brand. And then finally just add some padding to the bottom here, some margin to the bottom. I'm going to say margin, bottom, 1 rem. Actually, let's do 2 rem. Save that. Maybe even 3 rem. And that looks pretty decent. I think we're pretty good with that. I think maybe the button could be a little bit bigger. I think now it sort of looks a little bit more appropriate to have more padding. But yeah, I think we're pretty much done there. Font size, 1.5 rem. That's way too big. Let's try 1 rem. Or maybe we'll just change the font weight to be 800. Save that. That looks pretty good. All right, awesome. So yeah, we have our sort of home page right here. So I think I'm pretty content with this. We're going to work with this as our main home page. The next thing I want to do is go ahead and actually set up those individual product pages so that we can sort of build one and then really quickly iterate and create the next ones. All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here. So if you do have any questions, please drop them in the chat and I'll jump into them right before we start off again. I'm going to set a quick timer here so that we know when we're coming back. And yeah, I'll see you in a couple of seconds. All right, so hopping right back into it, and please let me know if you can't hear me or see me or anything. Let me go ahead and answer some of the questions in the chat. So as I mentioned before, yes, we are using the pages router instead of the app router, just how I decided to set this one up. And then any plans on using server-side rendering, SSR, server-side rendering content, not Next.js or any other frameworks, just plain React and Express or something. Not for this project, but I'd be happy to do a video on that in the future. If that's something folks are interested in, please leave a comment below, let me know, and I would be more than happy to do a video on that because that is sort of the foundation of things. So definitely useful skills to know. All right, cool. So now that we've built out this page, the next thing that I want us to go ahead and do is actually build out the individual sort of product pages. So like these individual product pages, so that we can go ahead and really start focusing on our cart and adding to cart and like focusing on what is really the heart of it being an e-commerce app, right? So let's go ahead and we'll get started by, first of all, creating a new next page. So the way that Next.js works, if you're not familiar, they have this folder called pages. And then within that pages, in each individual page's name is what the page will be named. So in the individual file name. So let me go ahead and create a new file so you can see what I'm talking about. So in the next individual file, let's say we call it product.tsx. Let me save that. Then I create a component here, save it as product. That's going to be our next page, right? And so then if I go to localhost 3000/product, go there, it's now a valid URL, and we're getting just product. So that's sort of the way to build a new page in Next.js. Now, if you look at the documentation, Next.js actually has a really cool thing called dynamic, I believe it's called dynamic routing. Right, dynamic routes. So this is when you don't know the exact segments of the names, things like that. You're not exactly sure what the slug is going to be. You can sort of create a dynamic route that will be served when, you click on it, when you click on the link on your page. So I want to try and see if I can find the actual page here. But long story short, if you go into the pages router here, it'll basically teach you how to do exactly what we're going to learn how to do here. But if you do want to if what I'm saying isn't clear and you want to follow along, definitely check out nextjs.org/docs/pages for the dynamic routing. So what we're going to do just to start out with, we're just going to build off of our product page here. And what we want to do now, so this is what I was saying, I think we should probably hoist the nav to be at a higher level, because I think I'm going to want to use the same nav in the other pages, right? So like you can see the same nav on the first page is the same nav on this page. And I don't want to build the nav twice. I just want to have one nav. So what I'm going to do here is actually start by hoisting the nav. So the nav is here within this container. I think where I want it to go is probably in either document or app, right? So I'm going to try moving it into app and see what happens. Let's cross it out here. So see it's gone. I'm going to app, and we'll wrap it around our component. Or also not wrap it around, we'll put it above our component here instead of that. All right, cool. So that looks pretty decent already. It does kind of screw up our design, however. So what I want to do is, how do I want to handle this? Well, I do want to set that background color first of all. So let's grab this color here. So it's just straight up black. So I'm going to change the background color of the nav to be black, because it seems like that's the color it's going to be all around. So background color, and we're going to set it to black and save that. And we're going to spell background correctly. And there we go. All right. So already you can see it's kind of shifted a little bit because we don't have that container at that higher level. So one thing that would be really, really easy for me to do is actually just hoist the container as well. So I just wrap everything in a container from Material UI. And there we go. So this is kind of like backfired on us in a way though, because we want this to be the full background. So while it was a good idea, I don't think it's going to be what we're going to do. So I'm going to remove that container wrapping, and I'm actually just going to go back to what we had before, which was when we had wrapped the nav in a container. So I'm just going to go ahead and wrap that in a container from Material UI and keep that there. Not ideal either. All right. Or alternatively, right? We could just go ahead and do it a different way. We could remove this here. And again, the whole purpose of this is sort of figure out what is the the way to do it with the least amount of friction. So right now, what seems to be the easiest way to do it is to literally just drop it in at the top of our product page. If I drop in nav again, and again, not super ideal because we do have to keep remembering where we imported it, but definitely least amount of friction. Save that. If we go to /product, we do have our nav there already. So that's pretty good. The only thing I want to make sure I do now is change the color. So I guess I want to actually set the color of the nav in here. So I'll set the font color, or the color, to be white. Save that. And then I will still set the background color to be black. And so on the home page, maybe it's not exactly black we want. Maybe we want this 1919 black. 191919. So it matches a little bit better. Cool. So we'll go back to this page. It should be that black. And then, yeah, on our product page, we'll just wrap this in a container. And we'll import that from Material UI. All right, cool. Refresh that. So we are still running into the same issue here where we do have our nav and our container is sort of not taking up the whole page. So I think probably the most sensible way, this is somewhat of a intentional problem that we want to run into. So what we want to do here is within your nav, probably just wrap this in a container, right? So I'm wrapping the inner portion of the nav in a container. And then just moving some of these down. So we'll move the display flex into our SX prop here and paste that. We'll save that. And there we go. That looks pretty good. Let's go back home, see how it looks. That looks pretty good too. So I think that might be our solution for the time being. All right. Does that mean we could hoist it? Probably could still hoist it, but let's leave it for the time being. All right. Next thing we're going to want to do is create this page, right? So we have our nav good to go, all set up. Great. We want this part now, right? We have our image, we have the new product, this, that, et cetera, et cetera. And we're going to create this once, and then we're going to just reuse it multiple times. So I want to create a product component, product.tsx. And then we're going to create an arrow function component. So now within this product component, we want go back button, we want the image, header, et cetera, et cetera. So let's start. Well, let's start by, how should we do this? Let's start by creating the box. So the larger, the larger box there. So we'll grab this from Material UI. And then this box is going to be a flex box. And then the flex direction is going to be normal because we're going to have an image on one side and the text on the other. And then we'll go ahead and import the first image. So this is going to be our test, and then we're gonna create our test version, and then we're going to go ahead and use it with our real data. So we're going to get our image from Next image. We're going to grab the source. And I'm going to use this, I'm going to use one of the assets here. Let's go with the first headphones. So that's sort of the model headphones. And then this is I think this is the one we're going to want to go with. We're going to copy this path, and then we're going to paste it in here and use that. So that's going to be our image. And then it's going to ask for a width and a height. So we're going to say width is, let's say, 500, and height is also 500. And alt is gonna be headphones. We're gonna save that. And let's see. All right, we're not seeing it though. Why are we not seeing it? Let me make sure we've imported it. We have not imported it, that's probably why. All right, let's go ahead and import product into our product. Cool, we're gonna save that. And refresh that. Refresh it one more time. Leading slash, oh, it is missing. Oh, you know what, I'm missing, I think it's URL or source equals. Just missing the piece that actually identifies what it is. Oh no, that should be good. Source equals asset slash. Source equals dot slash assets. That should work. Oh, you know, maybe it's because it's in the brackets. Cool. That's interesting. Let's change to this, see if it makes a difference. All right, so that is working. So I think it's just a matter of the path. The path is leaving something to be desired. Copy relative path. That's so weird. Am I using next image in the other one as well? Image from next image, image from next image. That's so weird. Might just be the way it's saved. Let me try image product. Let me try it with public as well. Failed to parse. Take out the dot. There we go. All right, so it did not like the dot. Although here it was fine with the dot, in this page it did not like the dot. So we'll remove the dot and move on. All right, so we have our image. Now we need our information, and we also need probably to drop a container around this. So let me change this container to start with. Container. Save that. All right, cool. Then we need our little setup here. This is really, really similar to what we have in our hero here. So I'm actually gonna just borrow all of this and drop. I'm actually gonna borrow the whole box. And drop it in our product and just modify it so it's a little bit more, we can reuse it. Button. Cool. All right, awesome. So yeah, super similar setup, just a few other details missing. So let's fix the styling first of all. So I want to create a flex box, but then I want to justify content to be center, and I want to align the items to also be center. Let's save that. All right, great, a lot closer. Then looking at the page, it seems like this takes up 50% of the side. So I think I'm going to add some margin on the left side of the text box here. So I'm going to add margin left. I'm gonna say like 4 rem. Maybe even more, maybe like 8 rem. That looks pretty decent. All right, so we have our product. I'm gonna change the color of this font. It's probably the same orange. Or maybe even a lighter orange. I'm gonna change this color, be that orange, or peach, save that. That might be too light. I think I'm gonna actually just change it to the orange of the button so that we're able to see it. So let me grab this color and then drop that here and save that. Cool, awesome, I like that. And everything else looks pretty decent. We're gonna ignore the text for the time being. What I wanna do is work on two other points right now. So I wanna add in the price, and then I want to add in the counter and the add to cart, because that's gonna be super, super important to actually getting the app like fully functioning and built. So instead of C product, oh, and you know what, I should actually change this so it's like a workable button. I'm gonna change this to add to cart. Button. And then I'll change this. Just updating the types here so that we don't get that type error. Does not accept text. Let's go ahead and button. I'm going to take a look at the actual Material UI button component here so we can grab the correct type. Should be a React node. That's where I went wrong. All right, so we're going to change this to React node, and that should get rid of our type error there. Awesome. And there, we have our add to cart button. Great. All right, so let's add our counter now. So if you've watched some of my videos before, you would have seen us making this really simple counter before. We're going to go ahead and do the same thing again. So I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this, what is this piece? This is like product counter .tsx, and we're gonna create this component, and we're gonna import it. I'm gonna close off some of these that we're not using right now. I'm gonna go ahead and import this into our product. So every product component should have this. So we're gonna call this product counter, and yeah, that should be that. All right, awesome. I'm gonna wrap this in a box so they stay on the same line. Perfect. All right, awesome. So we have our product counter and our add to cart button. I'm gonna change it to display flex so they stay on the same line. There we go. Cool. Awesome. All right, and so when I go into my product counter now, what I want to do is create this like little plus minus counting experience. So what I need to do in order to achieve that is, first I'll go ahead and change this div to a box. And then I'm going to create two buttons. I'm going to create a button. This is just a regular Material UI button. And I'm going to make it a minus on one side. And then I'm going to make the button on the other side a plus. And then in the middle here, we want to have our count. And now count is going to be something that's going to change depending on how many products like the user can add to the cart, et cetera, and then we're going to have it end up living in state eventually. So what I'm going to do right now, just to sort of initialize it, is use state to create an initial count. So I'm going to say count and set count equals use state. I'm going to initialize this to be 0, and so the count is going to start at 0. But then when the button clicks, I want to say on click, I want to set count to be count -1, because when I hit the minus button, I want to take whatever the count is and subtract 1 from it. And then the reverse is going to happen. When I hit the plus button, I want to set the count is +1. So that's really a really simple way of making a counter. What we want to do now is just test it out. So when you hit plus, it's going to add 1. And when we hit minus, it's going to subtract 1. Awesome. So that's working pretty well. I'm just going to add a little bit more styling here. Just make the button, the background the right color. That way we can actually see it on the white background. So I'm going to add in that. Background color. Going to add in this color. And then I'm just going to add in some padding. Cool. And that's like somewhat decent. Oops. Save that. All right, cool. That's pretty decent. Then we'll add a right margin. And save that. All right, awesome. Cool. So we have our counter. And we have our add to cart. Now there are little things we could fix with this, obviously, like when we subtract, we don't want it to go to -3. When we hover, we don't want it to be blue. But as I said, we're just trying to get this like initial version done so that we can go on and work with our cart. Any questions about this, please drop it in the chat. Happy to answer questions as we go along the way. All right. So the next thing that we're going to want to do here is we are going to want to go ahead and build out this cart. So the cart, let me see if I have a picture of it here. That's a decent picture. You know what, maybe if I go into the desktop design. No, not really great pictures of it. I can show you on here. So basically what the card is going to look like is this like pop-up modal that basically takes whatever the product is, the amount that it costs, and then it's going to allow us to add or subtract the amounts that we have in the cart. So I add one, I hit add to cart, and then it should show up in the cart over there. So we need to create this component, and then we also need to like basically set up our state and how we're passing the state to the cart and from the cart. So the way we're going to do this is we're first going to start by creating this like cart modal. So let's go ahead and set that up. So let's go over here, and we're going to create a new component. We're going to call it cart.tsx. So create the cart, save that. And then we want this to be displayed when we click on the cart icon in the nav. So this right now is just an image. I'm actually going to wrap it in a button, a movie button, and then just save that. Cool. So right now it's a button. Right now it's clickable. That's just for accessibility and because we're going to actually use it to click. So on click, so cart is going to live within our nav. So let me show you what I mean by this. So we're going to import the component cart, probably outside of the container from cart. Right now it's just living over there randomly. But what we want to do is on click, so we're going to add a piece of state here. We're going to say const show cart, and then set show cart use state. We're going to start off as false. And then when we click show cart, so when we set show cart to be true, we're gonna show the cart. So if show cart is true, we show cart. If not, it's false. So when we click on this, and then when we should add an on click here as well, so that we actually trigger it. So on click, we want to set show cart to be the opposite of whatever show cart is true at the moment. So if it's true at the moment, we want it to be false. If it's false, we want it to be true. And that should be it. Close, remove that. There we go. All right, cool. So if I click on cart, it should open and close, but we're not seeing it. So let me try this. Show cart, and we'll do a ternary. Try that instead. All right, so that works better. All right, so cool. If cart is there, now it's showing. If it's not, we're seeing nothing. Let's go to the next one. All right, so in the cart now, we want to basically create that whole experience, right? So first of all, we don't want the cart to like live directly on top of anything. So we want it to actually probably have a display of, or a position of absolute. So let me go ahead. And so that when we make it appear, it doesn't mess up with the rest of the flow of our nav, right? So you see it's popping up on the left side there, but it's not interrupting the navigation. So we'll go with that. And then we want to have it display, we want to say left, we want it to display all the way to the right. So maybe say left 200 and see what that does. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Maybe we could even say right 200. That's actually probably going to be easier. So let's say right like 500. So it's just moving it like 500 pixels away from the right side. And that's pretty much where we want it to show up. So I'm going to leave it with that. And then we're going to want to like build out the rest of it. So we're going to say height. We're going to say maybe min height, because we don't want to be fixed in our height, because it's going to expand based on how many different products we have. So I'm going to say min height maybe 20 view height, and then min width. I think the width is actually going to be fixed, so we'll say width, let's say 30 view width. That might be too big. And then we're going to set a background color. We're going to set it to white. I'm going to save that. All right, cool. So when I click on it now, we have this like white box. Pretty decent. I think I'm going to adjust the right a little bit, because it seems like it's way too far over now. Actually, maybe we don't. Maybe just say right 0. Or maybe right like 50, just to move it off a little bit. And then maybe not make it so wide. I'll stick it to maybe 20. Awesome. Actually, move it over a little bit more. Okay, cool, awesome. So it's like right below the cart now. And then, let's see what else. There's this like grayed out background that we want to do as well. So what I'm going to do actually is wrap this in another box. And this box is going to be that grayed out box. So I'm going to grab the color of the gray. Oops. All right. That's going to be our gray. And we're going to set the height is going to be, or we're going to set the position to be absolute. Height is going to be 100 view height. Width is going to be 100 view width. Save that. And then we're going to set the background color to be this color. And we're going to fix that and save that. All right, awesome. So we're getting there. Now we need probably to use an HSL like hue saturation lightness to make sure that we're not actually like covering up everything we're doing. I'm not sure why it's going over, but we'll go with this. So yeah, we're gonna change it to be an actual HS or RGBA color. So we're gonna go, was it 255, 255, 255, and then we're gonna set the opacity to be like 0.1. Maybe 5. Maybe, or you know what? I'm doing it wrong. I should do it 0, 0, 0. That's black. And there we go. So now when we have our cart, we see this. When we don't see that. That's pretty decent. That's good for now. Next thing we want to do is get that actual cart information populating. So we want it to say, let's check, cart, item, totals, checkout, etc., etc. So we'll start with the cart itself, just saying that it says cart. So I think the issue here is that the color isn't on correct. So we need to set the color to black so that we see that it says cart. Cool. Then we can add some padding. Say 1 rem all around. Maybe 2 rem all around. 1.5. And then I think everything's going to be capitalized as well. Yeah, so we'll do a text transform. Uppercase. We'll save that. Awesome. Cool. So we have the beginnings of a cart. We also have a remove all button on the other side. So there is, probably can add like another box here. I'll put cart in there. Then we'll say or actually we can wrap it in typography. So then this box will have cart, and we'll have remove all. Save that. Yep, and then we'll set it to display flex. And we will justify content so that it is spaced between. So they're at the opposite ends of what we're working with. All right, awesome. Cart and remove all. What else do we need? We need a checkout button at the bottom and then a total. So we're actually, let me copy this for our total. It's going to be total. And I'll put some $signs here for now. We're going to fill that in with our actual text from state. And then we also, in the middle here, we're going to have our products but we don't have those yet. So that's a filler. And then in the bottom now we have our checkout button. So we're going to go back down here. We're going to say button. We're going to import our button. And we're going to say checkout. And save that. And children is there. Where is it? Open it back up. Where is it? Oh, it needs a color. So the color is going to be that same orangey color. I'm going to grab that from over here, from our other button, drop that in there, and the variant is going to be contained. I'm going to save that. Cool. All right, so we have our initial styling. I want to do one little modification here, and I want to import SX as well, which is going to be the style props. And it's gonna make it optional, so we don't have to go ahead and change it in every place. But we're gonna actually add in some SX props here. I want to say width. I want to say maybe 15 view width and save that. And then I want to also align everything or justify the content to be center. In this box. Flex, direction, column, and then margins. Center. Oh, that's going to override everything. We don't want that. Let me make this 100%, see what happens. Yeah, that's what we want. All right, cool. That's pretty decent. Awesome. I think I could add maybe a little bit of margin to the top of this. Top. But other than that, I think we're pretty good. So like we have a half decent cart that we're looking at right now. I think maybe I could push it down a little bit from the top. But for the most part, it seems like it's pretty good. Top. Zero. We'll move it up to the top. Top. Let's see. Actually, no, I'm not going to make this time. So I'm just going to make that. Cool. And then top 0. All right, awesome. I'm cool with that. Maybe even a little bit more. Top 5. Cool. So we have our cart showing up right now. Now it's time to hook it up with state. So let's take another, do a little quick break. Let's do maybe like 3 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and get started. All right, so let's go ahead and get this all hooked up. All right, so first things first, let's go ahead and get our add to cart working. So how we want to, let's think about this sort of in a larger sort of context, right? So if I was a customer, I come to the website, I go to this, I say, wow, these are great headphones. Let me go ahead and purchase them. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and add them to cart and hit add to cart there. And then when I hit add to cart, I want them to show up in my cart here as a product with the correct number. So in order to do that, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to go ahead and to grab the actual number of the cart and the product itself and the details of that product. So basically working our way backwards, the first thing we're going to need to do is get the real data from that API that we set up earlier. So let's go ahead and do that. First things first, let's head over here. All right, so as I mentioned before, Next.js allows us to basically use dynamic pages, dynamic routing in order to actually create sort of an infinite number of pages based on the data that we have available to us. So how we're going to do this is we are going to basically create a page. We're going to create a dynamic page, and then we're going to use Next router in order to grab that. So remember we created this product.tsx earlier? What I'm actually going to do is rename it, and I'm going to rename it bracket id.tsx. So we're going to create a page based on the ID. So like when we pass in 1 or 2 or 3, it should be able to give us the correct page based on what we're looking for. All right. So the way we're going to actually do this, I'm gonna grab this example here just so I can show you guys how you can build this out pretty quickly. We wanted to create a dynamic experience here so that we could just use this individual ID page and basically just use it for any different product that we would get with any different ID, right? So depending on what the ID was, that was passed via the link. So like when we were on the hero page here, and then this product has ID 3. So if we linked to the product via its ID, we would then pull up this page with that ID. Cool. So once we grab that ID from the query, from the router, we store it in a variable called ID. Then we wanted to grab the data and use that data in order to get like all the information we needed from the API we set up, right? So in a use effect, we fetched our API/data, we JSON the response, and then we set data to be the results of that response. We set the loading to false because we had a sort of loading state in case it took a while. This is more applicable if you're doing like a real API or like an API on a server. And then once we take the results of that response, and then we're going to map through it. And if that response is an array, so we're going to map over the array. And if any of those individual items in that array have an ID that once put to string matches the ID from the router query, which is of type string, then we want to set product, whatever that our sort of product item, our product variable, to be that particular item. And we're going to rerun this whenever the ID changes. So if we load the page with the wrong ID, or the ID hasn't loaded yet, we haven't gotten it from the query, from the router query yet, that's fine. We want to rerun it when the ID changes. All right, so we've gotten all that data. Fantastic. Now what we want to do is take product and pass it to the product page. So we haven't established this yet. So let's go to our product component and bring this together. So we're going to create a new interface, and we're going to take in the type of product. And I'm just using any types, not because it's semantically correct at all. It's not semantically correct. I'm using it for the sake of us sort of debugging, and then we can go back and add in the correct types. So just, don't do this. Use correct types from the beginning, but in order for me to show you how to use the other functionality, we're using any types just for speed, but I will go ahead and update that shortly. All right, so now that we've gotten all this way, let's go ahead and console.log product. and make sure that we've passed it correctly through from our randomized sort of ID page to our product. So yeah, let's go ahead and check that out here. So if I refresh the page, we should, yeah, we get all of this information here, which is fantastic. Like, this is all that we need to basically populate this page. So now what we're going to do is we are actually going to replace all of these assets with the information that we're getting from this API response. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the product information. So I'm going to say product.description, and I'm going to change this piece of text here. So let's go down here where it says experience natural. I'm just going to go product.description. And the really sucky thing about not putting in the types is that I'm not getting my like pre-typed information, which is not ideal. But as you can see, it is working. We are now getting that information from what we have pulled up in our API, which is fantastic. All right, the next thing that we hadn't added in here, but we should add, is our type. So let's add in a type. Let's add in some typography here. We'll set the variant to be H5, and then we'll add in product.price. That's there. Awesome. We'll add in, we need the name. We'll do product.name. Name. Save that. And then what else do we need here? We should grab the image here. So images should be, let's grab the desktop. So image.desktop should be the source. Now this might give us a little bit of trouble because we did have issues with the image on this page before, but let's try. So product.image.desktop. I'll save that. And yeah, we're getting that error. So what I want to do with that string, let's remove first, remove from string.js. And we're gonna remove character from a string. What we're gonna do is it's either slice or splice or replace. Let's do string.replace. So let's go back here. There shouldn't be any other periods in it, so we'll go dot replace. And we're just going to replace it with nothing. So now, when we do it, we're getting the correct image, which is awesome. This is actually Mark 1 headphones, but it doesn't matter. As long as we are getting the correct pieces that relate. So I think this should actually be ID 4, so we can get the Mark 2s. So let me change this to page 4. Set Mark 2 desktop. Make sure our data's all right. Images.desktop. No, that's right. Let's go back to homepage, see product. All right, there we go. Cool, working well. Awesome. So after much to do, we now are getting our correct products when we go to the page. Fantastic. That has been the goal this entire time. So let's continue on. We're almost there. We're almost finished with sort of how to create your own e-commerce website. So we've gotten our data in our product page here. The next thing that we want to do is to initialize our Redux store or our Zustand store. It really depends on how you want to handle it and sort of how much data that needs to be passed around. If you take a look at Zustand, it's like a sort of pared down way of using state, using global state that involves a lot less boilerplate, which, you know, could be really great. And if we're basically able to use that instead of Redux, it would allow us to do this much more quickly. So let's take a look and see if we should use this instead of Redux. We're gonna try it. We're gonna start, and if it doesn't work, we can just swap to Redux. So let's go ahead and install Zustand. I'm going to create a new folder and call it store. And then I'm going to create a store. Store.tsx, maybe .ts. All right. And then we'd want to grab our store, our state in our actual. Now we'd want to grab the state within the product. Let me just think about this for a second. We'd want to grab the state. So the state's a little bit complex because we want to basically have a cart, right? We want a cart where we have the name of the product or the product name or ID. Well, actually, we need the name. So we need the product name. We need the number of products in cart. And we need the price. Those are the three sort of key things that we need there. So if we create a cart that is an empty array, we can then add to cart and add all this information. That's probably the best way to do it. So we're going to say add to cart. We're going to set the cart, to be state dot cart equals. Let's see, how do we pass it in? So if we don't want to just do it as if it's the, we're not doing an increment or a decrement, right? We want to like literally replace it with the new value. So let's see how they updating state. So the way they do it, okay, so they just pass in the param. So add to cart, we'll say new cart. So state.cart.push, so we'll just add it to the end of the array, item. And item, or we'll call it product to be a bit more consistent. And then we'll set product to be of any type. We should really make a product type. I'll remove this here because it's not asking for that there. And we'll save that. Awesome. Cool. Save that. Good to go. All right. So then when we add to cart, we should just be able to push it there. So that needs to occur when we hit this add to cart button. So on click, we want to add it to cart using the store. So if we grab, what is it? Add to cart. Which is state.add to cart. And we need to import the state, or import, sorry, use store. Store from, oh, we need to export it. That's the issue. Export, use store. Then we import, use store. And then we'll say add to cart. And then on click here, we want to add to cart the product. Awesome. And then in our cart now, we want to catch that, grab that value. So we'll say const cart equals use store. We'll say state.cart. I just want a console.log cart and see if that works. So if we go back here, we go to our console, refresh. Ooh, we're getting get static paths. Where is that happening? Let me go to 300. What type is invalid? Oh, maybe I imported something incorrectly. Let's go back to product. Let's get rid of this. All right, cool. So it looks like I was just invalidly calling it. So let's see. Get use store. All right, so far so good. Let's see here. Good. Refresh. Get static paths is not a function. See product, add to cart. All right, so that all seems to be working correctly. So I inspect here. It does look like, well, where's this console.log coming from? That's coming from products. That's not correct. That's not what I'm looking for. I want to get the console.log from here. And it should be state.cart, right? Because the cart, which is an empty array. That should be right. Remove these two. State.cart.push product. Let's add to 1. That's the answer there. Interesting. And what are we passing? Passing product. Interesting. State.cart. And let's see, if we go back here to store, state.cart.push product. Or maybe we should just say cart equals product. Let's make it really simple. I'll try this again. All right, so let's go back from the beginning. set it directly. Let's save that. Let's try it again. No. All right. It's looking like this is going to take me a little bit longer. What we're going to do, we're going to pause the stream for now, and we're going to pick back up later on. Thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate it. If you do have any questions, please leave some comments down below, and I will catch you guys a little bit later.
All right. Hi, how's it going? My name is Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former professor, and this is the second part in a series on how to build a full-stack e-commerce website. Yesterday, we started out by building out the API and the initial design of the homepage, and today we're going to continue on from there, including refining our dynamic pages and introducing global state, and then touching up some more styles. So if you want to follow along from the beginning, there's a link for that in the description below, labeled Part 1. And if you enjoy the content on this channel, please consider subscribing. It really does help out the channel. And yeah, let's get started. So the first thing that I want to do here, let me go ahead and actually share my screen with you guys. Cool. And if you do have any issues hearing or seeing, just drop a comment in the chat below. I think you do have to be subscribed in order to comment. But yeah, I will hop in there periodically and show you what's going on. So just to give you an idea of what we got started with yesterday. So we did do this initial sort of homepage situation. What we're looking to build actually is this larger, this is a sort of a demo example that I built a while back. This is what we're looking to accomplish. So a real full stack business website for a company called Audiophile. So where you go and you can click on each individual product, and then you can see the product itself. And then you can do things like add to cart, increase the number of items in the cart, and then eventually checkout. So today, what we're going to be really focused on is working on that product page and then actually adding the items to cart. So let's go ahead and dive into that. All right, so first things first, we're going to want to go ahead and currently the way we have it set up is that when you go to, for instance, if I click see product here, it'll take me to a specific number. We've set that up by ID. I want to really quickly try and see if we can change that so it actually is set up by the name of the product, because they do actually all have their own name, like their own information. We set up an API for it just yesterday. And if you take a look at the data here, you can see that they have their own IDs, their own slugs, their names. So I would like to use this slug as the actual slug for the URL, because I think that would look a little bit cleaner. So let's go ahead and see if we can get that going. All right, so heading back to our desktop here, I'm going to click see product, and it's going to take me to the product page. All right, awesome. So first things first, let's go ahead and see where we have this currently set up. So this, the link that just brought us here was from the hero page. And as you can see here, I've hard-coded an href to ID4, which is the ID for that product. What I want to do here is go back to our page. So if you take a look at our file and folder structure here, we have the different pages in our app. We have the index, which is that home page that you're seeing when you first jump onto the site. But then we have this other one here that's called ID. And so what ID, and it's in brackets. So ID is a dynamic page that will basically present this sort of product information. It'll dynamically present it based on which ID is passed to it. So currently it's set up to do that based on ID, but I would love to be able to do that based on a different parameter. So what I'm going to actually do here is I'm going to start by console logging what the router gives us back and see what data we can work with. We might not be able to work with any, and might just have to skip ahead to the next section, but if things work out, we could probably use the slug, which would be awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and inspect this page. I'm going to go back to the home page, and then I'm going to hit see product, so it'll give me my console log. All right, awesome. So it's giving me back a whole bunch of information here. It's telling me about the components, about the pages. We don't really need that. If we check on the query, we get ID, and ID equals 4. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So we're getting back the ID from the actual, from the sort of the query param right there. Awesome. So that's good to know. We can see right now that ID is just being grabbed as, let's see. Yeah, it's just linked through the href. So you know what? I think in order to keep things simple, it might be easier to just leave it the way it is. Let me take a quick look. Yeah, let's leave it the way it is for now. And if anything, this is a bit of an improvement, not necessarily a requirement, so you can come back and fix it up later. All right, so let's jump into the first thing we're going to do. So we had sort of gotten to this point where the pages are loading, and everything's going well, but currently our cart is absolutely nothing in it. This is just a placeholder that says products, right? So what we want to do is actually have this be full of those products like we have on our example website. But to get to that point, we do need to be able to sort of populate this, have this button actually do something, and have all of that working. So let's go ahead and start working on that. So what I'm playing with two different options here. We could go with Zustand, which is a great option to sort of create simple stores, but I'm thinking what we're going to end up doing here might end up being quite complex, or at least reasonably complex. So I'm considering using Redux Toolkit. So let's take a look at that. So for those who aren't familiar, Redux is a state management system, a global state management system that works really well with React. It's engineered to work with React, and it does involve a little bit of boilerplate. So let's walk through how to install and set up a just a boilerplate, regular old Redux Toolkit app, including from installation to state management, sort of being set up and fully functioning, and then we can sort of hook it up and use it for our purposes. So let's go ahead and sort of install it first. So there should be some really clear documentation on how to just get started with Redux. All right, so I think we might need to install React Redux and then Types Redux as well. So I think, yeah, I think that's the way we're gonna have to go. But if we do run into any issues, we can always come back here and see what's going on. So let's go ahead and install these two packages. So we'll do npm install React Redux and also types React Redux. Awesome. So we'll go ahead and install those two packages and see what that gives us. So the thing about, while that's installing, the thing about Redux, as I said, is it does involve a fair bit of boilerplate, which is not super ideal. Like, you do have to create this like sort of store and then configure it and then, work with the hooks and all of this, whole situation, which again is not ideal, but it does allow you to do a little bit more complex, have a little bit more complex behavior in your app versus Zustand, which I also have not worked very extensively with, so definitely could be room for me to work a little bit more. Let me know if you want me to do a project on just Zustand, and I can definitely do that in the future. But from what I've heard, it's a little less robust in terms of a complex app. All right, so Redux has been installed. You can see that it's gone ahead and been installed here. So the next thing we want to do now is actually create that store. So what I'm going to do is at the top level here, I'm going to create a new folder and call it store. And then I'm going to create a new file within that and call that store.ts and save that. And then I'm just going to copy this sort of boilerplate setup here just so we can grab it there. Oh, and you know what? We do actually need one more package, Redux Toolkit. Forgot about that. Let's go ahead and install that. All right, so yeah, as I mentioned, Redux does involve a lot of boilerplate. There's a lot of things that need to be installed and whatnot, so it does take a little bit longer. But once you do get it sort of sorted, then it's a great thing to work on. Because you can work with things like slices and make things a lot more simple. So these are referencing reducers that we don't have. We'll get into sort of what a reducer is and how it works, etc. in a little bit, but we will go ahead and just sort of set up the basic things that we need here. All right, so we're going to build reducers in a second, but what I'm going to do right now is actually create a type file using the hooks. Because we're using TypeScript in our project, the hooks actually need to be typed, and rather than typing them every single time we're using them, we're going to just create typed hooks and use those throughout our app instead. So within the store folder as well, I'm going to create a new file called hooks.ts and paste that and save that there. Cool, and we'll just leave that alone. So we'll end up, instead of using dispatch and using selector, if you're familiar with Redux, as you normally would, we're going to end up using use app dispatch and use app selector instead, just because it's already typed. All right, so going down here, let's go ahead and create our first slice. So slices are sort of like these pieces of state that combine together to become these reducers that we use to manage our state. So I'm going to copy what they have here for their counter slice right here, but we're actually going to use this for our cart. So because that is the state we're looking to manage. So I'm going to create a new file here, and the convention is to name it the name of what you're trying to sort of target with slice, with state, and then slice after that. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it cart slice.ts and save that. Then I'm just going to paste all of this information here. Cool. So we've got that there. We are importing root state. Let me try importing the type of root state. Or you know what? I'll import that shortly after. We can deal with those errors in a second. Let's go ahead and work from top to bottom and just customize this to our needs. So interface is going to be for cart slice or cart state. And what we want to have in our cart is it's going to be an object, or no, our cart is actually going to be an array of objects with for sure IDs that are going to be numbers. So we're going to start with that. That is going to be our initial state. There's going to be more information as well. We're going to have prices and things like that, but we're just starting really basically right now. Then I'm just going to pass this cart state to our initial state. So we're defining the initial state using the type. And then as the initial cart value, I'm just going to pass an empty array and save that. And it's giving me, oh, you know what? It needs an ID. So I'm going to give it a boilerplate ID of just 0. Cool. And again, TypeScript, it does involve a little bit more setup, as I mentioned, but it does give you that excellent type checking to make sure that, what you have going on is correct. All right, moving down. So we have our counter slice here. I'm going to change that to cart slice. And it's just calling this function create slice, which will create that slice that we're going to then import into that larger store.ts file. I'm going to rename it to cart because that's what we're going to be working with. It's going to pass in the initial state, which is what we just defined up here. And then we have our reducers. So the reducers are these sort of like actions that are going to take place based on when we actually call the slice or call the reducer. And we can like increment, decrement, etc. and basically utilize these actions to work with our state, to interact with our state, I should say. All right, so the first thing that we want to do is probably add to cart. So following the convention that they've set up here, I'm going to create one called add to cart. It takes in state, and then I'm going to add a comma there so you don't get that error. And then what we want to do is somehow modify that state. So it's going to be state.cart, and you see it's already giving us the correct typing because we've typed out our initial state. We want state.cart to be the value of whatever is passed into this add to cart function, which we'll call in our app, right? So what we can do here is, as you see in the third example here, increment by amount, there's actually a second argument that's being passed, and it's called action. So there's a state, and then there's the actual action that's taking place, and that action is going to have a payload. Think of payloads like arguments that are being passed, or properties that are being passed through the function to basically be used. So we're going to copy this piece right here, this action with the typing, the payload typing. We might have to change that actual typing, but we'll change this. And we're going to actually use this in our in the way we set our state here. So state.cart is going to equal action.payload. We're going to have to change this in a little bit, but for now, we're going to leave it to type void is not assignable to type writable draft ID number. All right, so payload action, let's make it the type of cart state and see if that gets rid of that error there. No, it does not like that. Writable draft. I wonder if I give it this type, if it would get rid of that error. Oops. Save that. All right, we don't know where that is. If I give it the type any just for the time being. All right, that removes our error. So we'll go with that. Any is not best practice, as I mentioned before. Do not use any. This is just for the purpose of the demonstration. So we will then export the actual reducer here. So you notice we had the previous reducers that were there. We're actually going to just export add to cart, and it's giving us an error here because we need to change the name. So we're going to change this to cart slice. And then, there's another thing called selectors. Will actually allow us to select the value that is present in our state. So we're going to change this to get or select cart. And I'm going to pass, we're going to grab the root state. Should be able to quick import it. Yeah. And then we're going to say state.cart.cart. That should be the correct value there. And then we're going to default export will be cart slice.reducer. So it's giving me an error here. Oh, you know what? Because it does not see it in the store. So let's go ahead and fix up this other page, this other file right here. So the reducer needs to be it needs to have the name cart so that it knows that what it's looking for is the cart. And then we'll pass in the cart reducer. The convention is to bring it in as a reducer, but we'll import cart slice as cart reducer from /cart slice. I don't think that's, or we can just do it as cart slice. Let me not make this more complex than it needs to be. And we'll change this to cart slice there. Cool, and we can remove these two because we don't need them. Awesome, and you can see we're getting that export type of the root state from this file right here because we're calling the type of store we're calling the get state method, and we're getting that type there. All right, so now we have our cart slice, all of our errors are gone. So if we hook this up correctly, we should be able to get this initial state in one of our different components here. So let's go ahead and try and grab it in our product component here. So if you remember, we did set up these initial hooks here, this use app dispatch and use app selector, so that we can do a typed grab of the different properties that we have, the different values of our state here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say const cart equals use app selector brackets, and then I'm going to say select cart. We're going to just call that. Save that. And we're getting a little error here. Oh, expected one argument, but got 0. Let's take a look. Oh, no, just a momentary error. All right, awesome. And then we're just going to console log that cart and see what we get. Save that. And awesome. Let me remove this console log for the router so we don't get confused. And great. Let's head back to the page here. And let's go back to the main page. We'll go ahead and inspect it, check out the console there, go to our product. Oh, and we're getting an error. Could not find React Redux context value, select cart. We might need to call it in that case and see if that fixes that issue. Expected 1 arguments but got 0. Oh, it's expecting the value for state. So let's go ahead and see what they expect us to do in when we're calling it. So when you go ahead and call so this is how to use them properly. And sometimes I'll sort of have these like little mistakes that we can actually learn through them together. So what we're going to do, and sometimes I'm just making mistakes by accident, but what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead. Oh, you know what? We do need to make sure we're importing it. We are importing it from the cart slice, so that's good. Good step there. And then we need to we need to use state and to actually grab the correct state. That would make a lot of sense. So let's try that. Let's go ahead and say use app selector. Let me copy this so we can actually see how to do it properly. So use app selector state.cart, and we can actually destructure this and grab cart. And then that should actually give us the correct value. So these small mistakes might throw you off once in a while, but don't let them stop you from doing what you need to do. Oh, you know what? I think I know what the error is. We need to also provide, so as I mentioned, there's a lot of boilerplate that you need to do with React and Redux. One of them is that you actually need to you need to provide the state at like the top level of the app. So let me go ahead and see if I can find the page on that. Let's go ahead, set up the store. We have everything in there. We have, these are sort of more complex examples of how to use the reducers and how to use slices. Let me take a look and see if I can find provider and see if they have an example for that. Wrapping your application with provider. All right, so this is what we need to do to make sure that the application actually knows that the store exists, right? Just like how I believe this is built off of context, you know, this is just the way that the entire app is going to know that what we're doing is valid, essentially. So what we need to do is import provider from React Redux and then wrap it around our app, wrap this provider around our app. All right, and then pass in our store. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's take a look at our app. So I think we probably want to import it in this part of our app. And I'm not sure if we want to import it right like outside the cache provider or the theme provider, et cetera, et cetera. So let's try it at the top level and then just move it down if it doesn't work. So let's go ahead and import provider from React Redux and wrap that around the entire app. And then we need to pass it the property of store. So we'll pass it store equals store, and we're going to import that from our store and save that. And so I think that's all that needs to be done there. Let's go ahead and see if that fixed our error. So let's go back to the main page and hit see product. Awesome, cool. We're not getting our error again, and we are getting our default ID. So that's exactly what we wanted to happen. So now we know that we've gone ahead and we've set up our Redux correctly. So as I said, it's not super difficult to set up Redux. It just does involve a lot of boilerplate, whereas with Zustand, it's literally like install one package, create a store, and then use it. Like, it's so simple. So I definitely recommend checking out both options or other options that exist to see which works best for the project you're building. If you're building a simple counter, Zustand is definitely more than capable of handling that. And as I said, I haven't worked with it extensively, so it could be able to do a lot more complex things. I just have not worked with it extensively yet. I'm just much more familiar with Redux, so we're going to use that for today. All right, so the next thing, let me go ahead and push this code to GitHub. Another thing, if you're following along, all of the code that I'm working on in this repository is available on GitHub right now. So if you just scroll down in the description, there's one that has like the link to the current code. So you can literally just follow along with the changes that I'm making in that repository. If that's easier for you than watching it on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this and say added Redux. And just commit that and push that up. Awesome. So that'll go up there. And now we can go ahead and work with Redux. So we have our cart. We're seeing our cart. Awesome. Great. The next thing that I'm going to want to do is let's think about this sort of as a larger, like our larger app, right? We want to be able to get our product, right? We display whatever our product is. And then within this, on this product page here, we want to be able to increment this number and then add whatever this value is to the cart. And then when we click on this cart, which is it's living in the nav, we want to be able to see whatever is in that cart. So I think two things need to happen here. One, we need to start pulling the cart into the nav. And the second thing we need to do is pushing these numbers and the data that connects it to the cart. So let's start by pushing the data to the cart. I think that's going to be the larger task here. So let's tackle the big thing first. So when I hit this add to cart button, I want to pass a bunch of information related to the product to the cart. So what do I need? I need the product name. I need the number of the count here. I need whatever that value is. And then I need, what else do I need? I need the cost of the product, like the actual value here. Because as you can see, this is the price here, so I need that to pass as well. We can probably format that a little bit better so it's a little bit clearer. But I want all that to be passed when I sort of hit that add to cart button. Now there are two factors that are actually important to consider here. One is that product counter is currently a separate component. So there are two ways we can mitigate this. We can move it into the same component and make that a little bit easier for us, or we can add this count to like a global state situation, which might not be ideal. It might be just easier to drop this in our count here. Okay, so I think what we want to start by doing is modifying our add to cart functionality. And I guess what we could do first is making sure our add to cart function actually works. So what we'll do is just as we did with our using our selector, we can do the same thing and say use dispatch. Where is it here? Dispatch. Okay, set up there. Cool. So we do need to sort of create this dispatch variable that will then call in our product. So let me create that here. So I'm going to say const dispatch equals use app dispatch, and then save that. Awesome. So now we can actually call our add to cart. So then down here on click, I want to dispatch add to cart from the slice there. And I believe we told it needs to take something, so it's going to take, let's check out our cart slice here. It's going to take an ID, or it's going to take, well, we didn't actually specify what it's going to take. So let's just pass it in an ID of 2, so that we know that if we get back the cart after, once we've hit add to cart, we know that it's changed. So we know if it's working or not. So let's go back to our local host and let's hit add to cart and see what happens. Awesome. So our ID is 2. So that console log that we have up here of the console log of the cart is working, and that add to cart button is working. So that's good to know. All right, so the next thing we're going to want to do now is be more specific in what we're actually passing into the cart here, right? So we want to pass in the product information. So we want to pass in an ID, which will be the product.id. We want to pass in the name, which will be the product. I believe it's .name, but I'm not 100% sure. We can check up here. Yeah, product.name. And then we also want to pass in the price, which is the product.price. And we'll save that. And then again, as I mentioned, the final thing we're going to want to pass in is the count. So I think for now, what I'm going to do is copy all of this and replace this product counter we have here and save that just for simplicity's sake. And then later we can refactor and use this component again. But I just want to make sure that what we have is working to begin with. So we're going to save this. We're going to import all the imports that we're missing. Import from React. We have button, and then oh, this is button from Material UI. So we're going to actually import, there are 2 different types of buttons, which is not great. So we're going to import this button. Import, oh, sorry, we already have it. Button as MUI button. Take out this duplicate declaration there. And then we're going to change these 2 to be MUI buttons. Cool. So yeah, the reason that I just did that is because we actually made our own custom button component, which was already being used in this project, or in this file, I should say. And so I could either have changed the name of the custom button or the name of the MUI button. I chose to change the name of the MUI button, but you could do either one, whatever makes the most sense to you. All right, so next thing we're going to want to do here is we are going to, let's see, we've added in the MUI button, we have the count. Oh yeah, we're also going to pass in the count. So we're going to say, I'm going to call it product count, or maybe item count. And that's going to be the variable of count. We're going to save that. All right, awesome. So now if I press maybe 2 here and I add to cart, now we're getting totally different information, right? So I'm getting the proper ID of the product. I'm getting the count, which is 2, of the product. I'm getting the name of the product, and I'm getting the price. Awesome, 100% better. That is exactly what we want to get. All right, so the final thing we need to do now, well, not the final thing, the next thing we need to do now is we need to actually access this in the cart. So let's go ahead and hop over to our cart and see if we can replace this products box with a more aesthetic version of what we want to show. In fact, we could even, I think, in the demo version, there's an image as well. So let's go ahead and pass one more thing. Let's go ahead and pass the image ID or the image URL as well. What is that? That is this here. So product, and they'll say image, pass that. All right, perfect. I think actually we could probably pass a smaller version of the image, desktop / Mark II headphones. We could probably pass the mobile version, product.image. I think mobile would probably be would be better to pass because it's going to be so tiny. If they had like a thumbnail, that would be ideal. So we'll pass in that version, and then we'll hit our add to cart one more time. Let's do it with 3, just so you know we did it right. And awesome. Yeah, we're getting that exact URL. Perfect. So we know it's working. Cool. So next thing we want to do is, go to the cart and have this box display everything, right? So first thing we're going to do is display the image. I'm going to use next image. And I'm going to set it up similarly to how we have this one set up here, except just smaller, right? So I'm going to pass in this information. It's going to give me an error right now because we don't actually have this source. That's just totally fine. I just want to modify the size here. And let's grab that source that it needs. So using our same app selector, right? We're going to say const cart equals use app selector, and then we're going to pass in state, and it's going to be state.cart, and we're actually going to destructure it here, and that's going to be our cart. So then from our cart, we basically need to map over every product that is in our cart, because remember, cart is an array. So we have our cart here, right? Our cart, this array of objects. What we need to do now is map over them to ensure that we're basically creating a row for every item that is added here, right? So if I went back into, speakers, and I hit see product, and then I added 2 to the cart, I should have a row with the headphones and a row with the speakers. So that's exactly what I want. We can work on adding in this counter a little bit later. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and build that part out. So, it's giving me an error here because I haven't finished setting up what's going on. We can ignore that for now. So in this box here, this box is going to be sort of like the template for what we're returning. So I want to go ahead and I'm going to say cart.map, and then for each item in that cart, I want to return this box right here. And we're going to style up this box a little bit. All right, so, it's giving me an error here because I need a key. So we'll address that in just 1 second. So what I've done here, right, I've taken the cart, which is an array of objects, and then I've gone down and where I want the box to iterate, that row, that individual row we're building, I've taken cart, the array of cart, and I'm mapping over it. So I'm mapping over each item that is in that array, which are these objects that we've the console log is gone, but these objects that we're passing in, these products, these individual products. And so with each item, or I could even say with each product, if that's clearer, I can name this anything I want to name it. I want to return a box with, right now, just an image, but we're going to have an image, we're going to have the name, we're going to have the count, and also the price of it. So that's how you basically map within React if you're unfamiliar with mapping in React. So here, it's giving me an error because it says I need a key prop. So because we're just iterating over an array, it doesn't know sort of which box belongs to which set of product. It needs some sort of identifier so it knows that which box is which. So I'm going to pass in the prop key, and I'm just going to use the product ID because that is a unique identifier so that we'll know which box belongs to which product, essentially. All right, moving forward. In the image now, what I want to do is pass in the product.image. Or is it image? How did I pass it in initially? This is coming from this add to cart here. Yeah, so it's product.image. We're going to save that. And you know, it's giving me an error because we actually need to fix up our types here. So let's go ahead and fix up our type. So The cart should actually have an ID of number, an image type of string, a name, which is also of type string. It should have, what else did we say? The count, which should be a number. And I think, let me double check, name, oh, the price as well. The price, which I believe is of type number. Should be of type number. We're going to save that. And then I'm just going to go down here and repeat that. So I'm going to say the image initially is just an empty string. The name is an empty string. The count is 0. And the price is also 0. We're going to save that. So now we have our states all sorted out. So now when I put product.image, I don't get an error because it's type safe. So the next thing we want to do, well, actually, we can go ahead and check this out now. So if I go ahead and I open my cart, I should see headphones. All right, so it's giving me, it's working, but it's just giving me a broken image symbol. So we're maybe just need to take off this dot here. I found that yesterday, sometimes it worked with the dot, sometimes it's working without the dot, so we removed the dot. So let me give it a refresh here and see what's going on. Oh, you know what? I think that's a separate error, but we'll handle that later. Let's go ahead. Element type is invalid. Expected a string. Default and name exports. Where is this happening? Oh, you know, I'm getting an error somewhere. Product counter. Select cart. Add to cart. Getting product. Cart. Map. All right, let me comment out this and see if it gives me that same error, and then we can debug from there. Explain. Okay, yeah, so it's not that. Well, the only thing we've added is our Redux, so it's probably related to something Redux related. So just back up. Okay, so it's definitely related to that page. Okay, so we can work through that. So why are we getting an error with this selector? Did we do something incorrectly? State.cart. State.cart. Let me try console logging the cart and see if that gives me an error before I go ahead and add it back in. Let's remove this console log. So yeah, console logging is a great way to debug if you're like have no idea what's going on, what's wrong. Oh, you know, I'm getting another error here at, this is in product. So I'm getting an error at product.image.desktop. Product.image.desktop on line 23. Let's put a question mark there. See if we put a question mark there. Because basically the issue is it didn't make the call yet, so it's erroring out because it doesn't have the sort of required information. But we fixed that error, so let's go ahead and add back in our Redux call here. We can see that the cart, or no, I haven't opened the cart. We can see the cart is populating correctly. So let's see if we can display correctly. So let me go ahead and remove this here, save that. And then we'll go ahead and refresh the page. Awesome, no error there. We'll go ahead, try and add to cart. And okay, we're getting an error. So cart to map is not a function. Why are we getting that error? Oh, you know what? Because cart is actually just an object. So I think what we're gonna end up having to do, because, okay, let me explain the error here. So when we pass in the add to cart, when we pass in the payload here, it's actually replacing what the cart is. So even though we've initialized the cart as an array with objects, it's replacing it as just an object. So what we actually need to do is probably push that payload to the cart. So let's see if it will actually allow us to do this. Save that. And then now instead of replacing the cart, it should give us the cart as an array. So let's go ahead and refresh the page and see if that fixes that error. Go ahead, add to cart, add to cart, And then, all right, now we're getting a new error. So at least the cart is showing up as an array here, which you can see in our console log, which is great. Although it is showing us the initial non-value. So I guess maybe that might be the issue. Failed to parse source. Okay, so we are getting the image error. All right, so that's the error I was telling you about that we were getting yesterday. So I'm going to go ahead and drop in that replace again. This replace as I pass in the product image just to see if that will remove that error there. So go ahead and do that. Add to cart, open that up. Awesome. So it's working. Perfect. All right, so we're not getting an image for the one that doesn't have an image. We are getting an image for the one that does. So this one is working correctly. The placeholder one is not. So that's totally fine. What we need to do is actually just replace the value that is in the cart. So I guess the easiest way to do this would be state.cart well, let me finish building out this piece and then we'll worry about removing that initial one because that's a smaller fix. So we want it to say the name of the product next. So let's add in a typography element. Typography. And yeah, if you do have any questions about what I'm working on or what we're doing here, please feel free to drop a comment in the chat. And yeah, I will stop through periodically and respond to questions. So the variant here in our typography element is going to be body1. And then we're going to pass in here the product dot name. We're going to save that. And then after that, let me check out the example. All right, so we have the name on top and then the price below. Let me actually grab the color of this while we're here. Color picker, super useful Google extension there. All right, so it's going to be the image. Then we're going to have a box. I'll probably make this a flex box. And then I'm probably going to need to make this a flex box and have it to one side and have the count on the other side. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and product.name and then another typography here. Variant. I think we'll probably end up doing body2 for this. And again, I'm still going to have to adjust these so they fit the style. But just to give us a baseline, product.price. Save that. And then I'm going to wrap this in a box. So this is the name and the price we're wrapping here in a box. We're going to wrap that there. And then as I mentioned, I'm probably going to need to wrap these three in a box. So that's the image and the price to keep it separate from the count. So we'll wrap that as well. Save that. And then on the right side, we're going to have the count. This is going to end up being a counter. So for now, I'm just going to have it sort of there saying product.count. And we're just going to leave that there for the time being. All right, cool. So if we've done this correctly, we should have, we have a bunch of numbers populating from the top to bottom, which is what we want to happen right now. So let's go ahead and style it up a little bit. So this larger box, we're going to use the SX attribute. If you're not familiar with Material UI, SX is basically like using the style prop on a regular HTML element. It allows you to access the styling with a few extra benefits and bonuses going on there. So we're going to use the SX prop there, and we're going to say display flex, and save that. Make sure you put things in quotes. Save that. So it's going to display them inline. The next thing we're going to want to do is actually do the same thing here. This is for the inner box. We're going to make it display a flex, and then we're going to set the flex direction to be column, so they go from top to bottom. We're going to save that. Awesome. Let's refresh so we see the changes. Oh, you know what? I do need to add it to the cart. All right, cool. You know what? Oh, you know what it is too? This is also too, this is going to be too tight for it to work properly, potentially. We can fix that in a second. But what we're going to do here now is we want these to be on the same line. So yeah, let me expand the width of the cart to begin with. That's going to be this, or that little box, I should say, not the whole cart. Let's try 30 view width. And again, this is also just because I have it minimized. Maybe 20 is sufficient if I don't have it minimized. Yeah, that's actually pretty decent. So let's go ahead and drop. So this image, this name, that, and the count should all be on one line there. So let's go ahead and set that up. So we have our display flex, our first image. Oh, you know what? I need to make this a flex box as well. That's what it is. Display flex. We'll save that. Cool. And now they're all on one line. Perfect. And then product.count should be showing up, but I'm not seeing it there. So that is interesting. Let me close this, maybe add 3 and see if I can get it to show up. No, I'm not seeing 3 at all. That's really interesting. Maybe I need to wrap it in a typography element. Let me try that. But this, whoops, this will change shortly once we add in that, that count functionality. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's hit it with a quick refresh. Oh, and we should give it a variant. Let's give it body 1. Save that. Refresh. Go ahead and add to cart. And then there. Interesting. We're not seeing it all. Let me take a look and see if it's like just hiding in there, hidden under something. Oh, you know what? It's just that we're not getting it. So maybe it's not being passed at the time that the call is happening. Okay. So that's sort of, we will probably then actually need to add the count to the cart and that to the slice just to make things a little bit easier. That's why I didn't want to get rid of the component. I was like, I think we do need to actually end up adding this to the slice. But that's like a smaller problem that we can work on after. Okay, cool. So we do have this showing up there. I do want to change the color of the variant here. So I'm going to pass in that SX prop. I'm going to grab that color that we had just grabbed not too long ago. I'm going to set that color to be that color. Save that. Awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and, yeah, let's go ahead and remove this guy from the project. Oh, so also for any who don't know, I've done this project before. I kind of mentioned it earlier, but just in case you weren't familiar, I've done this project once before. And I do have sort of all the like solutions to everything going on here. So if you do have any questions about sort of what, like how you would get to the end of it faster, like if you don't want to wait on the videos, you can go ahead and check it out. It's at zdavidson/audiofile on GitHub. But it's also a really great reference tool to see like what worked in the past and sort of, you know, take a little less time, spend like working on getting things together. So what I've done in the past here, which is really interesting to see, is I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different reducers within the cart. And then I have all of these other reducers as well. So let's see if the logic holds up. So it was an add to cart, which pushes an item to the cart. And then there's one called clear existing cart, which takes the cart and I guess remove. Oh, this is probably for like remove those items from the cart. We want to start a new cart. That's interesting as well. And then increase items and decrease cart items. All right, these all seem like very interesting actions. I'm going to take a look at this start new cart and see where else it's referenced, because I think that's probably what we need to do in order to get rid of that initial item there. So I see that it's only used in 2 files. Let's see, or it's used in this file. But let me search for it here. Start new cart. No, not so simple. All right, let me see. It would probably be used in the add to cart file. So let's just remind ourselves, it's state.cartitem/.shift. If you look at what .shift means in JS, it removes the first element of the array and then returns the remaining array. So that's probably exactly what we want to do. I could go look it up, but we might not necessarily need to spend the time doing that. So what I'm guessing I did here is when I created a new cart for the first time, I would call start new cart, remove the items from the cart, and then return like the cart with just the correct item. So let's go ahead and try and implement that. And if we have any issues, we can always come back. So in the cart here, I'm going to call it the same thing, start new cart. It's really great when you name things like semantically easy to remember, like clear what they do, so that you can actually use them again. So I'm going to say state.cart.slice. I'm going to save that. Oops, I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to make sure we export that. Start new cart. And then save that. And then when I go to the cart, or no, when I go to product and I hit add to cart, I want to call two things. So I want to call, let's call dispatch. So I'm going to wrap this, and we're going to call two functions. We're going to say dispatch add to cart. And we're going to also say dispatch start new cart. Call that. And we're going to import that. Oh, good. Import it, auto import it. So if I've done this correctly, I think what will happen is that when I hit that and add to cart, it will, oh no, it didn't work. It should have just like removed the first item from the cart. Let's see, add to cart. No, that didn't work. All right, so let's, oh, you know what? Because I'm calling slice, not shift. All right, that's a silly mistake on my part. Let's call shift. Save that. All right, cool. Try it one more time. Refresh. Press 2, add to cart. Awesome, perfect. So it's working the way we expected it to now. Perfect, great. So this is working. This is like where we want to be. We're going to add to cart. We show it up in the cart, and it populates. The only thing we need to do now is to add the actual count number to the cart. So this is something that's going to have to change. Basically, we need somewhere where this count is living, sort of like in a global sense, and that it just like updates in the cart once the correct button is pushed. So we need to somehow, well, this count needs to be upgraded essentially when we push it to the cart there. So let's go ahead and probably save what we have right now. Let's go ahead and make a commit because we've done quite a bit of work already. Let me remove the stuff that we're not using at the moment. Take out some of this extraneous stuff. Let's make a commit. Save that. Awesome, cool. So let's update that and say, you know, basically add products, add initial product to cart. We'll commit that. Awesome. We'll sync those changes. Looking good. All right, cool. Let's see, what else can we work on today? I think a really quick thing that we could add. Yeah. And oh, you know what? I think one more thing that I want us to work on today before we go ahead and tackle some of the larger issues we have to fix in the app. I want to make sure that the sort of navs and things like that are working correctly. So let's go ahead and fix that really, really quickly. So when I click on the image here, I actually want to wrap it in a link to make sure that what I'm doing is actually sending me back to the home page, because sort of conventionally people expect that when you click on the nav, it takes you back to the home page. So really quick fix, but like now once I click on that, it'll actually take me back to the home page. And when I click see product, it should take me to the product page. So really, really super quick fix that just gives us sort of like a better quality of life. And all of these also take you back to the home page because we haven't built out those sort of product specific pages so far. But once we do build those out, that'll be a really useful way to get to those as well. Cool. So yeah, we've done a lot today so far. We've been able to set up the cart so that we're actually adding the products to the cart. We can actually touch up the styling just a little bit here in the cart just to make it look a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. So we'll add some margin to the left of the left of the box here. So we'll say margin left, and we'll say probably 1 rem. Save that. Awesome, that's looking a lot better. And then we'll need some margin probably around each box as well. So maybe we'll just do margin of 1 all the way around this larger box up here. Or margin top and bottom of 1 rem. And then left and right will be 0, and we'll save that. All right, awesome. It's got a little bit more space on the top and the bottom here, so that's really nice. Another thing we want to implement while we're here is this remove all button. So we want to be able to basically remove all of the items in the cart at sort of a simple click of a button. So let's go ahead and implement that really quickly, and then we'll wrap up for the day. So I want to make this remove all. I'm actually going to change this to a button rather than typography. And I think, oh, you know, I don't want it to be button from button. I want it to be, I mean, I do want it to be button, but I want it to be a MUI button. So let's go ahead and see if we can import that instead. So import button from Material UI as MUI button. And we're going to go ahead and import that here and save that. And then we'll use this over here and save that there. All right, awesome, really great. So let's go ahead and use this, and we're going to add an on click. So on click, we need to set a new action here. So on click, I want to basically remove everything from the cart. So on click, we're going to create a new action here, a new reducer, or a new action on our reducer, and we're going to say clear cart, and we're going to pass in the state, and then we are going to say state dot cart equals, can I pass an initial state? That would be really convenient if we could do that. Cart state is not assignable. Let's see, what if I pass in this object right here? I wonder if it would give me an error. That it probably would, but let's try it. Oops, save that. Oh, it doesn't. All right, awesome. So we're just gonna clear, or maybe I can just pass an empty array. No, it doesn't like that. All right, we'll pass in the initial state value again. So we'll set the initial state. We're gonna pass, sorry, let's export that. We'll clear the cart and save that. And then I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna call clear cart here and save that. I actually need to dispatch clear cart. And then we'll close that there. And then we're going to grab dispatch from here. We're going to say create the dispatch variable, const dispatch equals use app dispatch. And that's how we grab that hook there. Make that a const, save that. All right, awesome. And then we're going to say clear cart. We'll call that. Perfect. And so now if I, let me refresh this page. If I add something to the cart and then I hit this button, it'll remove it. Awesome. So it does replace it with the sort of placeholder variable. That's why it looks kind of crazy, but we'll fix that tomorrow as well. So I'm going to just push this up really quickly. So we're going to say add clear cart. We're going to commit that, push that up, and yeah, there we go. So let's recap what we've done today. So today we've gone ahead and we've added in our Redux state, right? So we've created this whole file of cart slice. We've created the typed hooks. We've created our store and added our cart slice. We might end up adding further slices in the future, possibly counters or other reducers that would be useful to have in our project. Because as I said, this is a full stack e-commerce site and we've only built a very small portion of it so far. So that's what we'll be looking to work on in future days. So stay tuned for that and follow along for more information. If you are interested in learning how to code, that's something we definitely offer as well. My company, Davidson Programming Academy, offers one-on-one customized mentorship and tutoring. So if you are interested in learning how to code, sort of pursuing a career as a front-end developer, please hit that first link in the description below. You can schedule a free call with me to chat about, sort of the prospects, the good and the bad and the ugly, and see if it's a good career fit for you. I personally, my life has been changed completely by becoming a front-end developer, so I'd be more than happy, and really I'm just doing this out of passion to a degree to help others learn how to code. So yeah, if that's something you're interested in learning how to do, hit that first link in the description below. If you liked what you've seen today, please subscribe, like the video if you did, and leave a comment down below. I do read and respond to every single comment that's written. If you do have any questions, please feel free to leave those in the comments below, and stay tuned for the next installment of this series. Going forward, we're going to continue finishing up setting up our our cart, we're going to build our checkout pages, we're going to build these like larger sort of marketing pages that you need to have on an e-commerce site, and then you can use this project to add to your portfolio one day. So that's all for now. Hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former professor, and today we're going to be working on building out part 3 of a full stack e-commerce site. This is part 3 in the tutorial. Parts 1 and 2 are linked below if you want to check those out. Just to give you an idea of what we're working on today, we're working on building out this site right up here in the corner, and we've done a pretty solid job so far. We have the actual homepage ready to go, and then when we click on any of the products, we only have one product linked so far, but when we click on any of those products, it's going to actually show us the product name, the information, and this is being generated dynamically based on an API we set up in part 1. So if you haven't checked that out and you do want to see that, check it out, link down below. I also have the code that I'll be working on here pushed to GitHub, and that GitHub repository linked below. And if you want to just check out a fully functioning version of the site, you can also find that in the description as well. So today we're going to be working on continuing to build out the website, continue to build out this e-commerce site right here. We're going to do things like touching up the styles, moving around some of the buttons, and finishing out these pages so that we can actually access more than one product. Because right now we're only able to access this one product, but if you check out the real version of the site, the original, you can see that there's a lot more going on the page. You know, there are headphones pages, there are speakers pages. So there are a lot of things that we still have to build out. There's some more work we can do in the cart there. So let's go ahead and get started with that. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen fully. All right, cool. So if you do have any questions, or if you're not able to see me or anything like that, please just let me know. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get started on this. So the next thing that we have our page right here. The next thing I want to do today, or the first thing I should say I want to do today, is touch up some of the styling. So I'm actually going to touch up this styling, and I think I'm going to move this count. I'm going to pull up a way for us to see the count up in the cart here. So let's head over to the product page right here. And let's see. This is going to be the product.price. Here it is. So we want the product.price to be formatted in a way that sort of tells us that it is a price. So one quick thing I can do right now is just drop a $sign in front of that so that we know that whatever is here actually has a price on it. Awesome. So that's pretty good for me right now. A small modification, but still gives us some extra features there. All right, next thing I'm going to want to do is add some padding to the bottom of this. So again, using the SX prop that Material UI offers, I'm going to add some margin to the bottom, actually. Margin of, let's say 1 rem for now, and we're going to save that. Maybe we'll make it 1.5. And then I'm also going to make the font a little bit more pronounced. I'm going to say font weight of, let's say 700. We'll save that. All right, cool. I think maybe I'll increase that margin just so it matches on top, so the top and the bottom are a little closer in size. But yeah, I think that's pretty decent for now. We can go ahead and move on with that. So now that we have that there, one thing that I don't know if you remember from yesterday or the day before is that when we're adding to cart, we weren't seeing the count show up here. So let's go ahead and make that happen. So one thing I'm going to want to do here for now, I'm going to take this this whole product counter, which is sort of giving us the ability to add our count. I'm just going to move it back into the product page here and save that. And then I'm going to go ahead and rename these to be MUI buttons because we do have 2 different types of buttons. So we want these to be MUI buttons, and we'll save that. And then we will also copy over the count information. So this is like a quick way to fix it. There are definitely better ways to fix this, as I mentioned, but we're trying to sort of get to a final version of this website. So we're going to use this as our solution for the time being. All right, I'm going to update that import. And then, like we had before, we're just going to set the count here to be the count. We're going to save that. Awesome. So now if I refresh and I add to cart, you'll see I have the little 2 here. Let's go ahead and touch that up so it's more pronounced. We can actually see it a little bit better. So hopping over into the cart now, you'll see that we have the product count here on line 66. Let's go ahead and sort of style that as its own thing. So I think what I'm going to want to do here is give it some margin left of maybe 1 rem We're going to save that. And then, yeah, that looks not bad. Actually, you know what I could do? I wonder if, let's see how it's spaced. This whole box is spaced. Oh yeah, so we haven't actually set it to space between. So let's justify content and set it to space between. That should actually just fix our problem there. Space between. Let's save that. All right, awesome. So yeah, we can get rid of that margin left. We don't need it anymore. So what we did right there is just set this, the outer box that contains this element. These two are together in one box, one element. And then this singular element on the right, we just set it to space between so that there is some space between those elements. All right, and hello from Syria. Nice to see you, nice to meet you, and thanks for tuning in today. So the next thing we're going to want to do here, I'm just going to make that a little bit bold so we can sort of distinguish it from the other elements in the cart. All right, cool. And maybe I'll put something like number, like a number sign, or maybe number of items. Save that. No, I think we can just leave it as 2. You know what? Maybe I'll put like a larger header here. So we'll do this. We'll say like items, item count. There we go, item count. And we'll set this. We'll create a box around here and set this to be a flex box. So this is just to better identify what the count is. We're kind of shifting from the design a little bit, but sort of to the goal of getting us completed. All right, display flex, and then flex direction column. And yeah, again, if you do have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Would love to hear from you guys, and if you do have any questions. Cool. Item count, awesome. And then I'm gonna set the size of this font size to be like 0.5 rem. I don't want it to be really big. That's maybe a little too small. I mean, I could just change it to count and set it to 0.75 rem. Awesome. And then I just want to align the items. So justify content, flex end. So I want them, or it might be actually align items to flex end, because I want them to be on the end of the, yeah, on the end, sort of right aligned there. All right, cool. Yeah, so as I said, if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. Let me know. I do think you do have to be subscribed for a couple of minutes to submit in the chat. Or if you're watching this later, please feel free to leave a comment below. I do go back and like respond to comments and answer any questions that folks might have. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do now, so we have our headphones, we have our count. The next thing that we're going to want to do, as I mentioned before, and we can also remove all, we added that yesterday. I should also fix that little bug there. But we can go ahead and we can sort of start to add out our other items, our other access points, and style out those other pieces. So if you go back to our home page, let's start with our home page here. So if we look at the original version of the app, you'll notice that there are these cards here that have headphones, speakers, and earphones. And then when you go to those pages, you actually have all of these products available, which is pretty cool. So I think the first thing I'm going to want to do is just finish building out this page so that we're able to access all of these additional products. So first things first, I'm going to create probably the card for this and then just reuse those images as need be. So let's head over to our components folder, and we're probably going to need to create a new one, a new file, and call it like category card.tsx. We're going to save that and create that new component. We're going to save that. All right, awesome. So then we are going to have, this is going to be imported on our home page in our index here. And so what we're going to do for that is we are going to end up looping through. So we could really do something really simple like const categories equals, what were they? Headphones, speakers, and earphones. So we say headphones, and we'll make this an array. So headphones, speakers and earphones, and we'll save that. And then we can map over those. So we can go categories dot map, and for each category, we want to go ahead and return a category card, and I'll probably like take a param of category that is of whatever the category is. So this is just a way for us to pass in essentially what we are essentially pass in these three categories and iterate, and then really quickly, I'm gonna actually move this over so we don't have to scroll so much, and really quickly come up with these three categories because they're pretty similar. The only difference is they link to different URLs. So let's head over to category card and finish building this out. So first things first, I'm going to want to create a props interface so we stop getting that type error. And we're going to say category, and it's going to be of type string for now. I say for now because maybe we want to pass in something else later with a category, maybe a slug or something like that. But for now, we're just going to pass in the string of category. All right, awesome. And so if we go to our page here, we can't see it just yet. I think they're probably just hidden down there. So we have, oh, and you know what? I'm still getting an error here. Category card to categories not map. Category. Okay, so I think because this is a Next.js page, it does not like that we're doing a map in there. So what I can just actually do is create a category card container and do exactly what I'm doing here in that file. So I'm just gonna copy this logic, create the component, and then copy this logic. Just remove this from here and put that there. Save that, and then remove the categories from here and put them in here. Save that. Void array is not assignable to React node. Oh, import from category card. Let me sort of back it up step by step. So let's create one category card, and we'll pass in category as headphones and see. All right, so that does work. I'm not sure why it's giving us trouble. We can sort of troubleshoot that later. If you do have thoughts, please feel free to leave them in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on the matter. But what we'll do, we'll just manually put it in for now. So speakers and earphones. And then we'll bring in this category card container right here. Or actually, we don't even need the category card container. We can literally just drop this in here because it seems to be the same error that we're getting. So no need for a container. We can get rid of that. Awesome. Cool. So now you see we have three category cards that are at the bottom of our project here. Awesome. But the next thing we want to do is actually, we want to basically show them in a way that looks more like this. So we want to get that white background. We want to, create these individual card components. So first things first, let's create the sort of larger box that it's going to live in. So I'm literally going to create a box and import it from Material UI. And again, a box is just like a div. It just allows you to use the SX props that are available in Material UI, which is pretty cool. Cool, awesome, there we go. So the box is gonna be there, and then we're gonna say that the height of this is maybe, I don't know, let's say 20, or let's say 30 view height, and save that. And then the, I'm gonna say the background color is going to be white. We'll save that. All right, good to go. It's interesting that it is overlapping the page though, so maybe we need to double check the height of our next page. Oh, you know what? It's because it is within our next page. That's the issue there. So what I think I need to do is actually move this height to be in a box around. This is an interesting problem to solve. I think what I probably need to do is move this outside of this div and then make another div around it. That's probably the way to go. So grab that, wrap that around here, and save that. Cool, that's what I'm expecting. All right, so yeah, the issue was that we had this whole hero sort of wrapped in a div that was wrapping the entire project, so that when we put in the category card container, it basically was within that, and that's not what we want. We want it separately. So I think we can also take out this background color white because that is the default, and save that. And yeah, there we go. We have our category cards there. So next thing we want to do is actually create these cards. Change this to a display flex, so that we have them in Flexbox, and then wrap it in a container as well, so that the so that the padding or the margin is the same as well. So we'll save that. All right, awesome, cool, looking pretty cohesive. So, oh, and we know we'll end up moving the display flex to our container. Cool, there we go. Awesome. And then we want to justify our content, just like we did earlier, to be space between, so that we get the maximum amount of space between these elements. Awesome, looking pretty good. So next thing we want to do is go ahead and find these assets. So if we hop back into our public assets folder, as we've used in the past, we can go ahead and, let's see, it might be on home, the home page. Check out our desktop. Earphones, image hero, speaker, not those. Maybe it's in shared. Let's check out desktop. Speaker. We want one with that's like a PNG. Here we go. These are the images. All right, perfect. So these are the images we want to use. Let me grab the first one of headphones and let's start styling out our first card. All right, so for the card, based on what the category is, we want to return a different thumbnail. The really awesome thing is that we can actually sort of bake in the image that we're using here and then just change the name of the category itself. So let me show you what I mean. So let's go ahead and import an image here. So go image, this is from Next image. And then we're going to say source equals, and then we are going to copy the path from here and drop it in, and then remove this piece right here. And we also need some other props. I think we need a width. Let's give it 100, and we're going to give it a height of 100 as well, just to start out with. And then we are going to give it an alt of whatever category it is. So we're trying to start by making this dynamic to begin with. We're going to save that. All right, awesome, really great. So we have our images populating there, and well, we can get rid of category card. We can actually just add a typography element here. Make it a variant of maybe H2, and then pass in the name of the category there. So I'm really trying to make this dynamic from the beginnings to save some time and reiteration. Maybe an H3 or revision, maybe H4. Cool, that looks pretty decent. Awesome. All right, so then, yeah, we have our headphones, speakers, and earphones, but we're only just showing the headphones, right? So remember when I said we can sort of use the category to our advantage? What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to pass in the name of the category and see what that gives us. So you'll see right here already, it's transformed our headphones to headphones, our speakers to speakers, and our earphones to earphones. Pretty cool, right? So because the name of the, let me show you on the index page here. Because the name of each category is the same name as the slug, we can use it interchangeably in order to get what we're looking for. So it's there's a little cool hack that you can use with React. So we'll go ahead with this. I'm just going to touch up the styling a little bit more to make it a little bit more just like what the design shows. So we're going to say display flex, justify content, center, save that. Oh yeah, and then flex direction is going to be column. We're going to save that. And, oh, you know what? It's going to be a line item center then. So when you change the flex direction, you do have to change the way that you're centering it because you're basically flipping it, right? You're turning it. So yeah, your align items is now going to be your center point. All right, awesome. Let's go ahead and make these a little bit bigger. I think we probably double or triple them in size. Let's try 300 for each. Pretty good. Maybe 250 is like the sweet spot there. Cool. That looks pretty good. Maybe they're a little bit stretched in the height factor. Maybe I can change that. Or 225. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. The next thing that we're going to want to do is maybe I'll take off this height and actually add just margin. To the top and the bottom there. Awesome. The next thing we're going to want to do is add in this like square block situation. This is going to be a real challenge here. And we want to add in this shop button. So two things. Let's finish up with the actual styling of it. So let's say category card, we're going to say we want to add in a link here. Link is going to be, it's going to say shop in all caps. And then the, what is it, the source or the href? The href is going to be whatever the, or it's going to be slash whatever the category is. So if it's headphones, if it's speaker, etc., we're just going to have it slash category. Awesome. Cool. So you're trying to use it to our dynamic advantage there. So we have our shop. We have, oh, let me change the color there. I'm trying to get all the styling done so that when we focus on the logic, it's literally just the logic. But, sorry, we'll see where we get with that. Add in the style prop. So this is actually from this link prop, or the link element, I should say, is from Next.js, not Material UI, so we can't use the SX, but we can use the just the regular old style prop. And then we will add some margin bottom to this, to our category itself. Cool. Oh, and then we also want to text transform it, so it's uppercase. I like using text transforms instead of hard coding it most of the time, just because it allows flexibility if we want to change it down the road. Uppercase. Save that. Yeah, it allows flexibility down the road if we do want to change things. So then the next thing I'm going to want to do here too is I'm going to change the size of the font. So I'm going to say font size is going to be, let's say 2 rem here, and save that. Maybe even a little bit smaller. Let's say 1 rem, 1.5 rem. Pretty good. And then I think this is going to be the same default black, but yeah, we're good with that. All right, so yeah, let's add in this background box situation. Let me grab the color for that. It's going to be F1, F1, F1. And we're going to put this, where should we put this? There are a couple of different ways we could do this. We could do this as like a separate box where it lives underneath, so it lives like underneath all of this, but it is not the entire box here. So let me see if I can show you on the example here. So if we go to category image, headphones, we have the link, and then we have the category background. So I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to borrow this this sort of styling idea, and then just set this as like a separate div, and yeah, and make the sort of the styling around that. So let me go ahead and create this box at the bottom. And then we are going to set the background color to, F1, 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 F1. And then we're going to set the width to 100%. And then we're going to set the height to, let's say, 4rem and see what that gives us. All right, cool. So it's working, which is awesome. Let's set it to maybe 10rem. Save that. That looks more the right size. Now we just need to transform it, translate it. So we're going to try position. Let's try position absolute. Save that. All right, maybe position relative might be better because we do want it to consider the sides of the box as well. All right, that works well. And then we want to move it up a little bit. So we'll try bottom, maybe -150. You have to say pixels. Oh no, reverse that, plus 150 pixels. All right, that's like pretty close to what we want. Maybe 200 is better. And then, oh no, 150 was good. And then we want the Z index to change. So what the Z index is going to do is just set it behind the elements that we have currently. So we're going to set the Z index to, like, let's see what happens if we do -1. Awesome. All right, that works pretty well. So one thing I have noticed, however, is that it is a little bit wider. Let me take a look at this and see what we're working with here. So you'll see that there is some space in between each of the elements. Like, it's basically only as wide as it's sort of like deciding to be. So what I'm going to do is increase the width for the larger overall box. I'm going to say min width is going to be, let's say 10 view width and see what that gives us. Or maybe I'll set it to 25. So you can see. All right, that's a lot. That's a little too big, but let's maybe 20 or 18 would be good. That's a little bit closer to our design. Awesome. All right, cool. I think I'm going to increase the height of the background, maybe to 15 rem. Maybe not so much, maybe to 12 rem. And I'm going to move up the bottom a little bit to maybe 175. You know, maybe it can actually increase because it looks like in the design here, it cuts basically lower third of whatever the image is and then does have some significant spacing on the bottom. So let's see, 14 rem. And then we'll translate it up just a touch, maybe to 200. Yeah, that's like pretty close, 185. I'm not gonna sort of force the pixel perfectness of this, but we'll get it pretty close. All right, that's pretty close. And then taking a look at this, this does actually feel a little bit taller. You know what I think it is? I think the image is also closer to the title as well here. Let me take a look at this. Oh, that's pretty decent. All right, we'll leave that alone. Let's see. And you know what? Instead of view width, I'm going to just set it to pixels or rem. So I'm going to say maybe like 10 rem as the min, or 20 rem as the min. That way it's a little bit more consistent. Yeah, let's go back to 20. All right, cool. That's like pretty decent for now. So we have our headphones, our speakers, and our earphones. Right now, we don't go anywhere with these links, but we do have them working. We do have this category card component working. I do think we will actually end up using this in other places. So if I go to like the headphones page, we do have this repeated component here. So I am actually going to drop this into a container. So I'm going to recreate that container and call it category card container.tsx. And I'm going to just drop what we have in index into category card container. Whoops. Make it a component first, then drop it in. Add all of those imports. Cool. And then just have category card container here. Oops, container. Awesome. Cool. And so the page should look exactly the same. Awesome. So we know it's working well. Cool. So let's move to the next reusable component. Next one we're going to work on here is this. No, not there. Next one we're going to work on, are these large cards. So this is going to take us to these different products. So we're actually going to be able to see different products, which is pretty cool. This will help us debug our cart a lot because I'm sure there's some bugs in there that we need to fix. So let's see if this is used in anywhere else. Let me take a look at the speakers page. No, it seems like this is a single use situation for this component. For all three of these, it looks like, and I think this one is reused in the individual product pages. Yeah, this is reused. So what we're going to do here is we're going to just build out these individual components for themselves and then move from there. So this looks pretty straightforward. I'm going to go ahead and grab this color and start building it out. So on our home page, I think we can just create it as a box. We're going to say the background color is that. Whoops. This color here. Save that. Another really cool thing about Material UI is that you can actually add, like this is a pretty common color that we've used all around our app. You can actually go ahead and add this to the styles, to the theme, and then we can just reference it much more simply. Not going to do that right now, but definitely something to think about in terms of optimizations in the future. All right, so we have our Z9 speaker, and actually the font here and the font that we're using for the header here for our hero page are pretty similar. So let me see what I did in that hero, and I'm just going to grab that same styling. So grab that, and then we will head over to back to our index page here, and we'll drop that in there. Save that, import typography. There we go. And we'll change it to at least an H2 because we do not want it to, every page should only have one H1, so we don't want to confuse that for accessibility purposes. And then we're going to copy the name. So it is the ZX9 speaker. Save that there. And what else? Oh yeah, we do want to change the color. So the color should be white. And actually all the colors within this box should be white. So I can probably just hoist it up here and say color white. Save that. Awesome. And then we want this like text there. And again, this and that are pretty close. So I'm just going to go ahead back to my hero and borrow this body element. Just trying to be as efficient as possible with what we have to work with. And then just copy over the actual text. Copy that text over there. Awesome. And then at the bottom now, we're just going to need that button. So we're going to go ahead and import the button. This is the button that we've created. And it's going to say C product. And then here we're missing, what is color and variant. So color, I'm pretty sure is going to be black. And variant, which is like a Material UI option, is going to be contained because it's a contained button. They have, I think, outlined and another type of variant. So we have our buttons here. Oh, you know what? I added the color. So let me remove that. All right, cool. The last thing we want to do here is drop in our actual image. Well, a couple of things we want to do. Let's wrap this. This needs to be wrapped in a nav, or sorry, in a container. And honestly, I think everything could just be wrapped in a container going forward, but save that. Cool. Gives it some boundaries there. And then, yeah, we need that image. So let's go ahead and find that image. And what I'm going to do also is I'm going to wrap all the text, because all the text is going to be on the right side. I'm going to wrap this in a box and then have the image on the next side, so that when I go to make it a flex box, it's just that much easier. So I'm going to go ahead and import the image from next image. The source is going to be, let's go ahead and find it. It's going to be on the home page, desktop, I think ZX9 speaker. Yeah, that should be the one. Copy the relative path there. And we're going to drop that in, move the public, save that. Awesome. So let's go ahead and set those other attributes. So the alt text is going to be ZX9 speaker. The width is going to be 100%. Oops, 100%. Let's see, let's me do that. Oh, it does not like that. It needs to be a number. All right, the width, we're going to say, let's say 250, and then the height, let's say 400. Cool, and we'll save that. Awesome. And it's a little squished, so let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's say 300. And it's a little small, so maybe we can say 400 width. And then move it so that it is maybe 500 height. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, awesome. So, oh, and sorry, one other thing I just noticed we're missing is these like background decorative rings. So what we can do, we can just add that as another image at the bottom of our box here. So we'll just throw that in as like a background image here. That's going to be, I think, pattern circles. That seems to be the one that we'll need. And we'll grab that, drop that in here, put that like there. And then we do have our pattern circles in the bottom there. Probably can make them a little bit bigger because they are going to end up sort of living behind, just like how we did our category cards and this box down here with the relative position and the negative z index. We're probably going to do the same thing here. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and add those props here and save that. All right, it might take it too far down if I do that. All right. Change these to 700 each. We can find that in a second. Let's finish up with our flex box in the middle here. So for the box here, we're going to set it to be display flex. Save that. And then, awesome, we're already seeing everything come together. And then we have, let's see what we have. We have our image, we have our box. Oh, and then we have a third image here, which is, or is that living? Yeah, that's a third separate sort of thing here. So what we want to do, I think, actually is just drop this image with this image and wrap these two in a box. I think that's probably the best way of going about this. Save that. Cool, awesome. And then, yeah, let's add in sort of the padding that needs to happen to make this work. All right, so display flex, we're going to say align items center. So it'll align them vertically center. And then I think this has a decent amount of margin on each side, this being the image. So let's say style equals margin top, and let's see, we're gonna say top maybe 3 rem, bottom is 0, top right is gonna be probably 4 rem, bottom is 0, left is gonna be another 4 rem, and we're gonna save that. Okay, looking pretty decent. Maybe we can increase those 4s to be like, I don't know, like 8 or 10. Save that. Awesome, that's looking a lot better. And then, oh, this needs to be a little bit smaller. So maybe what we could do here for our typography box, we could just say we have a margin right of like 4 rem. See if that makes it. That does make a difference. All right, let's up it to maybe 10. Just make it a little bit more slim. Perfect. All right, that looks pretty close, pretty decent. I think the last thing I want to do is just add a little bit more height here and move the rings over to the left here. So to add a little bit more height, let's go to the outside of our box here. Let's see I wonder if I add like margin here, if it will just, oh, it'll just push it up. that's pretty convenient. So that's probably what I'm just going to do. I'm going to change this to like maybe 7 rem. And that'll just give us a little bit more space vertically. And then, yeah, let's move these rings over. So position absolute, let's say left 0. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that's going to take the page left. Let's say left 50 or left 200 or left 500. All right, cool. So we don't need this to be like exactly like perfectly dead on accurate. Like it's a stylistic thing we're adding, but I will try and get it pretty close. So let's say z index -1. That's too far back. Z index 1. And then what I could just do is raise the z index of this. Let's say z index of 4. No, that's not working for us. That's interesting. I wonder if I change the order, if that makes a difference. Let me refresh. No, it's still there. All right. Let me take a look at this one here. I'm actually not sure why I added this in last time. Background image. Ah, there we go. So I had it as the background image. So that's what I'll do. I'll just, instead of dropping it in as the image, I'll drop it in as the background image. That makes more sense. All right, so background, color, and then background image. Yeah. Because the problem with moving the Z index is that it does move it behind the background itself, which is not ideal. And then I'm going to need to get rid of this so that we actually see if it's working or not. Cool, save that. All right, so we're not seeing it. Let me see what else I did here. Background should be showing up. Position, color, background repeat, no repeat. Let's see. Oh, you know what? It might also just need the dot to be found. No, still not seeing it. Let's go ahead and inspect and see what's going on here. All right, so we have the container, we have the box. Oh, it's giving us an error here. Let's see what the error is. Invalid property value. Oh, you know what? I think it needs, yeah, it needs a URL. That's what it is. Very important. I think this needs to be wrapped. No. All right, cool. There we go. Now it's working. All right, awesome. So background image is that, and then we'll say background repeat. Say no repeat. Save that. Oops. Save that there. Cool. And there we go. We have our background image showing up behind our speaker, which is pretty cool. So I'm pretty happy with that. We could like do a little bit of modification, like background position X, and maybe move it over a little bit. So maybe minus 150 or something like that. Move it a little bit to the left, I think, 150 pixels. That'll give us a bit of a closer look there, but I'm pretty content with how we've got it. All right, so let's go ahead and add in the next portion here. So and I'm actually gonna just quickly drop this in a component. So I'm gonna say new file, this is gonna be the, let me go ahead and actually make a folder. I'm going to make a new folder and I'm going to call it home. And then I'm going to create a new file within this and I'm going to call it ZX9 speaker. .tsx, because we're really just going to only use this for the ZX9 speaker display. We may one day in the future use it for something else, and then we could go ahead and rename it. But rather than sort of clogging up the home page with all of this information, I'm just going to go ahead and put it within this file instead. So we'll save that. We'll go ahead and import all of our missing imports and save that. Go ahead and get rid of this because we don't need it. Oh, and you know, I think this is probably importing it from the wrong, or no, it hasn't been imported at all. Let's go ahead and import it from next image. And we'll get rid of some of these extra imports here. I'm trying to keep this page, like this file, as clean as possible because it will make debugging a lot easier. And then, oh, and this is the wrong button. And that's my fault. Need to import the button. Import button from // button. Awesome. Import button. Yes. Cool. Awesome. Oh, and then we should import because that would really help us be able to see it. So we'll say ZX9 speaker, and oops, there we have it. All right, awesome. So our ZX9 speaker is populating. Great. Let's add in a little bit of margin to the bottom here, or maybe we'll just add. We could remove. We can add in some of the margin here. So we say margin bottom. Let's say 3 rem. Maybe 5 rem. And then we will go ahead and build up the next component. All right, so the next one we have is the ZX7 speaker. So again, pretty similar setup, except even fewer things. And you can actually see there's an error on this side. So we can make it a little bit better this time. So let's go ahead and create our ZX7 speaker. So we'll create a new file, ZX7 speaker.tsx. Create the component. We'll wrap it in a container from MUI. And then we will create a typography. Well, actually, we can borrow the typography element because, as I said, the design and the styling is similar to other places we've used it. Although it's these two that are similar. So maybe we'll just create our own thing for this one. All right, we'll create a typography element. And we'll say the variant is H4, and then it'll say ZX7 speaker. We'll save that. And then we need the C product button, which also reminds me that we didn't hook up the button, which is like the most important part of this. So we'll add C product here, and we'll import this from our button, and we'll pass in the variant of outlined, and then the color will be null, because I don't think we need a color for this, or I don't think we want a color for that one. Also, we'll import it to our page so we can see what we're doing. ZX7 speaker, save that. Okay, cool, pretty close. Or maybe I can say the color is black. I don't know if that's gonna actually change the outline. No, it's going to change the background. Yeah, we don't want that. All right, so we'll work on the coloring later. And then let's take a look at this image they've given us to work with. So the ZX7, oh, it's like the whole background. So I guess we can just actually make this the background image. Background image is URL, brackets. We'll grab this. We'll copy the relative path. We'll put that in there. Move this a little bit here. Oops, save that. Actually, I think we'll move the quotes to the outside and fix that. And then we'll fix that error that we saw on the other page. We'll say background repeat. No repeat. And cool, working. And then we just want to set like a height of like, I don't know, let's say 20 rem. Start there. And then a width of 100%. And looks like we're getting a funky margin there, so we'll take a look at that in a second. Or maybe I need to place this on the box instead of the container surrounding the box. We'll import box. Still getting a funky margin. Maybe it's just because the image isn't large enough. So maybe if I increase the size of the image here to like 120, 200, or maybe the height needs to change as well. That could also be it. Let's close that, refresh, and change the height to, let's say, 40 rem. And width to 150. Oh, you know what? I think there's a background size property. That's probably what I need to be working on. Yeah, background size. We can say cover. That's what we're going to do. All right, so we'll say, what are we getting an error for now? Oh, it's missing the other half of button. Save that. Yeah, we'll say background size. We'll say cover. I'll save that. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So we can get rid of the, well, what if we get rid of this? We'll leave that for now. All right, cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we have our speaker, we have our button. Let's hook up these C products because that's sort of like essential to what we're doing here. We want to actually be able to see the products. So there are two ways we can do this. We can either use the existing ID that we associate with the speaker, or we can change the whole sort of way we do slugs. I think we're going to save our refactor work for a little bit later. So let's start by updating it so that we use the actual ID. So we can, how do we know the ID? We can go to our data, go to our data.json, and we can grab the Z9 speaker is ZX9. ZX9 is ID2, ID4, sorry. ZX9. Okay, it's ID6. ZX9 speaker is ID6. So it's not just a C product button, but it's also a link that is going to take us to 6, which is gonna, yeah, it's gonna be href/6. So let's go here. I'll put in the href of 6. Whoops, 6. Save that. And we'll import link from next link. Cool. So we go back down here. When we hit C product, it'll take us to the product page. Awesome. Let's hook up the next one. So the ZX7 speaker. Let's go back over here. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna wrap that there. And then it's the ZX7. It's ID5, so we'll just pass in ID5 and we'll save that there. Oh, import link from next link. And if we hook that up correctly, awesome, we're going to that speaker page. Perfect. So let me just finish styling this around and then we can move on to the next one, which should be super quick to set up because we already have sort of like the foundation of what we need for it. So let's go ahead and finish up the speaker information there on the left side. So let's say display is going to be flex Love a good flex box. And then flex direction is going to be column. Save that. And then we want to justify content to be center. Or no, justify content is flex star, so we can leave that alone. We'll say align items to be center. Save that. Oh no, it was justify content because we did change it. All right, justify content to be center. And then we want to just add a little margin left. So margin left is going to be, let's say like 4 rem, and we'll save that. No, not, oh, that's a whole box I'm doing it on, my bad. I want to do it on just the stuff in here. So let me wrap this in a box, and we'll add in SX and add that margin there. Okay, cool, perfect. And then I'll add in a little margin bottom to my typography. So just fix up that style there. Margin bottom of 1 rem. And as I said, if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. I will check and respond periodically. Oh, question already. Are you using Next router? Yes, I'm using the Next, all of the sort of baked in links that Next provides. Yeah, using sort of the baked in Next router. I have used the React router in the past. And that has worked well for me, but this seems to be a little bit more straightforward because we're already using Next.js. Good question. But yeah, if you do have any other questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. All right, so we have our speaker there. We have our product button there. Let's go ahead and create the next component here. Let's create this image on the left and this like earphones on the right. Cool. So next file, it is the... should have looked it up. YX1 earphones, new file. YX1 earphones.tsx. We'll save that. Cool, save that. Wrap it in a container. And then, oh, we want to import it onto our main page because otherwise you can't see it. All right, so we'll drop that in here. YX1 earphones. Awesome. There we go. Cool. So there they are right at the bottom there. What this one now consists of is 2 pieces. So I think I'm going to make the outside, I'm going to wrap the outside and make it a flex box. So we're going to have one image, one item on the left, one item on the right. And then, yeah, we're going to just have the same typography style of heading and then the product button, which we're going to have to modify down the line. So I'm going to wrap this in a box and import that from Material UI. And then I'm going to go ahead and set the display to be flex. And that's good. And then within that now I'm going to create my, or grab my image from Next, or build it out. And then it's going to be the earphone. So I'm going to copy the path here and drop that in as the source here. And there we go. I'm going to drop that there. Cool. And then I think I do need to set the alt. So that's going to be YX1 earphones. And then the width is going to be, let's say 400. And the height is going to be, let's say 300. I'm going to save that. And there we go. We have the image there. It's a little bit too small. So we'll say, oops, we'll say 500 there. Pretty decent. Maybe 550. And then what we're going to do is we are going to create this separate box on the right here. So let's go ahead and create another box within the box. We'll grab the background color. Again, I'm using Color Picker for this. This is a Google Chrome extension. It allows you just like to literally grab the color. So that was F1, F1, F1. So we're going to set the background color to be hash F1, 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 F1. We'll save that. And then we need to have this heading and this button in it. So as I said, we can literally just borrow that from the ZX7 speaker because we just did it. And we'll grab, we won't need the whole box. We'll grab the stuff within the box and we'll drop it in within this box here. So we'll save that. We'll add in these imports so we don't get those errors. And I think, oh yeah, it's importing the button from Material UI. Pro tip, name your things different names. Import button from /button. All right, and then this is going to be, what is it, the YX1 earphones. YX1 earphones, and we'll save that. And then we need to figure out what the product ID is on that, which we can grab by going into our data.json, and we'll say slug spell it correctly. We'll say y, or no, we can say YX1. Oh, they're the first one. Fantastic. So we'll go ahead and drop that in here. So that's going to be product 1, and we'll save that. And then, as I said, we're going to do display flex. So this is, oh, you know what? It's not wrapping everything. That's the issue there. So let me go ahead and wrap that there. Awesome. And then we want to justify the content so that it is spaced between, and we'll save that. Awesome. All right, looking pretty good. As I said, if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat below, and I will be sure to answer them. Let's continue styling this out and finish this piece out. So I want the width here to be as wide as it can be. So let's see if it'll let me do width of 100%. Let's see what happens there. All right, now that is like, it's like, yeah, it's 100%. That's good. All right, so let's match the width to be the width of the earphone. So we'll say width 550. I'm pretty sure it's pixels. We'll say 550 pixels, and we'll save that. No, did not like that either. All right, let's see. Oh, you know what? Sorry, this is me. I'm changing the width on the wrong place. So let me just undo all I did there. Let's go here and add width 100%. All right, 100%. Awesome, perfect. That's what I expected to happen. Fantastic. Let's add in a little bit of margin left. Let's say 2 rem. Save that. That looks pretty good. I think I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, or a little bit wider, I should say. Say like 600. Or maybe 800. Maybe I need to make the width also a little bit smaller here. I'll make it to like 80%. Or 50%. Okay, there we go. 70%. That looks pretty decent. All right, and then let's go ahead and align everything within the actual box itself. So I can sort of borrow a bunch of this stuff here from our previous component and drop that in there. We'll say justify content center, but in this case we also want to align item center. So we'll put everything in the center of the page, and we'll save that. Cool. Or is it center? It's actually, no, sorry, it's left align. So we don't actually want to align it center. We want a larger margin left. So we'll do a margin left of like 10 rem. Or maybe padding left, actually. So we'll have the margin left. We'll keep that at 2 rem, and we'll say padding left of 2 rem, and we'll save that. 10 rem, sorry. We'll save that. Cool. Looking pretty decent. And then the whole box now, we want to have a margin top of like, what, 4 rem? At least? Maybe 6 rem? We'll leave it at, we can up it to 6. And there we go. So we have our initial product page. We have our home page pretty much ready to go there. And let's continue on and create this reusable component, and then we can create the footer, which will be used across all pages. So 2 really useful pieces there. But yeah, as I said, if you do have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I will respond to all of them, and I'll take these sort of periodic breaks so that we can talk about, you know, any questions you might have about the project. All right, so last piece we have here is, or last component that we're going to add to just the home page is this bringing you the best audio gear. So let's go ahead and create this. This is like, I don't know, like the about, I guess. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it shared because this is a shared component. I'm going to add the new file. I'm going to call it about.tsx. And really, pretty much all of this stuff can be moved into shared, so we might consider doing that in a little while, but for now, we'll just leave it there. So we'll create this here, and we're going to create this about. We'll import it onto the index page there in the about, and then we'll save that there. And then what we need to do now, we need to grab this image. This is pretty much the same style of text, a little bit less thick, but we can just adjust the font weight there. So we'll go ahead and grab those, we'll borrow that, I should say. So I'm going to go ahead and borrow this typography style, which is actually just an H4, so nothing really fancy going on there at all. Save that, and then we need the, we need this, like, is that the same as the P tag? It's pretty similar to the P tag, so we can grab that from the hero there. We can go ahead and grab the body from the hero, drop that in there, and then we need the image. So we'll actually turn this into a box. We'll wrap it in a container just like we've been doing. And maybe in the refactor work we can clean up a lot of this, these extraneous containers. We'll do some imports here, update the missing imports. Cool, that worked out. And then we'll update this text here. So we'll say, bringing you the best audio gear, and where it's located, in the heart of New York City. All right, we'll drop that in there. And then I want to grab the color of the font here. Grab that color. Awesome, got it. That is 8D. And we're going to change the color to 8D. Save that. Awesome, working well. I think the font is a little bit too big, so maybe we'll move that back down to 1 rem. Perfect. And then if there's one thing, I don't know if you caught it, but the word best is actually orange. So we're going to go ahead and change that. We're going to use a span because it allows us to do inline text modifications. And we're just going to grab this color. I'm going to copy this color here. And then we're going to go ahead and change the color of just the word best to be that orange there. Cool, save that. Bring you the best audio gear. Awesome. Final thing we want to import here is this image. So I'm going to wrap, or actually I'm just going to import the image outside of the box. And I'm going to use next image for this again. Save that. The source is going to come from, it's probably going to be on the shared page, just because this is something that's used across. Yes, this one. So image best gear, copy relative path. This is an image that's used across the website essentially. So the way they have their assets set up, they have it in a shared folder. So we'll rely on that that sort of format in the way we build our components out, our component folders. They're on the left-hand side there. And not style, I want alt to say about image. And then the height is going to be, let's say 500. And then we'll save that and see. Oh, no, it needs the width. We're going to set the width to be, let's say 300. Let's save that and take a look at what we have. All right, it's a little bit skinny, so let's go ahead and bump that up to 500 as well, or 400, 450. Cool, looks pretty good, looks pretty decent. All right, let's go ahead and fix up this. We'll make another box around everything and just fix it up so that it's a proper flex box. And everything sort of flows nicely and works well together. So again, using our SX prop for Material UI, we're going to set the display to be flex, and that should pop everything beside each other. We're going to give it some margin on top. Let's say 6 rem. Save that. And then I want to, within this box here, this is my typography box, I want to also display flex, but I want my flex direction to be column. And the reason I'm changing this to a flex box is so that I can align, I can justify the content to be in the center of the page. So it lines up in the center of that image, which would look aesthetically pleasing. Cool, awesome. And then finally, we do need some like margin between the two here. We could also use grid for a lot of this stuff, but we've gone ahead with Flexbox. We're gonna set that to 10 rem. We're gonna save that. And also, I think this font actually needs to be a little bit bigger. So maybe we can set the font size to be like, I don't know, let's say 4, no, that's too big, 2.5 rem? Maybe 3.5 rem? That's too big, we'll do 3 rem. All right, cool. And we have that there. So bringing you the best audio gear located, etc., etc. We'll add some margin to the bottom of, oh, we do have, maybe we'll up the margin on the bottom there, 1.5. And then we are pretty good. Let's add a little bit more margin to the top there, just to give it a little bit more separation from the elements above it. So we'll do that there. And yeah, I think that's pretty decent. I think that looks pretty good for now. The next thing that I would want to do is actually go ahead and do the footer. But let me check out the questions. What do you think about shad CN? I'm not sure, what is that exactly? Could you give me a little bit more information about that, what you typed in there? And I would be happy to give you my opinion on it, but I have not used it so far, unless it's like an acronym for something that I've probably used every day. It's one extreme or the other. All right, so let's go ahead and create the footer, and I'll look forward to your response in the comments. All right, so we'll create a footer component, footer.tsx, and we're gonna go ahead and create that component there, save that. We can close out a couple of these extra windows here because we don't need all of them. And we're going to go ahead and import the footer down at the bottom here. All right. And we'll go ahead and import it. Awesome. Cool. So footer is now there, right at the bottom there. Awesome. So the footer now is very similar to the nav, right? The nav, remember, we had to make it like full width and all of this. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we did our nav. So I'm pretty sure we actually had to hoist it. I might need to move this footer. What did we end up doing with it? Oh no, we left it in there. We wrapped it in a container. Okay, no, the nav is there. We just probably need to make some modifications to the container itself. All right. Got you. So there's basically a div or box around it. So let's copy this and create the box around it. I'm actually going to just change this to a box and use SX just to be consistent with what we're doing. And then I'm going to wrap it in a container. I'm going to save that. Awesome. So yeah, there we go. We have our sort of outer container there. Perfect. I'm going to also add some margin bottom to the about person there. So we could actually just go margin and then put 0 for the second option there, just to give it some margin on the bottom there, and close that guy back out. All right, so in our footer now, what do we have? We have this little funky orange bar, which I'm sure will be a fun challenge to implement. We have the audio file link. We have a little bit of information here, the copyright, home, headphones, basically the same sort of menu that we have over there. All right, cool. Pretty straightforward, and we do have some icons here, and I think we do have the icon images for that. So let's go ahead and implement this. So as I said, we can borrow a lot of stuff from the nav. So we're going to grab this logo image from the nav, and we're going to drop that in there. And then we are going to grab the unordered list here from the nav as well. We'll drop that in there. And it's giving me an error. Oh, I need to import link from Next link. That would help. And it's giving me an error here. Oh, you know what? I need to import image as well. Import image from Next image. Cool. That fixed that error. Awesome. All right, so cool. So we have our nav, we have our initial unordered list, but we do want it on one line. So let's go ahead and wrap that in a box to begin with. So go ahead and wrap this in a box. We'll say it is of display flex. We'll save that. Awesome. And then we just need to align that so it's all nice and even. Align items to be center. We'll save that. Cool. And then we want to justify our content by spacing between it because we want them on opposite ends of the page here. So space between. Perfect. Looking pretty good. All right. Next step. We're going to grab this this set of text here. And actually, I'm probably just going to borrow this styling here because it looks very, very similar. So we'll open up our about guide one more time. Borrow this body typography. And as I said, when we refactor, we can always drop this into sort of like a reusable, we can drop into a reusable style that we just apply and clean up our code a little bit. This is just MVP, sort of quick, get it done super quick. So then we're going to drop this in here, import the typography element. Save that. And we'll copy the actual text that it's meant to display, which is this. We'll save that. Cool. Awesome. And then it looks like this and that are on the same line there. So let's go ahead and wrap that in a box and work on those stylings. So we'll wrap that in a box. And then we'll do another box here, which is going to be for our different icons there. So we're going to set the style in this box display to be flex. And then within here now, we're going to have all of our little images. So these are these little icons. So we'll say image, and then the source, or the source is going to be, I think it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So we'll copy the relative path here, drop that in there, source, and then we'll say alt equals icon, and then we'll say the width is, let's say 20, the height is also 20, we change that, and then we'll save that there. And awesome, there it is. We can probably make it a little bit bigger, maybe 25. But other than that, I think it's pretty decent right now. Cool. And then, yeah, we'll do 3 of these. And next one's going to be, is it Pinterest? Twitter. And the next one's going to be or is it, do they have it? Oh, no, it's Instagram, sorry. Instagram. All right, cool. So then we'll set a display of flex on here. Save that. And then we'll do the same thing for this outer box. So we'll say justify content, and we'll say space between. And then we'll set the typography. We'll give it a max width of like, I don't know, 10 rem, well, 20 rem, we'll start with that. Actually, maybe we need to make it bigger, 30 rem. Cool, that looks pretty good. And then we'll add some margin to the top of that box. All right, and then we will align items to the flex end so they go to the bottom, because I think our images are there at the bottom. But it's interesting that it's sending it so far down. And then we'll add a little margin left to the second two. Margin left of 0.5 rem. Save that. Maybe a whole rem. Cool. We'll add that there. And we'll add that down here. Cool. Let me take a look at why it's doing it like that, though. That's interesting. Oh, does it have a margin bottom? Oh yeah, it does. Let me get rid of that. Okay, cool. Perfect. Awesome. Inspect. Love using the inspect tool because you get so much information so quickly. All right, and then finally we're going to have this copyright, all rights reserved. I'm going to borrow this styling and just drop it in at the bottom there. I'm going to copy what it says here, and I think I might have dropped it in the wrong box, so we'll move that out of, oops, out of that box. Save that. Awesome. And then we just need to add some margin. Cool. Looks pretty good. I think the last thing I want to do is, yeah, let's see if we can add in that little orange bar there just to finish out our design. Oh, you know what, I think I do have a margin right on that earphone element there. So let me get rid of that, because otherwise it's going to be super weird. Because, yeah, it's not perfectly aligned there. All right, cool. And let's try and add in that the little box there. So if I make a box, or just a self-contained box, self-closing box, I should say, and I set the background color to be, I think it's this orange, so I'm just going to grab it. Save that. Awesome. And then I'm going to just set the height to be like 0.25 rem and the width to be like 5 rem, and save that. It's pretty close. I think it's probably about 10 rem or 8 rem. It's about the length of the, not quite the length of the icon. All right, cool. And then we're going to set the position to be relative. Save that. And then we're going to set maybe the top to be 0 and see if that works. Let me inspect that, see what's going on there. Okay, so this is within the container. Oh, because I've added padding to the container. Or maybe top minus 20 pixels. Okay, cool. So I can just force it to go up a little bit. So let's say minus 40 pixels. Too much. 32 pixels. Perfect. Awesome. Cool. So let's go ahead and push all of our code, because we've been doing a whole bunch of stuff and we have not pushed any of it. So I'm going to go ahead and say completed initial main page design. and push that up to GitHub. So now if you go on GitHub, once that finishes pushing, you should be able to see that up there. All right, let me see if anybody has any questions at all. Because if you do, please feel free to drop them in the chat. We can do one more little tweak here before we finish up for today. We're gonna go ahead and let's go ahead and remove some of the stylings here, because as you can see, we want it to be this like sort of sleek black look. So if we go back to our button, I think we can actually just pass in different params here that will allow us to get that look there. So if I go, where am I getting here? All right, if I go to the button here and I say the variant is outlined, if the variant is outlined, then I want the text color. So let me just say, so if I say, or actually I can just pass in the, no, but I want it to be consistent. So let me say border, and then we say if variant equals outlined. If yes, then we want it to be color. If no, then null. And then background, again, we're going to do this check. We're going to reverse it. The variant does not equal outlined. Do we want it to be color? If not, we want it to be null. And then color, same check. Same check. Instead of null, though, I think I want it to be auto, like whatever it would have automatically been. I don't know if that's going to work. Probably not. I think it's probably going to be white. That's going to be the other option. Or let me try auto in quotes. See if that works. Try not to break the whole app. But I do want to fix this here. All right, so let me pass in the color on the home page there and these speaker buttons. So let me say color is black. Let's see what that does. All right, cool. But I do need to update the border. So let me go ahead and do that. So border is going to be, because you do need to add more props when it's the border. So it's going to be 1 pixel solid, whatever that is. Perfect. That's pretty decent. All right, so then I'm just going to go ahead and update this one as well. I'm going to say, this is, sorry, not that one, the earphones. We're going to say color is going to be black and save that there. And oh, why is it not taking the color there? Variant is outlined. Variant is outlined. Color is black. Color is black. 1 pixel solid black. Variant equals outlined. And the color. Choose color. Is it because this is the way I did the link? That might be it. Let's go ahead and look at the links over here and see if that is what's making the difference. href1, href5. That looks pretty decent. All right, let's go ahead and just push that up. I'm going to say update button styles. And we'll commit that, push those changes up. All right, and that's pretty decent. That's pretty decent what we have there. I think another sort of improvement we could add is the hover state for a lot of these. So like one of the cool things about using SX, which you can't use here, but it's like when you have a hover state, you can add it right into the style here. So that's something we can consider doing. We could also add in a sort of a number of items in the cart here. So if we go to our nav and we go to our cart, right now we have, or no, actually in our nav, sorry, we have our cart icon, but right where our cart, option, all right, yeah, our card icon here. But what would be really cool to have is like the brackets with the number next to it, right? Just right next to that image. So what I could do here is I can say, let's see, we got to grab the cart. So let's go ahead and grab the cart from from state. So we'll say const cart equals use app selector bracket state dot cart, and grab that, and we'll say this right here is going to be cart dot length, and then we'll wrap it in brackets. Save that, and then I'm actually just going to go ahead and wrap it in a typography element. We're going to set the color to be white. We're going to save that. Awesome. So now that once we have one item in the cart, that will show up there. Cool. So if I see product, add to cart, we'll see that we have one item in the cart. Now, as I mentioned before, we'll start to sort of see these larger bugs now because our cart is not persisting across more than one page. So that's something that we can go ahead and add in. So if we add it, if we take a look at Redux persisting on refresh, let me save that. We will want to make sure that we actually, use like local storage or something like that in order to persist state. Whenever I'm doing something that I haven't done in a while, or I want to, something that's just new to me, I want to make sure that I look up the documentation and make sure that I'm doing it correctly. So this is a particular library called Redux Persist that could work for what we want to do here. Let me take a look. This is one option that we could use. Persisting your state. It seems to be the fairly popular option to use, unless this person's just making a bunch of posts on different pages. Let's see. We could set it to session storage. Set it to local storage. And again, we're using Redux Persist. So I think using Redux Persist is probably the way to go. It looks fairly straightforward in the way that we need to set it up. And yeah, I think it's probably what we're going to have to end up using in order to persist that data between different states, right? So I think we'll probably come in and install this in the next section and work on that. But if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the comments, drop them in the chat below, and let me know if you do have any other comments or questions. And I'm going to go ahead and do a bit more research into this library, and then in our next section we're going to go ahead and install Redux Persist. We're going to go ahead and clean up everything we need to clean up with the cart and the state, make sure that our pages are sort of displaying correctly, and then we're going to go ahead and build out these larger product pages, so where you have a display of all different types of products. We've already built out sort of 75% of this. Like, we built out this, we built out the bottom portion here, we built out the footer, so we really just need to go ahead and build out these sort of like headphone sections here. So we're going to go ahead and tackle that in the next stream. Look out, subscribe to make sure that you don't miss it. Turn on the notifications to make sure that you're able to see it when it does come up. And yeah, I will catch you guys in the next one. All right, see you. All right. Hey, how's it going? My name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor, and this is part 4 in our e-commerce full stack website series. So far, we've built out the API using Next.js, we've created the homepage and the initial product page design. Let me give you a look at what we've been working on so far if you're new to this series. So here it is. It's just a little e-commerce website that will allow you to showcase headphones, speakers, earphones, different things like that. And then you can go to each product page, see the product itself, and then go ahead and add it to cart. So a really simple setup that we have going on right now, but we're gonna go ahead and improve upon that today. So next we're going to be adding in persist, because right now when I go ahead and refresh this page, the things that I have in my cart actually won't stay, which is not ideal, especially if you're trying to make sales with more than one item, because if I go to a different page and I go like add a speaker to cart, the headphones say that I've just added to the cart would disappear. So we want to go ahead and add in persisting, so that'll work for us. We're then going to work through some of our existing bugs. We're going to tackle some of the cart count bugs and things like that and see how much we can get through. And we also want to go ahead and build out the UI for these pages, because in our sample site here, which we have a bunch of links in the description below, sort of with the sites and just the different repositories you might need to access. But with this sample site right here, when you go to the links on top that say headphones, speakers, and earphones, it actually brings you to a more cohesive sort of product page that allows you to showcase all of the different products within that category that are available. So we want to incorporate that into our site as well. So that's something that we're going to work on as far as styling goes. So yeah, we're going to jump into that in just a second. If you are enjoying these tutorials, consider giving the video a like or hitting subscribe down below. That way you'll stay up to date whenever I post new videos like this in this series or others going forward. And if you would like how to learn how to become a front-end developer, as I mentioned, I'm a software engineer, but I also was a university professor. I enjoy teaching folks how to learn how to code. You can check out the first link in the description for Davidson Programming Academy. We teach folks how to learn how to code for less than $15 a month. So check that out if you're interested, and you can learn how to code with a mentor starting next year. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm gonna go ahead and share the full screen here. Awesome. Perfect. Let me know if you're not able to see or hear, and I will be periodically checking the chat. And say hi. Hi in the chat. Good to see everybody that's here. All right, so first things first, we are going to go ahead and we are going, well, let's pop back into our development site. And let's go ahead, sorry, and add in persist, because I think that's going to sort of highlight maybe some of the bugs that we can tackle later, because I'm sure there are a few that we will need to work on, but I think persist will make a few things more clear for us. So let's go ahead and start by tackling persist. All right, so first things first, I had started to look up sort of the documentation on persist last night, and then I actually realized, as I mentioned before in this series, I built this site once before a few years ago. I actually had used persist before, so we can just kind of follow along with the way that I implemented it in the previous app and then use it in this current project. So that'll be really helpful to sort of get us going pretty quickly. All right, so first things first, we do want to install this package called Redux Persist. So let me go ahead and hop over to VS Code and npm install that there. Cool. And we will let that go ahead and install. Awesome, looking good. So when you look up, well, and we can look up the documentation for Redux Persist as well, just so we're all on the same page. Knowing how to Google is a very important skill as a developer, because you're not going to know every new package that comes out, but it's important to understand and be able to sort of figure out how to use them. So basic usage involves adding persist reducer and persist store to your setup, how many levels of state they want to merge, etc., etc. So this is in our configure store. All right, so we're going to introduce the persist store and the persist reducer into our store, and then we need to add this persist gate here. Okay, cool. That looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and let's see if we can follow along with how I've done it here and see if that works. And we will sort of come back to the documentation if necessary. So it would need it to be into, well, let's try and just install this piece here. So I'm going to import these two aspects here. So we have persist gate and persist store. And that is going to be, this is in our index.js. So this is probably going to be in our app.tsx. Because we are using both TypeScript and Next.js. So it's a little bit of a different project than last time, but very similar. All right, now that we have that, we're going to add in the provider here, and we're going to wrap it around our, oh, we have a provider already, so that's awesome. That was for Redux, sorry, that's not what we need to work on. Oh, we need to let the persister here. That's what we need to do. So this is just initializing a variable using let, and then we are persisting using the store. The store we already provided to this app here because we had provided it for like the Redux the Redux provider itself. Sorry. So then we need to add the persist gate. We'll put it just one level lower of the provider there. We'll drop that in there, and then we will wrap it around the outside of the app and save that. All right, cool. Persister, we have the persister with the store. And then I'm gonna hop over to my index.js here in the store and just see if there was anything I did in here. So it looks like I did import the persist reducer from Redux persist. So let's go back over to our index.js of our store. I actually call it store.ts. But we'll go ahead and import the persist reducer here. And then we will create the persist conflict. Oh, we need also the storage. So import that there. And then we need the, what else do we need? The persist config right there at the bottom there. All right, we'll go ahead and import that create that variable down there. And then, oh, okay, so we're passing, basically what's going on here is that we're taking the reducer and passing both the regular reducer as well as the persisted configuration. So this persisted reducer that we're gonna sort of replace our, or we're gonna pass out as our like default configure store object. So we're gonna sort of have to rework how we're doing this. Basically combines the persisted configuration as well as the reducers that we've already established. We only have one established currently, the cart, but if we do add more reducers, it just combines all of that together into one object that then gets exported as our default store export. So let's go ahead and refigure this for really quickly. So we're gonna say export default const, or actually, let's go ahead and export default, let's say store, configure store. We'll put that there. Oops, remove that, save that. And then for this store, we're just gonna actually import combine reducers from Redux. So I don't think we had that imported already. So this configure store is just gonna be changed to combine reducers. So it's just gonna combine all the reducers there. So it's more of just like a holder than anything else. And then we are going to create this persisted reducer using that and put that down there. We'll save that. And then I need to export this actually as reducers. And we don't actually need to export it anymore. We're just gonna save it as reducers. What else are we gonna do here? And then, oh, it's giving me an error. It's gonna say store, export default store equals, export default const store, export const store equals configure store. I think possibly that's what we wanna do there. And then, oh no, it's gonna give me an error there. All right, let's go back to export default and save that. Export it as configure store. So I'm just getting an error here. Oh, it's giving me, let's put it on the type of maybe reducers. Reducers, and save that. Get state. No, it doesn't work on that. Let's see. Let's see, Redux persist and TypeScript, because I'm sure everybody who does this runs into this hiccup here. So let's see what the default for the root state needs to be. Root state, return type of store, get state, reducer, configure store, persister equals persist store, store. Okay, so this is like a slightly different way to do it. Let's see. All right, we have that, but we want the persister. Let's see if I have TypeScript in here. Okay. let's see. All right, so we just need to get the state from the, what if we say export store equals configure store, export const store equals configure store, and then we say store for these two. Okay, cool, that works, awesome. Next thing though, now we're gonna get an error with our cart, like all of our carts and things like that, because it does not exist on that type. All right. State.cart persist partial. That is the issue there. All right, so maybe there's a better way to do this that they've introduced. Let's take a look in here. Persisting, Redux persist. Let's look up TypeScript again and see what answers we come up with. Script example. Oh, you know what? We need to install types as Redux persist. That might help. That's okay. And then let's see. Create store persisted. All right, so let's go back to our store. I wonder. Persist reducer. So what if I say create store instead of configure store? Store. Or maybe it's deprecated persisted reducer. No, I don't think that's the right way to do it. TypeScript. All right, let's try that other solution that came up earlier, because I think that might be the best way of going about it. Let's see, is it this one? I think it was this one here. So yeah. Let's see if it, Redux tools and TypeScript. Oh, this is just a general toolkit in TypeScript. Let's see, persist config, persisted reducer, store, persisted reducer. Let's back it up a little bit. Let's take out all the changes we made in store and close this, don't save. And let's go back and open up store.ts. Let's check that out. All right, so I want to install the persisted, I want to install React persist, but within this file. So let's check out the documentation and see what they're saying. All right, so this is in the configure store. So let me go ahead and import create store from Redux, which is deprecated. Configure store. All right, so that's what we have. We're importing configure store. Then we have imported that. We've imported, do we import storage? Let's import persist store and storage. And we'll drop that in there. Cool. We are then going, we've already imported the reducer. And then we're going to create the persist config. So let's go ahead and create that. And then we're going to create the persisted reducer. And then it's going to be the cart slice, right? And then the export default should look like this. Let store equals create store. That's going to be configure store. Let persisted reducer, assign arrow function to a variable. Oh, export default store equals const store equals, comment that out, export const store persisted reducer. The types don't match. Interesting. All right, so maybe persist is something that we can't use in a TypeScript project. I'm not sure, because the last time I used it was a JavaScript project, so that could be an issue. Let's see. Let's look up Redux persist TypeScript. Persist data in Redux with TypeScript. So we might have to abandon Redux persist and use something else. There's a lot of information on using it in JavaScript, but we want to use it in TypeScript. So Redux persist ES storage. Let's try that. Close this. How to use Redux in your app. Prerequisites, setting up the project. I think we have those installed. Let me check. We might not. Whoops. We have Redux types, Redux persist. This is not using hooks or toolkit. Alright. Redux toolkit. That's the same thing we keep getting to. I feel like there has to be a solution that Redux offers, no? Persist. API sync. Delivering rehydrate. This can be used out of the box. Okay, there we go. See, there's an option. All right, let's go ahead and sort this out now. All right, so this is which file? Persistence. Oh, this is using RTK query. This is not necessarily what we want to work with here. All right, so. All right, let's abandon putting in persist for now. We'll come back and look at it later. Let's work on instead fixing up a bug that I noticed earlier. So one of the bugs that I noticed when I was playing around with the site yesterday was that when you, even without the persisting working, every time you go and open the cart, you have one item in the cart already, which is not ideal. We want to have like 0 items in the cart in this like little selector here. So the reason for that is because we actually have this like default sort of piece in the cart here. So what we can do to get rid of that is actually just pass in a better option for our cart state. So for the cart, it should either be of this shape here, an array with some sort of version of these objects. And we can actually even be a little bit more specific. We could say interface cart item and then give it this. Or you know what, let me take this out of the brackets. Yeah, and then we could say it's a cart of cart items, right? So that's the same thing. We haven't changed anything aesthetically there, but what we want to do is say it should be either an array of cart items or it could just be an empty array. And that's the difference that we need to make in terms of the change here so that we don't get that one initial value. So what I'm going to do now is give the initial state of just an empty cart and save that there. And then it's going to give me an error here because the type of any is not assignable to the type of never, but we can work around that. If we, let me see. I think what we need to do is just type this here. If we say this is any, any. So it could be, and again, any is not ideal to be using in TypeScript, but we'll use it for now just to get around our type issues. So that'll get rid of that error. And then we want to get rid of this start new cart because this is actually going to delete the first item of our cart every time it triggers, which is what we don't want that. Like if you want somebody to add something to the cart, every time you add something else to the cart, it's going to erase that thing from the cart. So we want to get rid of that. And then we'll remove this export, but then I think it's going to cause another error because it's definitely being used somewhere. So we'll search for start new cart. So we already have that red error up here. Save that there. Save that there. And then at the bottom down here where it says dispatch start new cart, we'll save that. And then we should be good. Let me check out the cart slice one more time. Clear cart. Oh, so we can actually clear this and just say a clear cart is an empty cart. So refresh. We already are seeing 0 in here, which is pretty good. If we click see product and we go ahead and add to cart, now you'll see that we actually have a 1 up here and we have our headphones in there with the count of 2. So awesome. That's working pretty great. And yeah, that we're going to go ahead and push that change just because it was a quick but important change. So we're going to say fixed cart count bug. And as I mentioned before, all of the changes that I'm making here to this repository is linked in the description below. So if you do want to follow along with the exact changes that I'm making here, you can definitely check that out. I also have the repository for this build here linked below that. This was built like back using Create React App and SCSS and just a whole sort of different, setup. So if you do want to check this out, you could definitely can. It's just going to be a little bit different. All right, cool. So that is working. Perfect. Next thing I wanted to do that I mentioned is that I want us to go ahead and create these sort of headphones, speakers, and earphones pages because right now they just don't exist. So it'd be really great if they did exist so that it's easier to access the different products that are available to us. Now, the really great thing is that we've already created sort of like 90%, or not quite 90, maybe like 70% of this page, because we created the footer yesterday. We created this sort of like about the company section, and we created these cards. So the only thing we need to do is create this like picture text sort of side by side situation here. And really that's going to be pretty straightforward in terms of style. We just need to probably reference our API in order to grab the actual items and their text itself, or just display them sort of statically. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start by creating this like header up here. And yeah, if you do have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I see everybody saying hello, hello, nice to meet you, nice to see everybody. Thank you for supporting and watching through the videos. I do respond to all the comments that folks leave on the video. So yeah, if you do have any questions either now or if you're watching this later after the recording, please feel free to drop a comment down below. I will respond to you. All right, so let's go ahead and build out the page. So first things first, we want to go to our files and we want to create a new page. So let's create a new file and we're going to call it we're going to call it, headphones. And that's just going to be our first one. So they're all going to be pretty similar in terms of the way that they're set up. But we will use, the way that Next.js works is that it has these pages, or the pages API in Next.js. It has these different pages that basically, as you create a new file, you create a new page. So it's a really quick and easy way to set up the pages that you're working on. So we'll go ahead and create headphones. And then we want to link it in the nav so that when we click on our headphones page, it takes us to headphones. So save that. And then when I go ahead and click headphones here, if I'm doing it right, awesome. It's taking us to, granted, a totally blank page, but a blank page that is going to give us headphones. So awesome. That is working really well. Next thing we do need to do though is, let's see, I probably actually want to set it up like a next page. So let me go ahead and copy this over and drop that in for headphones. Drop that in there. We're going to say headphones. Awesome. And then we're just going to import, add all missing imports. Cool. We don't need a lot of this stuff, but we do need some of it. So what we're going to keep is the, let's see, what shall we keep? We won't need this background image or the background size or any of that. We might end up using a little piece of it, but we also might not. All right, so we're gonna keep our nav, our HR, which is a horizontal rule. We're gonna get rid of our hero, but we're gonna keep the container that's wrapping everything there. And then we're gonna keep our about and our footer. We're gonna get rid of, we're gonna keep our category card container. We're gonna get rid of everything else though. All right, awesome. So when I go to headphones, let me refresh, / headphones. Oh, I'm literally just getting the same thing. Why is that? Oh, I'm exporting home. Awkward. Headphones. Let's go ahead and export headphones and save that. Okay, cool. Let's try this again. Refresh. Headphones. Awesome. Cool. So it's not perfect, but we can work on that. So first things first, let's go ahead and touch up the nav. So what I took away in the index was, let's see. I think what I need to do is drop in some background color somewhere. So let's take a look at our nav and see what's going on there. Document, we're good there. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our nav and see what's going on there. All right, so in our nav, we have our background color. We have, it's wrapped in a container. Everything's looking pretty good there. Let's see, we have our divs. Oh, we don't have a double div. We have the divs that we have there. And the container, the nav is within the container. Let me see what actually happens if I move it outside of the container, if that works any better. All right, awesome, cool. It's giving us a full page. So that's probably what we want instead. And then I'm gonna drop this up here. And then maybe I'll just get rid of the container altogether. Maybe we'll put it back in later, but it doesn't seem like we necessarily need it. And then we can also get rid of this div, I'm guessing. So we'll save that there. All right, next thing we're gonna do here is I'm going to create a new component. And this is going to be a shared component. So I've made these like little folders like home and shared in order for us to sort of separate which components are being used on like the home page alone or which components are being used on multiple pages, just to keep things a little bit organized. So we're going to call this one category page header .tsx, and we're going to save this, and then we're going to create the component there. And then all this is going to do is it's going to take in the category, and within a typography element, because again, we are using Material UI, so we can access the typography elements, we are going to pass in that category, and then we can style it up a little bit. Cool. And we'll create the props interface here. Category is going to be a string, and then we are going to type this using props and save that. All right, awesome. So then in headphones now, I'm going to have the category page header, and I'm going to pass in the category of headphones and save that. Awesome. Cool. And you can see that it's there right there. It's not doing anything just yet, but it is available. All right, so I'm going to wrap this in a container, or you know what? I'm not going to yet wrap it in a container. I think within the header, I think I'll wrap it in a container. The reason for this is because if you look at the page here, the whole thing is black, and the container would actually limit us to just what's inside here. So I want to make sure that I'm able to access the whole width of the page with the background, but then just center it in the middle. I actually probably don't even need the container, to be honest. I could just center it in the middle. So let's go ahead and grab this color, 1A, and then we'll set our surrounding box to have that color. And I can actually change this to a box. Again, a box is like a div for Material UI, but it's just allows us to use the XX props instead of the style prop, which is sometimes useful for hover states and things like that. So I'm going to say background color is this color that we just grabbed. Save that. Save that. Awesome. And then I do want to set the font color to white so we can see it. Awesome. And then I need to set probably a minimum height of, let's say, 5 rem, maybe larger. Yeah, I'll probably go like 10 rem there. Save that. Awesome. And then one thing I'm noticing here is on the headphones page, we are getting our HR is it's basically showing up black with a white background. So what I'm thinking is maybe I can drop it in the nav as like a lower element. But let me see if that would work or if that would cause a problem. Oh no, it's going to show across the whole page. Let me put it within the container. No, that doesn't look great. All right. Let me leave it where it was, but then, oh, save that. And then maybe I should just make this its own element, but I'll wrap it in a box. And I'll import that box. And then I'll wrap it in, or actually, sorry, the HR is literally not even on this page, so we can just completely ignore that. Forget about that. All right, cool. So going back to our category page header, I'm gonna then just set this box, this bounding box of the header, to have the display of flex. And we are going to, sorry about that, display of flex, and then we are going to justify content center and save that. Awesome. And then I think we also want to align it center. Align items to the center and save that. And then we're going to text transform it. And actually, let's do these changes on our typography element. So we're going to We're going to set the variant, first of all, to be an H1 because the page needs an H1. Save that. And then we're going to set the text transform to be uppercase. We'll save that. All right, right now it's huge, so that's way too big. Let's go ahead and set the actual right size. So we'll go font size equals, let's say 2 rem. Save that, pretty good. And then we'll set the font weight to be, let's say 800, and save that. All right, awesome. That's looking pretty decent. Maybe the font should be 2.5. But yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. I think maybe the only thing we could do is add a little bit more vertical like space, a little bit more to the minimum height. Let's maybe try 20 rem. I don't know if that's going to be too big. It's a little too big. Let's maybe make it 15 rem instead. Nice split in the middle. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. All right, so happy with that. Let's move on to the next section. And what we can do now is just go ahead and commit what we've done. So I'm going to go ahead and commit and say created page, category page header. And the awesome thing is, once we've done this for one category, one page, we don't need to do it again. So it's going to be really convenient in terms of not having to sort of repeat everything multiple times. It's going to be really quick. So yeah, let's move to the next piece. Again, if you do have any questions, you want to ask any questions or anything like that, please just feel free to drop a question or a comment in the chat or in the comments below if you're watching this later. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions at all. Happy to go over any topics related or unrelated to building this out. So next thing that we're going to do is create this sort of picture and text combo. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the image, because these all seem to be the same size. I'm going to create like an image component, and then I'm going to create the like text on the right hand side, that component as well. So what should be the best way to do this? I think what I would love to do is use the API to get this data. So if you go over here, you can see the way that we've gone about fetching our data before. So what we have done, this is in our sort of product page, like our individual products. What we've done before to fetch the data is in a use effect, we fetch from our local API, grabbed all the data, and then set that response, and then set the product based on what the item we receive in that response is. And that's worked pretty well for us. I think what I'm going to want to do in this is I'm going to use the same fetch, but then I'm going to only return the items that are with the certain category, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if you go to our data file, there's like a category. Yeah, there's a category. See on line 11 here where it says category, and then it gives you the category. What we want to do is do a similar check in each page, but then just return the data that is relevant to that page. So headphones, speakers, earphones, etc. So let me go ahead and copy this use effect just so we have a base to work with. Go into headphones, and then I'll drop it in here and save that. And it's going to give me some errors because we don't have any of this imported. So go ahead, add all missing imports, and then I'm going to create a data object. So say, and it's a data and is loading. So I'll just go ahead and copy these two. Const data, and then we'll go ahead and import use state, and we'll remove a bunch of these imports that we don't have. We're not using again. Awesome. And cool. So we have fetched our data from our API. We don't need to worry about ID. Let's see. And you know what, I'm gonna create one more variable. I'm gonna say const category equals headphones. I think what I would later want to do is make this page like dynamically generated, but we can do that in a later lesson. So we're gonna say const category equals category, or for a different project. So we're gonna set data to the response, set it loading to false. Or rather than setting data there, what we could do is say response.map item if item.category equals category, and this way it's reusable across components. Equals category. Missing one more bracket. There we go. Set data. Or no, we want to, let's say data is an empty array. We want to go data.push item. So if item.category equals category, data.push item, and this will update when data updates. Type of any, type of never. I think I can type it to be of any. Cool, get rid of that error. And awesome, that is looking pretty good. And then we'll want to say if is loading, because maybe it needs to fetch the data. Return loading, ... And we'll save that. P tag with loading, save that. And let's go ahead and console.log data and see what we get. Cool. Console, refresh. All right, awesome. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different options, and they all seem to have the word headphones in it. So that's pretty good. And I'm pretty content with that. Although it says 3, why does it say 3? Like 6, is it 3? Well, I'm pretty content with that. So let's go ahead and now we can build out or sort of map through this data in order to display the different sort of like picture description combinations that we have. So please add VS Code extension material file icon. It will be easier to understand. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Could you tell me a little bit more about the VS Code extension? Like which one? Is that the one where it sort of changes the look of the icons here so that it's clearer? Let me know in the comments. But that would be interesting. I definitely have many of VS Code extensions, so I'll also be happy to consider it. All right, so let's go ahead and in this lower section here, we want to basically go ahead and create this image and description combination. So let's go ahead and build that up. So we want to start by, let's say, creating a new file. I'm going to say category image.tsx. That's going to be our first component there. All right, save that. And for this, it's going to take in a source param, and that's probably going to be it. Yeah, I think so. Interface props. Or you know what? It should take in a source, which is a string, and then it should take in the maybe the name, which is a string. We can use that as the alt because we do need to have an alt. So we'll say source and name. And then we'll set it to be props, and we'll save that. And then here now, what we just want to return actually is an image. So image, we're going to use the next image. And we'll just go ahead and import that from next. Import image, next image, perfect. And then source is going to be source. Alt is going to be the name. And then we need to set the width and the height. So I'm going to say, let's say 500 by 500 just to start off with, and we can modify it as necessary. So that's going to be our category image. The next thing we're going to have is our category text. And that's going to be a little bit more styling on our part. Or maybe category category item image. Sorry, just want to make sure I name these correctly so that when we come back in 2 days and we're like, what is that? We know what it is. So we're going to change these to category item image and save that. And then we're going to rename this to be category item text. Or category item description. Awesome. Cool. Save that. And what else? Okay, so let's take a look at the design. So we have an indicator of whether or not it's a new product, which I think we also have in our JSON, if I'm not mistaken. There's a new true or false. So we can use that to basically toggle whether or not we actually use that, we actually display this piece here. And then we have the heading, we have the description, and then we have the C product. If you recall, it's actually super similar to what we have here. So I think I'm going to just go to Hero, borrow these stylings, and then modify them to fit the page. I think that's probably going to be the quickest way to do this. So let's go back to our Hero. Let's grab all of this, or I'll grab everything from the box going down. Save that. And we'll go to description, and we'll drop that in here. Save that. Cool. And then we'll just go ahead and add all these missing imports. Save those. And oh, it's imported the incorrect button. There are two buttons that we're using in this, and one is one I've created, one is one that Material UI created. So the import button from, actually I think it just, yeah, there it is, button from button. And then we have what we're looking for there. All right, awesome. And then final file I'm going to create, we're going to say category, or maybe we don't even need to create a whole container. Let's see if we can do it without creating a container, because I don't want to create too many components. So between the category page header and the category card container, what we want to do is map through data. So we're going to say data.map, and for each item, we want to go ahead with the arrow function and our curly brackets and return a box. I'm going to just make a generic box that comprises of our category item image and our category item description. I think I will actually end up making container just because it's going to be a little bit easier. We're going to go ahead, oh, it's missing the key. I'm going to go ahead and add the missing imports there, and then we'll set the key to be the item.id. Leave that there. What other errors are we seeing here? Oh, and then we need to pass in the source. So then we'll say the source is going to be item dot, I believe there's several different images. So item.image.desktop, because it does need to be the big one, image.desktop. And then we're going to say our alt text is going to be item.name, I believe. We'll save that. Is it item.name? Yeah, item.name. Maybe that doesn't work. Oh, sorry. I'm naming it alt and it should be name. All right, cool. Perfect. And then for the description now, we're just going to do the same thing, except here we're going to pass in a couple different variables. So let's go ahead and create our interface first with our props. We're going to say is new. So that's going to be a Boolean. It's like whether or not the product is new. We're going to say the name of the product, which is going to be a string. We're going to have the description of the product, which is another string. And C product, we need the ID of the product as well to grab the, I think it's a string as well. to grab the, might be a number, string or number. Yeah, to grab the href for it. And then we're just going to go ahead and customize it. So let me drop these in here. So is new, name, description, and ID. And then we're going to set that to props, be the types that we define there in props. And then we're going to say, if it is new, we'll display this. Is new. If it is, then display that. If not, then don't display anything. Oh, it's missing the closing curly bracket. There we go. And then this one is going to be name. This one is going to be description. Oops, description. And this one is going to be the ID. Awesome. So now when we go back to headphones, let's go ahead and pass in all of that stuff. So we need is new to be item dot new. We need name to be item dot name. We need description to be, I think it's item dot description to be honest. Dot description. And then we need the ID to be item dot ID. And we're going to save that. And awesome, all of our errors seem to have gone away. So let's go ahead and see what we have here. Must start. Oh, we're getting that that image error again. So we were getting this image error earlier when we were working with, was it our hero or our index? Basically, we had to remove the dot from the URL for whatever reason, or the source image. So I'll just do this to fix that issue. Don't replace. We'll save that. All right, awesome. So considering we haven't styled the box at all, this is looking pretty good. I think just because of the way that I want to be able to use and reuse this multiple times, I think I am going to move this to a separate container. So I'm going to say a new file, category item container .tsx, and I'm going to pass that in there. And then we are going to basically copy this box. Yeah, this box, whoops. This box right here from headphones, and put it in here. And save that, and then just import all of this in here. Perfect. And then what else do we need to do here? Oh yeah, we need to have all these imports. So interface props, item. I'm gonna give it any type for now. Not any's, any. I'm gonna dedicate a lesson in this series to just typing everything properly. Props, save that. And there we go. So then now what we do here, we just pass in that category item item container, and we'll save that. And then we'll just pass in item as item. And oh, it's missing the key prop. So we're gonna say key is item.id and save that. So now we can go, it should look exactly the same, but we can go into our category item container and style how everything works together. So let's go ahead and using our SX prop, we're going to set a display. Oh, we can get rid of this key prop as well. Display of flex. We'll save that. Awesome. And then we can actually wrap this whole thing in a container so that it falls better in line with the rest of our flow. Save that there. Awesome. And then we want to like justify and spread the content here. So let's say align items to center, but then we want to justify content so that it has some room, so space between, and we'll save that. All right, cool, and that's looking pretty decent. I think we do need to make a few modifications just so it does match the style a little bit, but so far so good. It is giving me what looks like duplicate results though, so I do want to sort of figure out what's going on there. Maybe the use effect is being called twice, and that's not ideal. So let me go ahead and figure that out later. But let's go ahead and quickly modify the style. So starting with our new product one here, we want to grab the color here, and this is going to be our orange. Save that there. And then in our description here, we want to just set that to be this color instead. Whoops, that is a lot. That's a lot of information for the color. Just want to grab this. Cool, awesome. So we have that new product. We can actually increase the letter spacing, I think, to probably 1 rem. Just make it a little bit more dramatic. And I'm going to decrease the font size on this page, but I will increase the font weight to 800 and save that. And the letter spacing maybe to 1.5 rem and save that. Maybe 1. Oh no, 1.5 I think, yeah. Maybe 600, maybe it's not so bold. All right, cool, pretty decent. Next thing here, I need to decrease the font weight of this and decrease the font size. So I'm gonna maybe say 3 rem, and that might actually deal with the font weight issue. Let's say maybe 4 rem. Yeah. And font weight, let's say 400. 500. Pretty good. I think it's still a little bit big, so maybe we'll say 3 rem. 3.5. I think that's probably the answer to our problems here. Awesome, that looks pretty good. Then the text here should actually be black. So I'm just gonna remove the color here so it can inherit the default color for the page. And we'll save that. And then, yeah, the C product looks pretty decent. I'm not gonna mess around with it too much. What I am gonna mess around with is the size of the image. So I think it could be a little bit bigger. So category item image, maybe we could do 600 by 600. And again, this is totally up to preference. It does seem pretty big in that initial example. And then finally, the last thing I want to do is flip the two back and forth. So I guess how I would do that in this container here is I could say, based on the item ID, return one or the other first. So what I can do here is say item.id. Let's see, how do we check? Let's say check for even or odd number JavaScript. I'm thinking what I can do is just check to see if the number is even. Number divided by 2 equals 0. Cool, that makes sense. Item.id divided by 2 equals 0. Awesome. So headphones. Awesome. I'm not sure if I want maybe I do want them to be a little bit more equal. So maybe I could go back down to 500 just in terms of like the horizontal split. Just the design, I think maybe having them left and right looks a little bit better. So we'll leave that for now. Let's push this and say like initial design for category items. Commit that, push that. And then let's figure out why we're getting. I think what the issue is that I'm like setting it twice. So let's see, if item.category equals category, data.push items. Oh, you know what? How to get unique items in an array. Because then we could just like uniqueify it. No, that's not a word. Get all the unique values and then, you know, change that. So we could say, oh, we could use filter. That's a good idea. So only unique, the value, the index, and the array. Return array of filter, only unique. Okay, that seems to work pretty well. So let's grab this and see if it works for us. Oh, we could just do a set. Duh. All right, let's just do a set. Let's say if I do a console.log of, let's do this, of data. Oh, getting. All right, what is like, let's look for the most up-to-date answer to this. Dot set. New array from new set. Perfect. All right, I'll pass in data there. Cool. And then we'll output array. All right. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. All right. Cool. Let's see what this gives us here. If I create it as, if I make a new set, refresh that. Awesome. I'm getting 3s, which is what I love to see. I'm also just getting 3s regardless. So maybe, I don't know. But what we're going to do is we're going to say const headphones equals, we're going to create an array from the new set of data here. And then we're just going to get rid of these two. And then we're going to pass in, instead of data.map, we're going to go headphones.map. Or rather than headphones, we're going to say items or products.map. And I'm going to just change this. I just want to make this as reusable as possible. So I can literally just copy and paste or, you know, eventually just create a singular page for this. So I change it to headphones and it's going to kind of be annoying. So yeah, I think this might actually work. Let's go ahead and refresh. We can ignore those errors for the second. And awesome. That looks pretty good. The only thing I am thinking that needs to change here is that the order is not correct. This should be at the top. So maybe I can reverse the array or something like that. Reverse. And Or you know what? Instead of pushing it, maybe I could, oh gosh, how do you insert object at the beginning of array? Object, beginning, I'm gonna kick myself. Array, not push, element, unshift, right? Unshift, yeah, let's do unshift. That way it'll just put them in the original order instead of the like tweaked order that I have. Awesome, cool. So new product, headphones, perfect. I think I actually botched it in terms of left and right, so I'm gonna go back to the code and fix which one should be on the left and which one should be on the right. So this is gonna be equals. Even ones should be on the, should have the image on the left. Odd ones should have the image on the right, or reverse that. Odd one should have the image on the left. But either way, I think we're pretty good here. Cool. So I'm pretty content with this. This is like the intended page. It pretty much matches the design. We're not missing any elements, I don't think. No, we're not. So what we're gonna do now really quickly is basically just create the following pages from this. So really awesome way to just sort of create one page and then keep going from there. But yeah, if you do have any questions while I go ahead and do this, please leave them in the comments below, drop them in the chat. I'd be more than happy to answer them as we're here. All right, so next one here, I am going to go ahead and let's see, create a new page here. So new file, what was it? Speakers, I think was the next one. Drop that there. And then I'm just literally going to copy everything in headphones, Control C, paste it in speakers, Control V, and I'm going to change this one word to speakers. And yeah, that should be it. Let's go to speakers. Let's refresh. Oh, you know what? Sorry. Very important here that I didn't set up. I didn't change the nav. So the nav's like, it's the same thing. We're going to add in speakers here and earphones here. Save that. All right, refresh. Speakers. Awesome. Speakers are there. Headphones are there. Perfect. Earphones are not there because the page does not exist yet. However, let's go ahead and create it. So we'll create one more page, new file, earphones.tsx, Control V, all of that, and change this one word here, earphones. Save that. And we'll refresh one more time. And perfect. That's pretty good. So I think we have everything that we need. So we have our home page, our headphones, our speakers, and our earphones page. We can click on these. I wonder if this actually works. See product, it does work. We can add it to cart. That does show up there. And so I'm pretty content with that. Go ahead and see this product, add that to cart. See that? Awesome. Actually, we are persisting. So I don't know how we did that. Must be magic. But pretty content with that. Let's add 4. I didn't leave anything in there from the persist, but it does seem to be working. So I'm content with that. I'm not going to question it. Maybe it's a new feature they added. Maybe I did something already that helped me out. But I'm pretty happy with what we have here. One bug I am noticing is that the headphones, like you see, I've added 2 and then I've added 4. It doesn't change the number of it doesn't replace it. So that's a bug I'm going to want to fix. But for now, that's looking pretty good. So I'll end the remove all button works. Let me go ahead and remove all. All right, so let us hop into the comments. I'll check on TikTok as well and see if we got any comments down there. And we will respond to some comments there. Let's see. All right, so is it possible to find a job as a self-made coder without a degree or even courses, just hard skills? 100%. Yeah, I did not study computer science. I studied like the arts. And then after studying arts, I decided that I still wanted to learn how to become a coder. So I taught myself how to learn how to code over the process of about 6 months to a year, and then started freelancing as a coder, and then eventually got full-time jobs as a coder, as a software engineer. And I do front-end web development primarily, but I do also know how to do back-end stuff as well. So yeah, definitely 100% possible. Actually, the reason that I created the bootcamp that I've created here is because, and let me full screen for a second so you guys can see me. Yeah, the reason I created the bootcamp that I created here is because I wanted to be able to provide folks with a way of being able to learn how to code in an accessible format that allows them to sort of get to coding faster. When I was learning how to code, a friend of mine actually started to mentor me, and that was really what sort of skyrocketed my growth as a student of software engineering, just because I went from sort of like learning these like 1 and 2 things here and there to like finally understanding like exactly what I need to know. Like I basically, like, I had a pathway and I knew where to go through the pathway, and then I could always go to them with questions about like, hey, I don't understand this piece, or I don't understand that piece, and they would sort of steer me in the right direction. So yes, it is definitely 100% possible to be self-taught and learn how to code. What I would recommend though is getting somebody to work with you in order to help you get to that destination faster, or to help you get past any really frustrating points or moments where you're not sure which piece of information is correct, because there's a lot of information out there. I would definitely recommend getting a mentor. If you are interested in like using the service that I provide, I do offer mentorship for folks who are interested in learning how to be software engineers, front-end developers specifically. This is my website, davidsonprogrammingacademy.com. Let me share that with you so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is the website here, davidsonprogrammingacademy.com. You can try out all of our programs and courses for free for at least 7 days, but up to 30 days, depending on which package you're interested in trying out. We have 3 different tiers of membership: basic, pro, and unlimited. And basically with each of these, you will get full access to our full bootcamp that will teach you how to become a front-end engineer. And then depending on how much mentoring you're interested in having, you can choose one of the packages that involves at least 1, if not more, mentoring sessions per month that will allow you to connect with a mentor, work through your problems, etc., etc., etc. So thank you for asking that question. Really appreciate it. But yeah, if you do have any questions about learning how to code, about how to become a software engineer, web developer, front-end, back-end, full stack, etc., please feel free to reach out to me. You can also book a free call here, and we can chat about your unique situation and what opportunities that might be available to you. Cool. So next thing here, let's go ahead. First things first, then we're going to take a quick 5-minute break so folks can grab some water, some snacks, and then we'll come back and do some more debugging on our project here. All right, cool. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and continue on with what we're working on here. So, as you can see, we have our page up and running. We have where we can add to cart. We have our items showing up in our cart. We can go and add new products to cart. We can have those showing up in our cart. They are persisting across pages. So all in all, it's going pretty well, I would say. We've pretty much finished out our initial design of the product. There are a few little tweaks we could make, like when we hover, we get this orange color. That'd be pretty cool. So let's go ahead and implement that. And then let's see, the next thing we could probably implement is working on some of that logic there. So quickly, how to implement the hover states. If we go back to our nav here, we can go to, let's see, each of our links here. And let's see, how would we add a hover state for this? I wonder if, oh, you know what, actually, sorry, I just noticed a bug here. Let's fix this piece right here. So in these cards, they're actually supposed to show each of the pages when you click shop, and we didn't have these pages before, but now we do. So we can go ahead and add in those links. So we'll add the link. Oh, the link should be to the category, so it should actually work. We're passing in the category card. Oh, you know what? It's because it's capitalized. So let's go H, S, E. Save that. Yeah, because we had set that up yesterday, but capitalization is important. So awesome, cool. Yeah, these are working now. I think maybe that's probably the best thing to do right now. We just do a quick debug of the home page. So everything seems to be working well. Oh, you know what we didn't do? This is super important. We did not add anything to our product pages. So I think that's something we probably should tackle first. So if you go to any product, like this product here, you see it, you know, it's pretty cool. There's like a bunch more information here that we don't have displayed yet. So let's go ahead and display all of that information. I think that would be really useful and like help us market this a little bit better. So let's go ahead and implement that. Right now, it's literally just the nav bar and the product itself. So if I go down to our ID page here, this is the page that we have our products displaying on. I just want to go and grab some of the stuff from our index. So I need the about, I need the footer, and I think I'll need the category card container, but I'll just drop those in the bottom here and save that. And then we'll go ahead and import those from import about, and then import footer. Cool. And yeah, if you guys are just joining or been watching for a while, if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the comments below. I do stop periodically to answer the questions that are in the chat. All right, cool. So we have it about, we have our footer here. Next thing we need to add is this like photo gallery section and, oh, the category cards section. Let's add that in. Category card container, save that. Awesome. That's there. And then, yeah, there's like a, you may also like a recommended products kind of thing, like when you go on Amazon or whatever. So we can add that in. And I think that is also in our API. Like they've already given us that data, so it's not like we need to go do any like logic. Yeah, so if we take a look at our data from our API, we're getting gallery, which is the images for the product. So I think we could probably, we could probably at one point show like a sort of multiple image gallery. Oh, it's called others. So in others, there are 3 other types of headphones here. So I guess that's how we get that information in others. So we do want to create that. And then we also want to create this features box and the include section here. All right, cool. So let's work on that. Let's start with the features, and in the box, and we'll just work our way down. So this is like product add-ons, product features, product features.tsx, and then we'll create that. And then what we're gonna actually take in here is features, and comes with, or additional items. And we'll save that. And we'll say interface, props, features is a string, and string, and additional items is probably an array of strings. And we'll save that. And then we'll put props over here. And then, yeah, we'll put that, we'll create this. So we're gonna start with a box from Material UI. We're gonna start with a box here. And then we're gonna have two headers, so features and in the box. And then, so basically we'll create two boxes within that one box. So box, and we'll duplicate this. And then this box, the outer box, is going to have a display of flex. And that should be good for now. And then this box here is also going to have a display of flex, but it's going to be flex, flex direction is going to be column. And then the, we are going to, align items. It's going to be space between, and save that. And yeah, I'm going to copy, actually just going to replace this box with this box, so it should have similar styling. And then we're going to create our first typography element. Typography, and it should say features, and we're going to save that. And then the other one should say in the box. We'll say in the box, and we'll save that. And that should be good for now. So what I want to do now is incorporate this into our product page. So this is our product features. It's going to go right below our product. So I'm going to say product.others.map. I'm pretty sure other product. Let me just confirm. Not product, other products. Sorry, we're gonna go products. We're gonna just import the product features. And then we're gonna pass in, additional items, which is gonna be, we're not gonna map, we're gonna map within includes. So I'm actually going to change this to includes because that sounds nicer. Includes product dot includes, and then in product features we're going to change this to includes, and then for features it's just going to be features. Features is going to be product dot features. I think it's features. Yeah, features. Features. Just some type ID dot string. Oh, and you know what? I'll just set this. So we'll say features. We'll say includes, and we can just also confirm that it's an array, because if it's an object, we'll have to change it. It is an array. Includes and empty array. Cool. So now we should have just the little box there, which is fine. That works for us. We can then, let me close some of these that we're not using for now. Yeah, we can then go ahead and use what we've sort of started to build here. So let's go typography, and we'll say this is going to be the features. I'm going to save that. And then this lower typography here is going to be the includes. And one thing I did notice is that it does need to be wrapped in a container because it is sort of stretching to the sides as is expected. That is a nice thing about having the containers in the individual components. Like we don't necessarily need to like modify it every time we need a larger component. All right, objects are, oh yeah, we do have, oh yeah, so we should map. So this is where I was thinking about mapping. So we will map over includes.map. And what does includes give us? Gives us the quantity and the item. Quantity and the item. Oh, I see. Quantity here, item on the left. Makes sense. So what we'll do is we'll say includes.map. We're going to do a box. Or actually, we could probably just do this in a typography element with a span. Keep it simple. For each item, we want to return a typography element that has item dot quantity and item dot item. There we go. I'm missing the key prop, so the key will be item dot item because that should be unique. Property item. Or we could do the frowned upon index. So this property item. Oh, oh, I told it was an array of strings, but it's actually not. It's an array of objects. Let's see. Include interface. We're just going to add a type here. Interface. What is it? Quantity, which is a number, and item, which is a string. Save that, and it's going to be interface. I'm going to save that. Awesome. Errors are gone. Let's see if we can use item.item now. Because really, yeah, that's better. Perfect. All right, let's refresh and see what we have. Cool. So that is displaying for us. Doesn't look great, but it is there, so pretty content with that. Let's go ahead and let us style it a little bit better. All right, so let's go variant equals, let's say h3. And then let's give it some SX. So I'd say text transform. And then we're going to say uppercase. Not uppercases, uppercase. And then we are going to set the font size to maybe, let's say, 1.5 rem. Save that. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. Maybe 2 rem. And then we'll set the font weight to like 700. Maybe not so much 6 or 5, which should be good. Maybe 5, which is normal, so we can just take that out. All right, 5, that should be good. All right, cool. So that works. What we need to do now is copy these stylings to our next typography element, which should be in the box. So paste that there. Awesome. And then we need to sort of set the width on these inner boxes. So we'll say max width is, let's say 50%. I don't know if that's probably not gonna like that. Oh no, it's good with that. Is it 50%? No, it's more like... Actually though, because we've changed the size of the image, if I say 70, how does that look? That looks all right. And then we add maybe 60 and we add some margin to the left for the other box. So we'll say margin left of 2 rem. Probably gonna need to be more than that. Let's say 5 rem. That looks pretty good. And then let's add some margin bottom for both of these. Margin bottom of 4 rem. This is for both the titles. Control C. Drop that in there. Save that. Cool. And then with that span that I was mentioning earlier, we just need to add the stylings for it. So let's go ahead and do that. So within the span that I need to add the span first. And we'll wrap around here. And then we'll say style. Oh, it's getting an error. Let's check this error. Oh, okay. False error. Style equals color is going to be probably that hash, that same color that we got earlier. Color is going to be there. I'm going to say X quantity. So it's X times, like times the number of thing. And, oh, sorry. Thing X. And then we'll say font weight. Oh, actually, no, it seems pretty normal. We'll just say margin right of 0.5 rem. Give it a little bit of space. All right, awesome. That's looking pretty good there. The last thing, sorry, two more things that we need to add to this page in order to make it complete. So we want to add this set of gallery images, and then we want to add these like you may also like. What I want to check is to see if all of these products have the same set of gallery images. No, they actually change. All right, so that should be interesting. Let me see if the data provides this. Oh, okay, this is that data. Got you. This is that gallery images that we're creating there. Okay, cool. So that shouldn't be a problem. Let's create a new file and we'll call it gallery product gallery.tsx. And we'll go back to our ID here. We're going to import it here, product gallery. And what we're going to pass to it is the product.gallery. So we're going to say images equals, or gallery. Gallery equals product.gallery. And it's going to want me to, gallery is an object. It's going to want me to declare it up here somewhere. Ah, here. Gallery. This is just to initialize it so that it knows sort of what type it's expecting. We could also just initialize the whole thing with the correct type, but I think it's going to be easier to do once we've sort of finished building out our app and we know what parts we need. So it's giving me an error right now because product does not take any gallery attribute at the moment, but that's all right. It will soon. So we're going to have it come in here. I'm going to say interface props, and I'm going to say gallery, and it is an object, and it's going to be an object with first, second, and third. We'll leave it like that for now. We can finish upgrading it in a second. We're going to give this the type of box, and then what else do we need to do? Should work. Oh, on the ID page. Oh, because I didn't finish closing it off. Cool. So we have the box here. We're going to wrap it in a container like we have before. So actually, we're going to change this to a container. Or we can just wrap a container around the box.
Cool. Awesome. And then we're going to need our images. So we're going to say image from next image. And it's going to be gallery source is going to be gallery dot. It's going to be 3 images. So it's first, second, and third. First desktop, second desktop. Okay. So first dot desktop. And then we do need to do that dot replace. So let me see where we use that last. Yes, here we can grab this, replace, just to avoid that error. Dot replace, and then we'll say alt equals product image, and then we'll say height equals 200, width equals 300, and we'll save that. Gallery dot first. Oh yeah, see, now it's going to give me the error. So we'll say first is an object, second is an object, third is an object, and then desktop has a string. And then we'll just replace these two with that. So that's our typing right there. Let's put in our 3 images. So first, second, third. And then the first 2 images are going to be wrapped in their own box. Save that. And then this whole box is going to be a flex box. So we're going to say display, or sorry, within the SX props, we're going to say display of flex. And then this is also going to be a flex box, but it's going to be a flex box using vertical columns. Flex direction is going to be column. We're going to save that. Okay, cool, awesome. Oh, now it's giving me an error because it needs these props. So let me go ahead and just copy this in the type declaration up here and save that. And where it says string, we're just going to pass in an empty string. All right, cool. Looks pretty good. Let's see how it actually looks. All right, awesome, cool. So we have our 3 images there. They're all the same size right now because we haven't changed the size, but they are displaying correctly, which is awesome. Let's go to the same product. So we're matching. Oh, we were just on the same product. Awkward. Speakers, ZX9. Let's see how they're intended. All right, so the first 2 are smaller. The last one is big. Let's go ahead and fix these styles up. So we'll say, for the last one, say height maybe 400 and width is maybe 400. And then the height for these should probably be about 300 and the width maybe 500. I don't know if that's right. That's probably not right. The width for the other one just needs to be bigger. Well, height and width. So let's say at least 600. And the width needs to be maybe 800. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then we just want to add some, actually it's probably going to need to go up a little bit, probably to 650. Because we're going to add some margin to the bottom of that first image. So we'll say, cool. And then we'll add some, or actually we could just do justify content or align items, space between, and do the same thing for this, except with justify content. We'll save that. All right, there isn't really much room, so I guess that's why I didn't do that.
but let's say this has a margin left of yeah, let's say it has, oh, you know what? I think it might actually be overextending. That's the issue. So let's say maybe the width is 600 and the height, or maybe 650. Is this a nice little square? Maybe I can make everything, okay, so it is a proper square. I can just lower everything a little bit. Cool, that looks pretty good. We can probably, oops, get rid of this. Margin, line item space between, let's say justify, content space between. Awesome, all right, perfect. So we have the gallery there, looking good. Let's go ahead and commit this because we have done a lot of stuff. Style, product, page, we'll commit that, push that up. And then the last thing we're going to do for today is add in this you may also like page. So if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat before we wrap up for the day. If not, just continue to watch along and ask away later in the comment section or wherever you feel most comfortable. All right, so let's add in this you may also like category. Let's call it recommendations. So we'll create a new file. We'll call it recommendations.tsx. And we're going to create this. So we're going to start with a box. Actually, we're going to start with a container. And we have the container, and then we'll have a typography element as a title. I'm just watching the title, like the style. We can just borrow this style from our, what is it? Product features? Yeah, product features. I think we just borrow this style here. So I'm just gonna borrow that and drop it up at the top here. I'm gonna say, drop that there. Typography, add all missing imports, close that out, save that. And let's bring this onto our actual page. So this is gonna be below our product gallery or above it? Below it, all right. Recommendations. I'm gonna save that. And then, awesome, we're seeing it already, which is great. Then we wanna say, it's not recommendations, so you may also like. Save that. And yeah, we should display, so this is part of our API. This is what we're getting back. This is others, that others info right here. So we'll need, oh, okay, so this is something we're gonna end up tackling a bit tomorrow, because we're gonna wanna change the slug from being the ID, like whatever we're calling the links, from being the ID to actually being the proper slug. So that's gonna be something we'll end up tackling tomorrow, but we can do the initial UI for this today. So for this, we'll say you may also like, and then we are going to pass in the, what is it, product or item dot others. So we're gonna say others or recommendations product.others. And we're going to have to fix that type error in 2 places. Recommendations is, what is it? Is it an array? Yes, it is an array. An array. And we're going to give this others default value of an empty array. And then we will map over the recommendation. So recommendations dot map over each product, because recommendation is a long word. We want to return, let's see, it's going to be a box. So this whole like div, right? We want to basically return a box with the image of the product, which I'm assuming is that image they provide to us, the name of the product, and something that allows us to see it. So let's do that. Let's create a larger bounding box. And then we need, it needs the key. So we'll say key equals product.slug. And then we'll say, we'll grab the name. Well, let's do the image first. So we'll go image. The source is going to be the, let's check our API, product.image.desktop. Product image dot, or sorry, not product. Yeah, product.image.desktop. So that's correct. Cool. And then we need to do the dot replace as well. That dot replace is not ideal. Dot replace, and then we'll do our alt, which will be equal to our product.name. I think we get that. And then we'll do the width. Let's just say 300 by 300 for now. We'll save that, and we're still getting an error because I think we've imported it. Oh, we haven't imported it. Import image from, maybe it's image from next image. Got that. And cool. Working pretty well. Awesome. And the sizing is not too terrible. I think we might want to do like 350. But I think maybe even 400. But let's focus on making it into a flex box to begin with. So this recommendations is going to be in a box as well. And we're going to set the display of this box to be flex and save that. And then we're going to justify the content by setting them to space between. We'll save that. Awesome. Perfect. Yeah, I think we can set the width to maybe 400. Ooh, that might be a little too big. Maybe 375. Save that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then we want to show the names and then show a See Product button. So in the bottom here, I think we can grab this image, this typography element, I should say, drop that down there, and then say product.name. Save that. Awesome. I will turn this also into a flex box just so we can align things better. So we'll say display of flex. We're gonna say flex direction of column, and then we'll say justify content to the center. Let me see if that works. No, it's align items I want. Align items to the center. And then we want some padding on the top and the bottom of that text, or some margin, I should say. So say margin 4M. Well, that's a little bit much. Let's say 3 rem. Okay. Or even 2 rem. 2 rem, and the font size could be a little bit smaller. And then we'll have our personal button on the bottom here. So we'll say button, C product, and this is button, import button, button from our button here. Save that. And we're going to say variant equals contained, and color is gonna be the orange that we've been using. All right, drop that in there. Contained, not container. And if we go down here, oh, and then we should say flex direction column, justify content center. Oh, align item center. Cool. And then we just need some margin. 4M. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe 8, which is a lot a bit more, but that. And then, oh, I put this in the wrong spot. That's my bad. This category container should actually go below recommendations. Awesome. And then I'll add a little bit of padding to this feature, or margin, sorry, to the features. Let's say margin. Is it top and bottom that needs? Margin bottom. And yeah, I think we're done here for today. So let's go over everything we did. We already had the main page figured out, but we did sort out an issue here where when you loaded the page, you got the incorrect number in the cart. So we fixed that. So now it's always 0 when you don't have any items. And then when you do go and add a product, it does update the correct number of items. We got persisting to work without doing too much. So we can go ahead and add more than one item to the cart and go to different pages. We can then go ahead and remove all of those items, which we had before, but it does work correctly. Now, we also added in 3 new pages. So we added in headphones to showcase all of our new headphones. We added in the speakers page to showcase all of our new speakers. And we added in the earphones page, which only showcases our one type of earphones, but they are there. And then finally, we added to our product pages. So previously it was literally just this header and the main product information. Now we have all of our features, all of our in the box elements here. We have our galleries, we have our additional products here, and we have the category containers and the about section. This page probably is what we're going to work on tomorrow a little bit more, because we do need to set up the slugs so that when you click on this, it actually takes you somewhere. And we want to basically change the slugs from being IDs to being the names of the products that are provided us through the slugs. So that's what we've worked on today, and that's probably what we'll be working on tomorrow. Are there any questions? If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Drop them in the comments if you want to as well. And yeah, tomorrow we will follow up, as I said, with updating the slugs so that we use the actual like slugs that are provided to us in the JSON data. These slugs up here. We are going to use these instead of the IDs, which we have been using, as our URL slugs for our products. We are going to update our cart as well. So when you go ahead and you add your product to cart, currently it just shows you like a really kind of lame count there. We're going to update this so that it actually shows you, it shows like a plus and minus button there, so you can toggle it. We're going to update the format of this, of the pricing here, and then we're going to update the total as well, so it's like actually doing some addition and subtraction there. Well, just addition or multiplication there. And then finally, we also need to build our checkout page. So that's something else we're going to want to tackle as well, so that when you go and you check out, these products, if we go to the checkout page here, you actually get to see this really awesome checkout page with like, payment methods and things like that. As I said, if you do want to set this up to be like a functioning site, one, you need the products, but two, you also probably want to use something like Stripe to set up this page, but we'll show you how to sort of set up and design your own page so that that is an option for you guys as well. And that's pretty much everything we have today. If you do have any questions, as I said, feel free to drop them in the chat below, drop them in the comments, and yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. See you tomorrow. Bye. All right. Hey, how's it going? My name is Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former professor, and welcome to part 5 in our Fullstack e-commerce website series. Let me give you a little preview of what we've been working on so far. So up in the corner here, you can see so far we've been working on a Fullstack e-commerce site that sells speakers, headphones, and earphones, an electronics sort of site. And so far we've built out our API using Next.js. We've created most of the relevant pages, including the home page, the individual category pages, and each product page that allows you to add the product to cart and check out using it. And then we've hooked up our Redux to handle global state management so far. So next in our sort of journey here is that we're going to be updating the way we handle our slugs. Right now, if you notice, I can share the screen a little bit bigger so you can see what I'm talking about. Right, so right now if you notice up here in the top, in our slugs, we actually have the number, the ID of the item instead of the actual slug, like X99 Mark II headphones. So we're going to be changing that so that we're using those slugs. We're going to be we're going to be building out our checkout page, because if you take a look at the actual sort of demo version of this larger checkout page is supposed to be available once you hit the button checkout in the cart right here. So we're going to build that, and then we're going to be correctly typing our application, because right now to sort of iterate quickly, we've done a lot of like really quick non-typed elements in our project, but we want to go ahead and type all of those things to make sure that we're using TypeScript to sort of the best of its abilities, and we're taking advantage of all the typing that it offers us. So that's what we're going to be working on today. If you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat below. I'm more than happy to take a pause and answer any questions as we go throughout our tutorial. And if you do enjoy the content that you're watching here, please feel free to like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, and follow along with the channel. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into the tutorial. All right. So as I mentioned, first things first, we are going to go ahead and update the way that we handle the slugs in our project here. So if we go, well, if you're not familiar with the way Next.js does pages, let's start there. They have, this is the pages router from Next.js. They have two options that you can use for routing, the pages router or the app router. This is the pages router specifically. And what it allows us to do is sort of create these dynamic pages that are based on some sort of variable or parameter that gets passed through the API and the way we're sending the data. So right now we have it based on the ID param property, but I do want to change, as I mentioned, to be based on the slug. So let's go ahead and implement that. So if we take a look at our data, let's start from the beginning. Let's start from where our data is. We see that every item has this property called slug, and that slug is what is, I think, intended to be used for our slug in our URL. So let's go ahead and use that as our slug option here. So to do that, we're just going to hop into our ID page here, which is where we do our router query. And we're going to change two things. We're going to change the name of the page. We're going to rename it so that it is called slug. This isn't like not semantically necessary, but it does make it a little bit more clear when we're sort of working through the project. So we're going to change that to slug. And then all of these calls to ID, or all of these sort of spots where the variable ID is living, we're going to change that to slug as well. So we're going to change that here and here, slug, and down here as well. Awesome. Cool. So that's set up. The next thing we want to change now. So if we take a look at what we set up here, right? We have in our use effect, which is where we're grabbing the API data, we are grabbing our data and then we are checking to see if the item ID matches the slug. So what we want to do is change that from item ID to item.slug equals the slug that we're passing through. And then we want to establish that that is the correct product that we want to work with. Awesome. So we've set it up on the receiving end. Let's set it up on the sending end now. What do I mean by the sending end? Well, there are places within our app, throughout our app, where we have made these calls to create, these pages based on these different products. However, that's not going to work based on, the IDs that we have set up previously. Now that won't match. This call will fail if we try and call it right now. So what I'm going to do is go through the application, and you can see the page already has started to fail just because we've removed that parameter. So I'm going to go through the application and see where we have these sort of calls. So if you take a look here, we have the first one here where it says see product. Pretty much anywhere where it says see product is going to be a call to the API through this ID page. So we can basically go through the home page and say, all right, well, in our hero component, we need to change that link. And then we have these individual product components that we'll also need to change. So just a few spots on that home page. So let's start there. So first things first, I'm going to go into our hero component, which is here, and I'm going to go ahead and change this first slug. So this is for the X99 Mark II headphones. So if I'm going to go into my data.json and just do a quick search for those headphones, I grab them here. I see that they do have the ID of 4, which is what it was before, but I want to grab this slug here and use that. So I'm going to go back to my hero, and then I'm going to drop in the href here. It's hard-coded because this is like a specific sort of hero feature. If it was like a carousel or something, maybe we would change it to be a bit more dynamic. But because it is like sort of our feature product, we're just going to hard-code it here and change this to be X99 Mark II headphones. That's slug. And then if we refresh the page and we go in and click see product, we've done it correctly. So we look at the top here, it says X99 Mark II headphones is the new slug. So basically now instead of, if you were to host this website and say audiophile.com, you want to be able to share it and like share a descriptive slug so that people know what you're sharing and what you're talking about. So that is a really good practice that we're doing here in order to allow folks to, see the product clearly. All right, cool. So let's move on to the next portion here. So next thing we want to do here is we want to change, let's see, we had the hero and then we have these individual products. So let's go into these individual products and grab those slugs. So I'm going to let's close a couple of these that we don't need just at the moment to make our lives a little bit easier. Close that up. Awesome. You're done with the hero for now. So let's go here to our data.json and let's grab the YX1 earphones, which is our first. So we can just really quickly grab that slug, go back to the component here and drop that in our href. We're going to go down to the ZX7 and do the same thing. So let's say ZX7, grab that slug there, drop that in here, save that. We're going to go back to the ZX9 and then do the same thing here. Let's go back to our data, ZX9, grab that slug there, and hop over here, drop that in there. Perfect, save that. Now that we've put those in, let's go ahead and test them out. Awesome, seems to be working pretty well. Good, that's working. And earphones, awesome. So those three are working, perfect. Finally, let's go, oh, you know what? We need to go to our, there's a component we built yesterday that is the, let's see, it's the category item container description and image. Basically what we did here was we created these images where we had the description on the side and there was a container that wrapped the two. What we want to do here is actually update the slug as well. So if we go to the category item description, and the reason we're updating the slug here is because when you click see product, it needs to go to the product instead of the random ID. So we're going to go to the description and see what we're being passed here. Let's close these three out because we don't need them anymore. All right, so the href is taking the ID. So I think what we probably want to do is just change the ID to be the slug. So we're going to say slug here. It's going to be a string. We're going to change this to slug. And we're going to go down here and change this to slug and save that. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. And then we go to the container now. We need to change this to slug. And then pass in the slug as well and save that. And that should be everything we need to do. Let's go ahead and refresh the page and see if that worked. Awesome. So if we go to and we click see product, we're getting the correct products across the pages here. So this is one of the really powerful things about React, is that it allows you to do really sort of like dynamic changes and updates across several different pieces using these components. And it's just a really quick way of updating your website or whatever your project you're working on without having to like go in and manually change each individual item. So pretty cool. Let's go ahead. Let's see what else is here. I think one thing that we did also need to do still was hook those slugs up on our you may also like page. So this is within our component within the page. So this is our individual product page, right? So on that we have the image I mentioned, the description. You can add the product to cart, and then we also have some features and like a gallery and just a little bit more information. Here on the bottom or lower section here, we have the you may also like section. So this is sort of like the recommended section where you can sort of post like, oh yeah, or the website will recommend to you, oh, you might like this product or that product based on the fact that you like whatever product. So what we want to do here is actually update these so that they actually have links, because I don't think we even set them up with links to begin with. Also, if you do have any issues hearing, seeing, just let me know, leave a comment in the chat. Or again, if you do have any questions, please leave a comment down below. All right, so first things first, let's go ahead and grab that component. So that was the recommendations, we called them. And so with the recommendations, I think if we check our API, we actually do get the slug for each recommendation. So they're from these others, like the other products that we're recommending. You do have, you get the slug, the name, the image, etc. So we've used the name of the image already. Let's go grab the slug and see and use that. We have our C product here. And what we're just going to do, we're going to just wrap this button or this text in a link. And we're going to use, that's the next link that we're using there. So we'll go ahead, see if it'll auto import. No. All right, let's just import it ourselves. We'll import link from next link. We'll save that. Awesome. And then what we're going to do, we're going to say href equals backticks slash, and it's going to be product dot slug, and save that. And then if that's worked correctly and refresh, we should be able to hit this and see the product. Awesome. So that's working well. We're good to go in that sense. Perfect. I think what else do we need to do? I think I'm going to just update the quick width here of these images. They seem to be a little bit too wide because they're overlapping. And what else can we do here? Align item center, image. I think, maybe what we need to do is justify content space between. That might help out. Excuse me. I might be looking at the wrong thing too. Let's take a look here. This is this flex box here. And we want our items. Oh, that's my bad. They should be line item center. Got you. Okay, got you. Justify content is applying. All right, cool. Let's see. This larger box is what we want to be looking at. There we go. Align items stretch. That's what we want. Align items, items, stretch, and we want justify content center. Perfect. I believe perfect, we'll see. Oh no, not quite perfect. Still getting justify content. Center. All right. Line items stretch. Line items center. Oh, it's this box here. My bad. That's the sort of like the downside of having boxes. Like, if you don't remember why you put everything where, then it's a little bit more difficult to remember why and where everything is. All right, I'm gonna leave that for now. We can come back if necessary and touch that up. All right, cool. So we've handled the slug problem. So we can check one off on our list there. Again, if you do have any questions or comments or thoughts, just please feel free to drop them in the chat below. Or if you're watching this later, please feel free to drop them in the comments section down below. I do go back and respond to all the comments and questions. And if you do need help like learning how to code or any sort of mentoring, please feel free to reach out as well. So next thing that we're going to do is we are going to start doing a little bit of typing within our application. But first thing first, let me go ahead and push what we've done here. So I'm going to push these changes up to GitHub, and this is update slug. We're going to go ahead and sync those. And if you are wanting to follow along with the code, there is a link in the description down below that will allow you to follow along with this exact repository, so you can follow along with the commits and see what changes I made in each commit and things like that, if that's something that's of interest to you. All right, so next thing that we're going to do here is we are going to go ahead and correctly type our application. So typing is a huge part of TypeScript. Like, it's super important to make sure that what you're doing is correctly typed and like sort of everything is well organized and well defined, because you could accidentally pass the incorrect type to a place that you're using it in your app here, and then you're getting this error and you don't know why. And like the whole purpose of typing is to avoid those kind of issues. So first things first, what I'm going to do on the side here, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it types. I'm going to save that. Oh, you know what? I think I already did. All right, so within this types folder, I'm going to create a new file. We're going to call it index.ts. And now within this file, I'm just going to create all of the types. I'm going to export them, and then I'm going to import them into the relevant files. That way we don't end up creating types like within smaller files and have to kind of dig around and find them. So the first type that I want to create is this API product type, because this is like the type off of which all other types are going to be based off of, because this contains all of the information. And to be honest, we might only need a couple of types if we use this as our type. So we'll say type equal, or type API product equals, I think, yeah, grab that, save that. And then what I'm just going to really quickly go down and do is just change all of the types in here. So ID is going to be number, this is going to be string, and then most of these are going to be string, so I'll just copy, paste that, that, this, that. So anywhere I see quotes, I'm just replacing it with the type, the type of string, because that is the type it's going to be. Let's go ahead and copy string again. String, 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 string. Yeah. So TypeScript is not interested necessarily in the exact string. You could type it using exact strings, but that would sort of not be great in terms of future proofing, because we'd have to like update the strings here. But if you had a really like specifically secure application, like you cannot insert the wrong information, then I guess that would be useful to do. But we're just going to use the generic type of string for our app here. All right, so let's finish typing these out. Do that, do that, do that, do that. All right, cool. And then we just need to do a couple more numbers and one Boolean. Paste that, paste that, that. All right, and then this one is Boolean, which is a true or false. All right, cool. So we have our type of API product. Let's go ahead and see where we've used any within our app and see where we can go ahead and replace that. So I'm already seeing a spot where we've used any here. It's not API product specifically, but it is this other, where we have our others here. So we could actually just really quickly create a secondary type here and say type recommendations equals others here. And then we can set the type here to be type of recommendations. Oh, and you know what? Sorry, I did not export either of these types. So it would be really hard for us to import them if they're not exported. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and recommendations, put that from types. And we will start to get some errors. And that is just because type dot, oh, you know what? Sorry, let me remove the others. So recommendations is an array. So maybe what I need to do is take out others here. Let's see if I can take out that and that. There we go. That should be a little bit better. Product.slug. Property slug does not exist on type recommendations. Let's see why that is. It should be there. Maybe it's because I have it as in the word recommendations instead of others. That might be the issue there. All right, let's start. Before I go and screw everything up, let me start from the top and then we'll work our way down. All right, let's go with our, I think ID page would probably, or slug page that we've renamed it would probably be the best place to start. So what we want to start with is probably this product here. So we could use state and let's see if this will work for us. We want to set it to type of API product. And I think I actually need to move this outside of there, but whoops. Type of API product. Let's see if that'll work for us. Import from types. Awesome. Cool. Oh, never mind. API product. Cool. So far, so good. Now it's saying product is possibly undefined. Let's see if we can just add the questions, features, undefined. All right, so it's giving us, basically, it's saying like, hey, if features does not have a value, how do we know that when you pass it, it's going to be there? Fair enough. What we could do is what I had just done previously here, which is just pass in default values. So I could say we have the, I think, what is it, features, which is, this is basically just a subset of what we are passing in here. So feature is going to be of a string, so I could pass in an empty string. We could say is an array, or no, it might be also, let me check. Includes as an array, so we can just say it's an empty array. And then we can check out, what is it, gallery and others are also going to give us issues. So gallery is going to be an object and others is going to be an array. So actually I think, yeah, gallery is going to be an object and others is going to be an array. So we'll save that. Includes. Okay, so yeah, now it's going to give me sort of further type errors here. So there are two ways I could handle this. I could keep sort of typing it down, but that would kind of avoid or sort of defeat the purpose of actually typing it. So what I could also do is just go into the actual next, components here and actually go ahead and just give them the option of undefined as well. So that way, while the API data is being fetched, it could also be undefined. And we'll see if that presents us with more or fewer, greater or fewer errors. All right, awesome. So that has worked so far. let's go and fix the next couple ones here. So gallery could either be that or undefined. So we have not gotten the data back yet. And then we just need to put a question mark here to say, like, if gallery exists, do that, or it could be an empty string. Or that, or, there we go. So yeah, it was just going to give me an error saying like source needs to be defined, source needs to be something, it needs to be a type string. So by query, like saying like, oh, if gallery doesn't exist there, what I just did was saying like, if gallery does not return a response, just give it an empty string as a response. We're just going to do the same thing down right below it here. We're going to say empty string. And right here as well. And save that. Cool. Awesome. Let's go back to slug and fix out our last error here in recommendations. And then it needs to be this or undefined. We'll save that there. And just do a question here if it exists. And awesome. That has worked so far. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. The name recommendation is defined multiple times. Oh, let me go ahead and remove that from there because that is a duplicate identifier. So we'll probably end up saying recommendations type and save that. But let's go ahead and refresh the page. Oh no, we are getting errors here. So maybe this is not the best way to do that. Product features, product gallery. This is in which product? Oh, this is in a file we haven't touched yet. Product. Let's see if I put a question mark there. If it product.name. All right. You know what I'm actually going to end up doing is what I said I wouldn't do, which is go ahead and like flesh out the types essentially in this, because it's going to sort of like trickle down throughout the entire app. So what I'm going to do is just copy this whole piece here and drop it in within our slug file here, save that, and then everywhere it says number, I'm just going to replace it with a 0. Save that. Everywhere it says string, I'm just going to replace it with some open brackets, or quotes, sorry. I think I messed that up there. Save that. And then, oh, where it says Boolean, we're going to say true to begin with. And put a comma there. Oh, you know what? Missed a few strings. Save that. And then just remove all of these and make them commas and save that. A few more strings. Let me double check this time that I got all the strings. All right, that should be all the strings this time. Commas. Then save that. All right, cool. So we have our initial type there. So we should be able to get rid of all of these question marks that we have just added in. So I can actually just go back to here and just discard all of these changes that we've made on these various pages. Okay, awesome. So now we have added the initial type, and we know that our data is correctly typed, at least being passed to the API. However, we know that on a lot of these pages, we're still using the any type. So let's go through and finish typing out these different pages. So let's see. We have our product page. So this product component gets generated or gets created on line 125 here, and it gets passed in the value of product. So product really should just be of the same type of API product from types. We'll save that. And awesome. We've done everything else correctly, so we're not getting any errors there. So awesome, good to go. It'll be a lot faster as we start working through the different products here. Product ID is going to be a number, and I can also just use this as a time to sort of clean up stuff that we're not using. Like we're not even using the product ID here, so you can just clean that up out of this app here, out of this component, I should say. Now we're not passing anything. Hero, we're not passing anything. Category card, category is of type string, cart, button, recommendations. All right, we're going to fix recommendations, product gallery, product features, footer. Why are we getting an error in footer? Oh, that's because of a where. Category page. All right, so I think we're looking pretty decent. Oh, here we go. Here's one. Item should be any. This is in category item container. So let's look up where this is used. Okay, so this is used in the different category pages. Got you. So it basically creates a new... Okay, so it does the same fetch to the API, and then... So basically, okay, I see what we're doing here. On each of these pages, let's start with the speakers page, actually. What we just want to do is replace... We want to copy and paste this slug. And also, sorry, I've completely missed the fact that we've not typed this here, or we've put the incorrect type here. So type of item should be of API product as well. Awesome, good to go. I wonder if I remove this now, if that would work, because I've now typed item. Probably not, probably still not going to work. It would be great if we didn't need it. No, it's starting to get a bunch of errors. All right, we'll leave that in there for now. So what we need to do in each of these pages, like in speakers, is just do the same thing, but just updating the data types and things like that. So this needs to be of API product. Save that. And then this should be an array of API product. Perfect. This should also have a type of API product. An array of API product. So if I can get rid of that. Cool. I don't think we actually even use data, so we might be able to just get rid of that. Probably can just get rid of that. But we can go ahead and finish typing out the other pages as well. So let's go to headphones. And same thing, API product, array, API product. Save that. And same thing here, API product, array, and same thing here, API product. Awesome. All right, I think that's good there. And then now for our item here, it should be this is a category item container. So this is used here. So this is coming from, as we said, in our individual categories. And what is that taking in? That's taking in the type of item, which is of API product. I wonder if we remove the type, will it infer it? Yeah, it seems to have inferred it. Awesome. And then if we go to the product, the category item container, we can say API product from our types. And awesome, that's just working as expected. Good. So we know at least that what we've been doing is correct. Like the typing that we've put in, the way we've built the app is correct. It's just now that we know our types are sufficient. I wouldn't recommend doing it this way, the sort of backwards way, if you're, unfamiliar with how types work, or you're just transitioning to TypeScript from JavaScript. I think although you will face a few more errors in the initial state of building your application, it's much more, it'll teach you more if you use types initially than using any. So definitely recommend not using any to begin with. I just did it for this build just to show you guys a few more pieces a little bit more quickly, and because I'm very familiar with switching from JavaScript to TypeScript. All right, so the next thing let me go ahead and do a search actually for any and see if we're still using it. All right, we're still using it in recommendations. So let's go ahead and figure out what the correct type there is. Let me see where we're calling recommendations and what we're passing to it. All right, so we're calling it a slug, and we're passing product.others. So product.others is, let me console log it so we can see what we're actually getting here. Console.log recommendations. Let's save that. And let's go ahead let's open up the console here. And let's go and see product. Okay, so it's an array of 3 objects. I think that's probably why we're getting that error, because it was not an array. So let's go back to our index.ts here. And okay, no, it is an array of 3 objects. Maybe we need to wrap it in an object. Let's see if that works. No, it does not like that. All right, let's leave it as an array. Let's leave it as an array and see if it will take it as a type. So let's say recommendations type. All right, so now we're getting property slug does not exist on recommendations type. Recommendations type is an array of objects. But we have type slug. Let's see, recommendations.map over each product. We do have product.slug, right? Yeah, we do have that there. Oh, you know what? I'm making silly mistakes here. I just added an extra array. That was the issue. I was like, the type seems right. So the issue here was that I had added an array. So it was basically saying it was like a double array, like a nested array, but it was not. It was just a singular array. So it's of the recommendations type. One thing I could have done is make a recommendation, like an individual recommendation, and maybe that would actually probably be better practice. So let me say recommendation type. And then if I take out the array here, right, because there could be a world in which we only get one recommendation in the array, and say that. And then if I go to recommendation type, put this as recommendation type, I could then add the array here, and the types would be correct. So what it's doing here is saying it's like of type recommendation. So that's what the shape of a recommendation should look like. You only get the slug, the name, and the image information for desktop, mobile, and tablet. But then we might get an array of it from, or we will get an array of it from the API. So we want to put this array symbol here to indicate that it will be an array of type recommendation. So I think this is probably the better way to do it. So that should be pretty much set. Let's go ahead and do another search for any's in our app. That's just text. App.any. This is Next.js stuff. We're not going to touch any of that. Let's go ahead and type these out. So this is from products. Oh, these are in our API call. So I think we can actually just remove these yeah, that had worked on the other page there. So we'll go ahead and just remove these any's. And I'm going to come back and type out the SX as well. Remove that any. Data response. Next API response. Should be. I don't actually have the shape of this data, so we're going to leave this alone for the time being, or the shape of the API response information. We could dive into that if we'd like, though. Data should be, let's see. I mean, what if I do type it as API product? What happens there? Data. All right. Oh, you know what? Data is of type, oops, let's say API product. Hold on, let me go ahead and product, save that. Data. Or if I have to wrap it like that, and then give it the type on the outside. No. All right, let's just leave this alone because this is more on the server side. No, I'll like leave that as it is. So we'll leave that alone for now. Also, every once in a while, I just like to check, make sure the app's still working correctly. Cool, good to go. All right. And then in our cart slice, oh yeah, we have our cart slice. So we have the cart item, which we don't really want this any here. Cart item also should be of a better type. I think it should be API product. All right, that should be the correct type. So we don't actually need this cart item type. This was like a sort of like placeholder type. And then, cool, seems to be working. Oh yeah, and then we have a payload action of any. The payload action here should be, I think it should be API product. Yep, that's correct. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. Let's see what error we pulled up here. API product. Oh, you know what? That is incorrect. What if we just pass products? Let me see here. If we pass in product, and then we did ... product dot image dot desktop, or dot mobile, sorry. Dot, then we'll add this in here. So that would just overwrite it. We got rid of these. Let that work, and then comma. Spread types, we create from object types, fair enough. So we could say image is let me think about how I want to handle the data here, because basically what I had done previously was just like extract the necessary information. But do I want to pass all of that data? Like, I don't necessarily need all of that data to be passed in the add to cart. Let's see. In our cart slice, we can close a bunch of these windows out that we're not using. All right, so in our cart slice, right, we have the object of cart, which is of type API product, which you might have to change. Let me go back, actually. Keep this for now. We have the cart state. We have our cart, which it's an array of items of a specific type. So how do we not want to handle this? Or it could be an array of maybe we can create a separate type. So we can create a, there's the API product type, and then we can create an extended type. So extend types TS. Right. Yes, interface extends that. Cool. And then we just add in another parameter here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so let's do that. So let's say export type product type extends API product. Oh, you know, I think export interface extends face API product, and then it's going to add in the count param, which is going to be a number, and it's going to add in, what else did we have there? Count. It's going to add in the image param, which is going to be a string, and we could leave, okay, so we'll let it keep the image type. So we'll just add count. So then we'll take this and we'll make it of product type. Whoops, product type. And then if you go to the product file, we should not need to do any of these. We'll just modify the image. We'll just pass in product. And then hopefully the image just updates for itself. Let's go ahead and let's refresh the page and see if that works. So this is product, which is on our product page. So we need to go see our product in order to see if it's working. Awesome. Still seems to be working. Add to cart, inspect. We're still getting, I should remove this console log, but we're still getting our data as expected. Oh, one thing has changed here. I'm not getting the correct data in the cart. So let's go ahead and see what changed there. Let's go to our cart. State.cart. Product image, product name. Should be good. It's because I'm not passing it in. We're also not getting the price as well. So that could be it. Let me double check in the JSON what it is. No, its name and its price. Let's go ahead and console.log the cart and see what we're getting now. Because we want to use typing, but we want to make sure we also don't screw anything up. So let me remove that other console.log. Remove this one, we don't need it again. And then we'll add one here. Cart, we'll save that. Cool, and then we'll refresh. Inspect, open up our console, clear those out, add to cart, open up our cart. All right, we're getting a key error there, but that's fine. Okay, so now, everything is within product. Got you. Okay, so as we added count and image there, it's basically creating that problem. Okay, so we don't, that's what we don't want. So let me see where I can modify this. State.cart, maybe if I just do action.payload. Well, no, we want action.payload. This is happening in our product file. Want to add to cart. Product. So if I take out image and count, what does that look like? Gotcha. So everything is nested within product regardless. Which I guess is correct as well. Product. Okay, and it seems to be only in the cart that this issue is happening, so I can just go ahead and fix that. All right, so we'll have the product, and then we'll see how much the image is an issue globally. All right, so we'll go and we'll grab the cart.map for each product. We'll say product. Let's go ahead and refresh this. Add to cart, product, okay, that worked. Now we just need to fix the image, which just needs to be our dot replace situation. Dot replace. Or I think it was dot mobile that we wanted to use here. Awesome. And then we just need, it's not product.count, it's just, or is it product.count? Maybe it's just count. No, not just count. Let me check the console log one more time. Add that. Let's see where count is being defined. It is product.count. Well, that's weird that we're not seeing it. The count. Oh, you know what? It's because I've destructured it. Gotcha. So the destructuring works, but not for this one. Product dot image. Maybe that's what I need to do. Product dot image. Let's see if that fixes that. Okay, that fixed that. And then we're just gonna have to do product for all the ones we need. Oops. And then we are getting the count. Okay, awesome. So that has worked at this point. Perfect. So we are set with that. I guess one other really simple thing is I could just change the name. But anyway, we are set with that. I'm gonna update the price really quick here so that it does have a $sign in front of it. I think that would look a little bit better. We'll save that. And awesome. That's looking pretty good. I think that means, have we typed everything? Hold on, let's check. Any product. Okay, so then we didn't finish this. This is going to be of the product type that just adds an account. That's correct. We can get rid of this cart item type in our interface that we're not using. Get rid of the API product type, which we're not using. We're going to get rid of this any, which we're not using. Then we could get rid of this any to be product type. Or would it be API product? No, it should be product type. That's the correct type. But then we're getting errors here. Let's see where we're getting errors. Product, argument of parameter of product type. Product. That is interesting. So I guess it's because I haven't added product as a type. Like I need to add it as product of API product. Oops. That would fix that error. I'll just pass in product. Let's see where we're grabbing product from. Product is of type API product. Oh, maybe it's because I have it in brackets. Product. And then now if I go back and take it out, it should just tell me I'm missing count. Count. Now if I wrap it, all right, now we don't need this extra product, hopefully. Let's see if that works. Okay, let's try this now. Add to cart. Awesome, perfect. That's exactly how it should be working. Perfect, so looks like we fixed up our types. Let's see. There's one more I do want to fix. So this is the any prop from the SX param here. I just want to grab this, I believe, SX props, and use that. SX props. Can use, yeah, this is from Material UI. We're just grabbing the type from there. And I think we successfully eliminated all of our incorrect types. So let's go ahead and push those changes, or let's double check everything's working. Add 3 to cart. Awesome. Go to speakers, see product. Add 2 to cart. Awesome. Those are showing up correctly. Main page seems to be working awesome. So yeah, all right, cool. So we can successfully merge these changes, or commit these changes. So add correct types, and we'll save that, commit that, and push those changes up to GitHub. All right, awesome. Doing pretty well so far. Yeah, if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat below. I'm happy to respond to any questions you might have about what we're working on here, or approaches, or things like that. So next thing that we're gonna wanna work on is we are going to want to build out that checkout page so we can finally have a full-fledged app. So that's this page right here that I was talking about earlier. We want to make sure that we have the ability to sort of check out our customers, because that's like really important, I think. So let's go ahead and do that. So in our cart page, we want, well, let's start from our pages here. So in our pages here, we want to create a new file and call it checkout.tsx. And save that. Awesome. And that's just going to be our brand new page. And we're going to create it of the type of a new page. So I'm just going to borrow all of this and put it in here. Cool. And we're going to say, we're going to call it checkout. And we're going to export default checkout. We're going to save that. And then I am going to leave the footer, but get rid of most other things. Get rid of this. Actually, let me see what it's supposed to be, just the bare nav. So how did we do that before? We just had the nav by itself. So we'll just have the nav by itself. Awesome. So there's the nav and the footer. That is our whole checkout page right now. So if I go to here and I click checkout, oh, I should hook it up. Or if I go and I type slash checkout, let's go do it like that, and I hit enter. Awesome, we have the header and the nav, or the header and the footer. So that's what we're expecting to see. So the next thing we're going to want to build out here is the actual like checkout form. So let's go ahead and let me build out that component here. So let me go into the components and we'll create a new file and we'll call it checkout. All right, and we'll create that. Awesome, and then we'll import that here. So checkout. Save that. Cool. And oh, one other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to incorporate this as a link for this button here. So I'm going to say link, and I'm going to wrap it around the word checkout. And then I'm going to say the href equals to slash checkout. We'll save that. And import this link from next link. We'll save that. Okay, awesome. Exit page. Seems like the page froze. All right, let's refresh. Oh, we're getting a callback issue here. Let's uncomment this and see what the issue is. Okay. We have the page returning the div. Everything seems to be normal. We go into our checkout. It's just a div. I don't see that either. That should cause problems, but let's go ahead. Let's go back to the home page. Oh, that's super weird. Like literally nothing is working. We've imported the correct nav. Yeah. We are using the correct page syntax, I think. Spelled correctly, everything's good there. Interesting, that's super weird. All right, let's go back to the home page and see if everything's working. All right, everything's working here. Let's see if we can just go to the checkout page here. Whoops, let me inspect. Oh, I am still getting a weird console log, so I can remove that. Doesn't have anything to do with the checkout, I don't think, but, or maybe it does. No. All right, so remove that. We'll go back to our cart page. Our cart component. Link to checkout. Checkout. That's super weird. Folks have thought about why this isn't working. Feel free to comment down below. Would love to hear your thoughts. Alternatively, I'm going to do something random here and create a new file and say test, or let's call it new speakers, or new, let's call it computers. Just pretend we had a new product, sorry. .tsx, paste that. And then where it says headphones, I'm just going to replace it with computers. And then I'm going to go to slash computers. It should look exactly the same. And everything works like as expected. Super weird. If I paste all of that in checkout, oh, was there a missing return statement? No, it was there. And if I paste everything from computers into checkout, and refresh and type in checkout, everything seems to be working. Oh, yeah, no, that's working. Yeah, all right, so I think it's just something I did. Let me go ahead and delete this test file. while I was removing some of these default exports. So let me go ahead and be a little bit more careful here. I'm going to change this name to checkout. Save that, refresh, see if the page is still working. Okay, cool, working. I'm going to go ahead and remove some stuff again. And then refresh one more time. All right, cool. Things are still working. Awesome. I'm going to remove the category page header. Refresh. Things are still working. Okay, cool. Oh, is it because it doesn't have an API response? I wonder if that's it. If I take this out, does it still work? Nope, still works. All right. Not that. Let me go ahead and import checkout and see if that breaks it. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, I'm so silly. I like duplicated the name. That was such a silly mistake. All right, so let's rename this to checkout container. So it's like trying to figure out which checkout to use. That's such a dumb mistake. All right, let's try this again. Save that. All right, refresh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, broke it again. All right, let's forget the component here. Let's just forget that. Save that. Go back to localhost 3000 and go to /checkout and see if that works. All right, cool. It's working. Like, things are still working. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to start building this within the component. And then I'll try and move it later. That seems to be something glitchy going on there. Yep. All right, cool. So we'll just say hi. All right, cool. It's generally working. All right, so we're going to add in a container first for Material UI. And then within this container is where everything else is going to live. So first things first, we need this large box, this checkout box scenario, and then we need the summary on the right-hand side. All right, so let's see if it will let me put something within this. So let's say checkout, let's say checkout, let's say box. I don't want to name it checkout because it seems to be triggering something. Let's call it payment details. And as I mentioned before, if you're interested in doing this for yourself, you can always use something like Stripe or another payment management option. That's probably what I would do if I was making this my own site. But in terms of styling, I think it's useful for us to go through how we style it. All right, say payment details. Cool, working, awesome. Let's go ahead and style within payment details now. All right, so within payment details, we want to have like this box. So we'll start with a box. And we're gonna add in a typography element. It's gonna say checkout. Save that. And then we're gonna have billing details, shipping. All right, cool. So variant equals h1, sx equals font size, maybe 2.5 rem, text transform, uppercase, save that. It's a little bit, is it too big? Yeah, it's a little bit too big. Say 2. Yep, and then we'll say font weight. We'll say 800. Save that. Cool. And then we'll say letter spacing, let's say 1.25 rem. Too big. 1 rem. 0.5 rem. Save that. Let's say 0.5. 0, let's say 1. I wonder if it's supposed to be a number actually. 1.5. All right, we'll just leave it like that. And then we need to do our billing data details and essentially all of these little form scenarios. So we're not actually going to end up submitting this form. So I think we can just create these as text box and go from there. So we'll go to billing details. We'll go create another element called billing details. So typography. We'll call this variant equals H2. We'll say billing details. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, massive. All right. So we'll use SX to style it. We'll say text transform uppercase. Save that. And we will say font size 1 rem. Save that. Maybe a little bit bigger, maybe 1.5. Save. And then we'll grab this color here, this consistent orange, and we'll say color that. And then we'll say font weight. It's going to be 800. We'll save that. Maybe too thick. Let's say 600 or 500. There we go. And maybe 1.25 rem for the size. All right, cool. That looks pretty good. I think so. We'll have the checkout at the top here, and then we'll have these 3 sort of boxes that go below it. So yeah, let's make 3 boxes to wrap these sort of together. So we'll say, whoops. We'll say box, box. Wrap that. And actually, let me create the first one, and then we can just copy and paste it and modify for the second and third one. So we have our box, and then first thing we need is name, email address, phone number. So I think Material UI has a text box element, text field, and these are outlines. So we can grab the basic outline text field from Material UI and use that. All right, so we have our text field, which we'll import from Material UI. Oops. Awesome. Save that. And then, let's see. Okay, so we have our outline text field. And then we need a label. Does it offer us the option to do a label? Yeah, label. We have a label inside, but we want a label outside. Placeholder. Oh, we have a placeholder and a label. Okay, let's try that. So we'll say placeholder is, what's the placeholder? Alexi Ward. And label is name. Let's see what that looks like. No, not exactly what we want there. Oh, I see what happens. So that when they go into the thing, okay. I'm actually kind of okay with that. So we can sort of update this design a little bit. So you can say name, and it'll be a little bit cleaner as well. So we'll do name, we'll do email. We can change these IDs as well. so that if we ever were to use it, we can much more easily target these fields. And placeholder will be alexi@mail.com. Save that. And then I'm going to wrap these two in a box so that they stay on one line together. And then I'm going to put the next text field on its own line and put that down here. And that's going to be for phone number. Phone number. And what's the demo phone number here? Plus 202-555 plus 1 202 555 0. Going to be hashtag F1. We're going to save that. Awesome, did that. And then the background color for the box here is going to be white. So we'll say SX equals background color is white. And we'll save that. Cool, awesome. So then let's add some padding. So it looks like there's like a little, like maybe a couple of rem just all the way around. So we'll add in some padding here. Let's try 4M all the way around. Looks pretty good. And then we should add some margin to the outside there. Maybe another 4M top. Margin 4M 0. Cool, looking a lot closer. Awesome. Then, oh, and you know what? I think what we're going to end up doing is adding a width to this as well. So let's say width 60% and save that. Yeah, because it's not going to take up the whole page. Maybe 70%. Yeah, it looks about accurate. It's going to take up only a portion of the section here. And then we can add some padding now to our individual components here. So let's go add some margin to the bottom of this first element here. Add some margin to the bottom of billing details. Save that. Maybe 1.5. Save that there. Cool. And then we want to space these around a little bit better. So let's say for this box, say SX equals display flex, and then we'll say flex, or we'll say justify content. Let's say space between, and save that. Okay, awesome. I think they do need to be a little bit wider for that to work. So maybe, I wonder if we can just give it a width, or if there's like a specific, there's like a size property or something like that. Say size, small. I wonder if there's like a large option here. Let's try it. Let's go in size. So default is medium, so let's try, ooh, and it's not giving me a large option. I don't know if this is gonna work. Small or medium, no, that's not gonna fly. Maybe I'll just say width 10 rem. Let's see if that makes them wider. That makes it smaller, but at least it did work. Let's say 40 rem. Okay, 2y, let's say 20 rem. Yeah, and then we'll make them both with, or all of them with the 20 rem. One thing we could be doing throughout this whole app is using style components. I'll probably follow up with that, sort of how to do that in a video on like how to customize your own Material UI project. But that'd be a really cool and useful thing to take advantage of, I think, using style components as opposed to just regular old, like repeating the same thing over and over again. And then I'm just gonna add a margin bottom. Or you know what, I could actually, for this outer box, because it should be a box around the boxes, all the text fields, I should say. Let me wrap that there, and we'll say sx equals display flex, save that, and we'll say flex direction column, save that, and then we'll say align items, or no, we'll say, sorry, justify content. We'll say space between. We'll save that. All right. I'll just add some margin to the bottom here. Margin bottom. 1 rem. Save. Whoops. Margin. Maybe 2 rem. Cool, and that looks pretty decent. I think I'm gonna change it to 1.5, but other than that, I think we're pretty good there. Next thing I wanna do is have the shipping info and the payment details section. So what I'm actually gonna do is literally just copy this larger box and drop it right below it. So copy that and paste it down there. And that way I don't need to sort of redo a whole bunch of different styles and things like that. I can just reduce, reuse, recycle. So one thing I will add to this outer box is some styling. I'm going to say margin bottom of 2 rem, or maybe 4 rem. Save that. Cool. And then this one's going to be shipping info. The second one here could be shipping info. I'm going to save that. The lower part here is going to be address, zip code, city, and country. So let's start with the first one. Let's say address. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to swap these 2 boxes. Move this one up here. Change this to address. Or if I just say width 100%? That works. That's a lot better. Address, and we'll say margin bottom 1.5 rem. Save that. And we'll say address, zip code, city. So we'll say zip code, city, New York, and then country is going to be 1 right below it, so we'll drop that one down there. I'm going to say country, save that. Cool. And then last section here is going to be payment details. So again, just going to copy this last. Actually, which one should I copy? I'll copy the top box. Copy this. drop that in here. Copy this. Actually, I shouldn't need it in that. I should just drop it in here. Save that. That's going to be payment details. We're going to save that. And we're going to say payment method. And then we're going to have to put a select here. But let's just drop in the e-money number and the e-money pin. Again, we're not going to be using these things. I definitely recommend using Stripe. But this is the design, so we'll follow through. So we're going to use this e-money number. I don't know, something like that. And then we'll say e-money pin. Suppose it's 6891. Something like that. Yep. And then up top here is going to be a little bit different. So let me move this one up here. We'll say we're actually going to wrap this in a box because there's going to be 2 of them. Or I guess we don't necessarily need to. Me to align self. Let's see, flex n works. Yep, we're going to just do that for these 2. Paste that. And then we can just have a little typography element that says payment method. And save that. Awesome. That looks pretty close to what we want to have. I think the only thing I'll modify is I will wrap these in a box and then wrap that in a box. Just so we can get it all nicely aligned and stuff like that. Save that. Awesome, cool. Oh, and then, sorry, one more thing we need to change. We need to make those selects instead of text fields. Selects, and not selects. What are those? Checkboxes? Checkboxes, button groups. Radio groups, that's what it is. We're going to use these form control labels. Okay, imported that. And one's going to be e-money, and the other one's going to be cash on delivery. E-money, small e, e-money. The other one is going to be, don't recommend doing this, but cash on delivery for headphones. delivery. Cash on delivery. Save that. We'll get rid of this phone number text field here. And we'll add some margin bottom to this. We can wrap each of these in a box. Maybe I could just set the width to be 50%. No, okay, we'll leave that alone. I'll just drop this on the other one. And then grab that, paste that there, save that. Add some margin bottom to the top one. Save that. Awesome. And so yeah, we have a pretty much set up checkout left-hand side. Let's really quickly build out the summary button, and then we will be 100% done with the styling of this website. Pretty exciting. So in our summary, new file, summary.tsx, save that. And then we'll drop this in our checkout. Save that there. And then I'm just going to borrow some of the stylings from here because they are very similar. I'm going to borrow the box and the checkout. Save that, import those. And oh, you know, it's showing at the bottom right now because I need to make this a flex box. Or maybe I need to wrap it in a box and make that a flex box. SX equals display flex. Oh, need to import box. Cool. Awesome. And then we're going to modify. So we can close this. We can just modify the width and things. So we're going to say like 25%. We're going to say that's called summary. Good. We don't need so much padding. Say maybe 2 rem. And then we can say the height is going to be like, what, like 30%? Say that. Good. Maybe 70%. Well, we'll leave it at 30 for now and see what happens. And then we want a margin left of at least 1 rem. Let's say 2. All right, cool, pretty good. And then we want the total, the shipping, the tax, and the grand total, and then a continue and pay button. All right, so it's going to be a bunch of little typography elements here. So we'll say typography, topography. Whoops. Put that back there. Total, shipping, tax, grand total. Say total. I think the variant is going to be a body. Body 1. Save And then we're going to say font color, or sorry, just color is going to be this color right there, which is 80, 80, 80. 80, 80, 80. We're going to save that. And then text transform it to uppercase. We're going to save that. And we're going to add some font weight to maybe 600. We're going to save that. Cool. That looks pretty good. And then we're just going to, oh, and then it's going to need a number on the right-hand side. So these are actually numbers that we should be calculating. So I'm just going to drop that there, save that, copy this, paste that, and then I'm just going to leave the color as black and take out the text transform. And so this should be like the dollars that it actually costs. And then I'm going to set this to be a flex box. Flex box. And then justify content is going to be space between. Save that. Awesome. And so we'll have our total, and you know, I'm actually going to take away the font weight as well. It doesn't need to be so bold. Save that. Cool. So total, shipping, and tax. So let's copy this. Total, shipping, tax. And then we'll have the grand total. We add some margin bottom here. Oops, to the wrong one. Okay. Where did that errant B go? There it is. Cool. And then a continue and pay button right below that. I'm going to say button, and this is going to be our button that we've created. I'm just going to say continue and pay. And the variant, is it the variant? Is going to be contained. And the color is going to be that orange again. Pretty sure it's this one. Or close. It's this one. Is that this one here? Yeah, that's what it is. All right, cool. So we'll drop that in as the color. Save that. Awesome. And then we're just going to say that this has a margin top of 1 rem. And then we're going to say that it has a width. Oops, not width. It was width. Width of 100%. We're going to save that. Awesome. And that looks pretty decent. Yeah, the only other thing we'd want to do here is actually pass in the information that we're getting from the cart. So what I could really quickly do is just copy some stuff over here from the cart. And like, if we were to refactor this, we could definitely sort of make it a little bit more, have more reusable components, but we can just grab what we need here for this. So we can go say, grab that, drop it in to our summary here, import what we need from there. And then do a quick map of the cart. We'll drop that in here. And that's going to be below the word summary, right? Yeah. Save that. Image is going to be from next image. import image from next image. We're going to save that. And awesome. So now if we go ahead and add some products to cart, we go to checkout, we're seeing it there. All right, so that's pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. You know, I mean, there are obviously several optimizations we could make. We can calculate the totals here, you know, we can do the counts. We can basically multiply how much the total is based on the count. And that's a really quick change to make, actually. I think we can just grab the total count here, and then just we can use a utility function to calculate the total. But we're going to leave it here for today. Let me know if you'd like to see any more on this series, if there's anything else you would like to see with this website. It's a pretty fully fleshed out website. As I said, there's a few more pieces of logic we could add in. There are always optimizations we could make to make sure that we don't have any errors, any bugs, any things like that. But I don't want to spend dragging on too much time doing things that, you know, I'm sure you guys would do sort of differently yourselves. So yeah, if you do have any questions, or if you are interested in learning how to code, definitely reach out to me. You can follow up by checking the first link in the description below. That will have the information for my website, Davidson Programming Academy, and that is where we teach folks how to learn how to code, how to join the sort of software engineering career path, and how to become a front-end developer specifically. So yeah, if you're interested in that, definitely click on that first link in the description. If you do have any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts about this tutorial, would love to hear your thoughts. Please feel free to drop a comment down below. I do respond and read all of the ones that are posted on the videos on the channel. And yeah, if there's anything else I can help you out with, please let me know. If not, I will see you guys in the next video. Bye-bye.